Hey everybody. Um, so at the top of the live today, I've got something I need to address, but I am gonna wait a couple minutes because I want people to actually be here. Because as you know, when you first start a live, not as many people are here. I need to address yesterday, and like I said, I want to do that at the top of the live, and then I'm going to more than likely still continue on with the live that I had scheduled prior to yesterday. So once that's addressed, then I'm just going to be moving forward with the reaction. But yeah, that's kind of where I feel like that's the best course of action. But like I said, I want to wait a couple minutes for people to get into the room. So hi Mel, hi Vicky, and hi Kong. But I don't want to start getting into it until more people show up. So if you're watching a playback, you might want to skip forward to about the 3, 4, 5 minute mark. Because I want to properly address and explain everything, because I think some people who missed it or confused, and the people that didn't, I just want to kind of explain everything. And hi Hannah, thank you. I'm glad you're here. So I'm gonna wait like a couple more minutes just for people to come on in and get notified that I'm live. Because I was debating on if I was even gonna go live today or not. But yeah. So I'm gonna wait about one more minute and then I'm just gonna start talking. But and then we'll get into the reaction from there. But so I'm gonna go ahead and switch over, so I won't be able to see the chat for a minute. But I just wanted to talk about yesterday and the past couple days, and I wanted to provide some context and then just kind of fully address everything. Last time I was live was on Wednesday, and that was when I reacted to videos and talked about how fat acceptance influencers are dying young, and that whole conversation happened. That night, I decided to do this live, this reaction, set up the lives, went about my day. The next day, when I woke up, was when I found out that someone had passed away within the community that I was a part of, slash, like, still am connected to, still have friends in, someone that I was mutually connected with online. And I proceeded to make a video thinking solely off of emotions, off of the pain and anger that I was feeling. And without intending to, I definitely like centered my own pain and moved way too fast. And it took me a little bit of time and a conversation with someone that I know to realize that I had really, really messed up. And the timing of my video was insensitive, even though I did try to do things in the process where I was like, oh, I'm not monetizing it. Oh, I'm doing this. Oh, I'm doing that. That none of that really mattered in the scheme of the situation. I made that decision out of a place of extreme emotion and impulsivity, which has in the past shown to not be what I should be doing as well. And so I am so sorry. I don't have any other words for anyone that I've hurt other than I am so sorry. I don't want to make excuses for myself. I just wanted to provide slight context. And again, as I stated in the community tab, I am so sorry that I did not properly sort through my own feelings on the topic, and that I was told information that really just hurt my heart. And I absolutely should not have uploaded that video when I did. And I should have waited. I should have waited for more conversation to be had. And I should have waited for the people that are in Cass's life to handle things. And so I did want to say that I do have the GoFundMe linked in the description. So if anyone is willing and able to, I would really highly ask you to go and support the family that is in need of getting all of that situation figured out. And that's something that I will definitely be doing as well. I just, I fucked up. And that's why I wrote the community chat post that I did and took everything down, because I fucked up. So I did want to address that on video. Since I made a public video, I needed to say something publicly like this as well. And I didn't want to do some edited video or whatever. I thought since I was planning to come live now, I would just address it now, because it is just, the entire situation is heartbreaking, and I don't want to add to that pain to anyone. That's not the intention that I had at all. And regardless of my intention, my impact was not that at all. And the bottom line is, I am not the victim in this situation. I fucked up, and regardless of how I feel, that's not the center of this, and it never should have been. And that was not at all what I meant to do, and what I meant to do and what I did didn't align. So I feel like I'm just going to keep talking in circles if I keep on the topic, but these things are heavy. The topic of this live alone is heavy. The topic that was on was heavy, and any, I guess, parameters that I thought I put on it to be respectful or to be sensitive to it were not enough, in the sense of it existing in the time that it did. So I cannot express truly enough how sorry I am. No problem, you guys. And I understand. And so at this point, I just wanted to address it again, and I wanted to address it with my face. I wanted to address it. I don't want any sympathies in the chat. That's not what I'm looking for. I fucked up. I'm addressing it, and I wanted to address it in the beginning for anyone who wants to see it and they want to fuck off from the rest of my content. I totally get it. Like, I get it. So I'm going to probably cut that conversation here. I'm going to repeat that the GoFundMe link is in the description. I feel like that's the bare fucking minimum I can do. I posted it on my story yesterday as soon as it came up. I feel like that's the absolute bare minimum I can do. And I want everyone to really keep the loved ones and the family members of her in your thoughts. So it's been an intense couple days. This topic is intense, and yeah, I want to go ahead and I want to go ahead and just transition from here, because I don't want to what's the word I'm looking for here? Yeah, I don't want to keep rounding about the same topics more so. So yeah, let's go ahead, and I think it started into the reaction. Yeah, let's go. So this is going to be a heavier stream, a heavier topic in general. This is something that I had seen when it first came out. This is about Life by Jen, who is a creator that I didn't watch while she was around. In fact, my first real exposure to her was through this series. When did this come out? 9 months ago. So I'll be honest with you, I don't remember this. Like, I don't remember the majority of this. And I was planning to do a celebration live stream tomorrow. I don't think that's what I want to do. If I go live tomorrow, it's probably going to be a part 2 to this. I might not go live tomorrow. I don't know. Because tomorrow is like the 1 marker for my 1 year on YouTube, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what I'm feeling. So, I'll be honest, I might cancel it. I might come on and finish this because this is a multi-part series. And each part's kind of long. But Life by Jen was a plus size creator who ultimately ended up passing away. And I remember the first time that I saw this, it did really emotionally impact me. And I feel like I had a lot to say, but I wasn't doing this kind of live stream back then. So I wanted to just go ahead and give a trigger warning for those things. This is going to be a heavier topic because this person is no longer with us. And as I stated earlier, I made the decision to do this the same day that I did the other live. And I wasn't sure if I was going to move forward with it or not. But ultimately, as you can see, I did decide to do that. Because I felt like this is a conversation that I still wanted to have, and I didn't want to just like ignore everything and not come on and say something. So hi, Brooke. All right, so as I said, trigger warning. We're gonna go ahead and proceed. I'm not. Am I?
Sometimes happy endings are kind of boring because they just are predictable, and sometimes they're not a reality. A lot of times life is not about happy endings.
Okay, so back in 2022. Okay. I didn't remember when it happened.
My name is Jen, and this is my channel. A lot of you might not even remember who I am, and some of you might be coming here for the first time. So I'm going to make my first video back a kind of reintroduction video and let you all know who I am and what I'm about and what my channel is going to be about. I have been diagnosed with uterine cancer. And because of my weight, I cannot have a hysterectomy until I lose weight. So I am literally in a fight, in a battle, or a race to save my life, literally. I'm from a small town. I'm about an hour south of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Growing up, I had pretty much a normal life from the outside. I'm an only child.
And I just want to say that I think this is my favorite format that Snowflake does, where the person really tells their own story. And that's kind of why I am being quieter in the beginning, because she's just kind of setting up who she is. I know some of you haven't seen this, don't know who Life by Jenna is. So that's one of the reasons why I am being quieter in the beginning of this.
And from the outside, we looked like we had the perfect family. And then growing up inside our house behind closed doors, it was not so perfect and not so happy. I was physically and sexually abused by my father.
I think that something I wish the general public was more, I guess, apt to is like, I mean, she obviously just shared something really traumatic, and it's like, I can say in my personal experience, everyone that I've gotten close to, everyone that I've known that's had a similar life experience to me, who have gotten to be as large as I've been / currently am, it's not I've never met someone who's just like, oh yeah, I just really like a cheeseburger. You know what I mean? It's always been someone who has used food as a coping skill through trauma response. And I guess that's why it's just like, with me specifically, I would say, like, dealing with fat shaming, people who act that way, people who are just callous for the sake of people being fat. It's so disheartening, and just it seems so counterintuitive and counterproductive, because this is generally, I would say, from my experience as well, it's like, it's a manifestation of the hurt and the pain that someone has gone through. It's not just like, it's so much more emotions based, or tied to the mental health of someone, than far more people should give credit to. I hope that made sense.
After I was abused, after my father abused me, he would make me a bologna sandwich and then put me back to bed. So I looked forward to...
I don't think she says this, but I mean, that's absolutely a form of grooming too. That's horrible.
Sorry. As sad as it is, I look forward to that bologna sandwich after the pain, because it was something that soothed the pain, because there was something to look forward to afterwards. So it became a quick thing that I learned, that the food could soothe pain. The night that I remember very clearly, sitting on my living room floor, we were eating Domino's pizza, and I asked my mom if her and my dad were getting divorced. And she said yes, they were. And I remember finishing the entire pizza that night, because I just wanted to eat away the pain and the confusion that I felt. On one aspect, I felt this big relief and all this happiness that the pain of being abused was finally over. But then I was also sad, because there were times when my family was happy, and there were times when he was a good dad. I would see my dad and I would have huge panic attacks, to the point of I would physically run and want to get away, because I was scared, I was angry, I had all different kinds of emotions. So obviously I just turned to food, and that's what comforted me. He deserved to have charges pressed against him. He deserved to be punished for what he did, because of the prison that he put me in. He should have served time for his part in it. Yeah, because pizza is my ultimate comfort food. My getting a pizza and a bottle of pop, and then everything feels like the world is okay. I remember eating a lot when I was in grade school. I would get seconds at lunchtime. I feel the need to medicate with food. It's how I cope with sadness, pain, grief, even happiness.
Wonder if she, I don't remember this or not. I wonder if she discusses food addiction or not. Because I mean, to me, that's exactly what she just explained without using those words. Because that's how it feels for me, or felt for me slash feels for me. Because it just kind of depends on the situation.
My first diet that I can remember, I was probably, I would say 11 or 12. And I think that was just a calorie restriction. I'm not sure because my mom would fix my food. I remember eating rice cakes with cream cheese. I don't think it lasted too long, and I don't think it was successful because I don't remember losing any weight. My mom was on, I don't know if I did it with her, but we did the cabbage soup diet. And then I moved on to Slim Fast when I was probably in high school. And that did work a little bit, not a whole lot. I never sustained a big amount of of losing weight until I was 8 years ago when I lost 200 pounds. This is a picture of me.
She lost 200 pounds. I don't remember. I don't remember that. So she lost 200 pounds. Did she gain it all back? Oh, maybe we'll find out.
Probably around my heaviest finger over that. I
Oh,
hope you
okay.
guys can see. That was me around my heaviest. I probably got a little bit bigger than that, but that was me at well over 600 pounds.
Okay.
And that was a very miserable person. I have an eating disorder. I am a binge addict. I am a compulsive overeater. I find comfort in the full feeling and the feeling of eating large amounts of food. I would say probably since I was a child, I struggled with addiction. I'm not perfect. My journey is not perfect. I want to be on the right path in life. All I want is health and to be a productive part of society and to give back to people. My biggest desire in my life is to help other people. I was taking social services because I wanted to be a social worker. I still would like to pursue, as soon as I get myself straightened up, my health back, I would love to be an addiction counselor, like for drugs and alcohol.
As I watched this, I feel like I remember thinking this when I watched it for the first time. It's like if I had known who she was prior to what had happened, I probably would have been a subscriber. I would have really related to her because I relate to a lot of what she's saying in the in the beginning of this, and how she views the world, how she feels about her relationship with food. Those are relatable things for me, and I think that relatability that I felt with her and I felt with other people is like part of what made me realize that I needed to enact change in myself, because that's something that's down to the individual person is that choice. Because this shit's so hard. All of it, like dealing with that kind of relationship with food, dealing with the addiction of it all, dealing with just the bodily changes, the lifestyle changes, like it's just so overwhelming. Like I think back to like if I could tell myself in like 2019 who I am today and what I'm currently doing and what I've done, like I just wouldn't believe me. I just wouldn't believe it. I would just be like, yeah, okay, sure, buddy. Like.
Because it's something that's really touched my life for all through my life, being an addict myself. There have been many people in my life who have been addicts, so it's something that's very near and dear to my heart. I was in a relationship for 9 years with a man who was an addict. I don't know, and I
Thanks for being here,
guess we'll
Chris.
never know. if
Yes,
it was an intentional
before reaction to
overdose
L.
or if it was just one pill too many times.
Sorry, I forgot. I need to really try to not talk over the videos. When I do, the audio really fucks up. I watched back the first live I did to try to know what I was doing a little bit better. But Life by Jen, you're fine. Also, I think I did explain it a little bit at the top of the stream. I get it if you just came in. Life by Jen was a vlogger. She passed away in 2002. She is someone who has a lot of the similar struggles that I have and have talked about on my channel. And so this is a documentary done by Mr. Snowflake about her. This video was made like 9 months ago. So, this is just me reacting. And the beginning part is just kind of like setting up her story. So as I said, I have been a little bit more quiet because of that. As the story goes on, I'll definitely have more commentary to add. I know that for 2002. Did I say something else? 2022. So I think I just said it again. 2002. Sorry, 2022. My bad.
But he passed away.
I'm gonna go back a little bit. Sorry, guys.
There have been many people in my life who have been addicts, so it's something that's very near and dear to my heart. I was in a relationship for 9 years with a man who was an addict. I don't know, and I guess we'll never know, if it was an intentional overdose or if it was just one pill too many times, but he passed away. Medical stuff has always excited me, always. I've always loved all kinds of medical shows, and I even took a nursing class in high school. I was just 1 year away from being able to be a nursing assistant. If I would have kept on my senior year, I could have been a nursing assistant, but I didn't do that. I was so very shy in high school. I would not look people in the eye. I didn't really talk much in high school. I didn't like school at all. I didn't want to go because of the fact that my dad worked for the school system and I had the potential of running into my dad any single day that I was in school. The fear of running into my dad and that.
So she had like no break from her abuser. That's horrible.
Anxiety, that's when my anxiety started, when I was around 13 or so. And at that time, I was just so confused. I know my weight isn't the only problem I have. I have panic attacks and agoraphobia and stuff like that, but my weight contributes a great deal to that. What is the furthest away you've been from home? Well, sadly enough, I've never been that far away from home. I've only been in the tri-state area. I've never traveled extensively. I would love to. My agoraphobia and panic attacks come from thinking I'm going to die, and thinking I'm going to die because I'm overweight. In my head, I've talked myself into, if I walk more than a few feet, I'm going to die of a heart attack. I do not currently have a car. Honestly, I'm afraid of driving. I'm afraid of having a wreck, hurting myself, hurting other people. So what am I most looking forward to? I think one of the things that I'm most looking forward to is going to the beach and seeing the ocean. I am so excited about that. I cannot even tell you how amazing I think that will be. And I know that it's not going to be disappointing because
I really hope she actually does that. I don't remember if she does or doesn't, because I know for me that was such a big like bucket list moment. It was back in December when I went and saw the Pacific Ocean for the first time. Again, like, I feel like I'm repeating myself here, but watching this, it's just like, God, it's so relatable to me, and like I know that that's like not necessarily a good thing, right? Everything she's saying, like, for me, like when I snapped when it came to my mental health, I was 16. I really struggled to go to school for different reasons, but everything she's saying and like kind of the lead up to how she became the way she was, it's like, yeah, I relate. I empathize so much.
Because I've always felt a draw to the water, to the ocean. And like that's where I was meant to be.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I could tell you this. This is kind of exciting. My cousin and I have decided that it's going to be my goal. One thing I'm working towards is I'm going to be getting on an airplane for the very first time in my life. And I'm going to fly to Myrtle Beach and go to the beach for the first time next May 2020.
Oh no!
I want to move to Florida with where my best friend lives.
2020? Oh no! Oh.
So our plan
She probably
is
didn't.
after she graduates, we're going to move down somewhere south in southern Florida where it's warm all year because I'm ready to leave this cold and snowy place. I've never been to the beach and I can't wait to see the beach, the ocean.
At the age of 34, Jen received her first wake-up call. I might start reading what's on the screen in case people are just listening. So that's what it said.
Mom passed away a week ago today. My mom passed away a week ago today. And it has been the hardest thing that I have had to deal with so far in my life. My mom was my best friend. I am very, very blessed to have had her in my life. My mom wanted me very badly to get a hold of my weight and not let it get to a point that it would affect me later in life, which it has. When my mom passed away at 34, when I was 34, I had the choice to either go to a nursing home because I couldn't care for myself, or I could get up and push myself to get better, to start taking care of myself and build a life for myself. And that's what I chose because at 34, I did not want to live the rest of my life in a nursing home.
So her mom was a caretaker for her. Oh, wow. Whoa, words are hard. Jen began her first weight loss journey, which she documented on YouTube.
Good morning, everyone. This is day 7 of my 7-day food vlogs, and today is Sunday, July the 24th, 2011. I'm having my bottle of water, of course. I'm guessing that's about a cup of strawberries. And then I'm having a sausage McMuffin. What I'm having today for lunch is kind of half of what I had left over for dinner last.
Not to be nitpicky, but I think that was definitely more than a couple strawberries. That's a little nitpicky for the tone of this vlog, but
Last night. This is a big step for me, putting them in an individual bag, because usually I just bring the whole bag in and I end up eating 3 or 4 servings before I realize it. I wasn't sure what to have, and I was kind of like, not extremely hungry, but I knew I needed to eat, and I'm pretty proud of myself. I measured everything. My last weigh-in, I lost 170 pounds, so I'm thinking that more than likely I've lost over 200 pounds now. So I just have to keep pounding it into my head that I'm not the same person I was a year ago. And it's hard for me to remember that.
Yeah, I definitely understand that, because like making those small changes, I feel like when you're in the position that like Jen was in, or that I was slash am in, it's like you have to make those really small changes and let them play out for a bit before you add to the next one, because I think, like as I mentioned earlier, it's just so overwhelming. Like once you reach this point, the overwhelm, especially when you take into consideration that the majority of people, and again speaking for myself, the majority of people in my position, in this position, like have mental health issues, and I'll say for me specifically, I have like chronic overwhelm issues, especially when it comes to my own personal trauma and all that.
From April until now, I've noticed a big change in my body, like a big change. And my body getting smaller, and I fit into my very first pair of jeans last month in 20 years. I leave my apartment now. I take my trash down every day. I go get my mail every other day. I went out to the mall the other day, like a couple weeks ago. That was my first time I left the apartment building in months. I don't feel trapped anymore. I can do things for myself, and I'm independent. I still struggle. I still want pizza. I still want candy. But I found that there is no food taste as good as this feels. The feeling I get from being a functioning, independent adult is a better feeling than any cookie or candy that I've ever had.
Yeah, like the freedom of food addiction is absolutely better than any food can taste, and that's not like, and I feel like that's a play off of that like more toxic phrasing that I'm not going to say. That's not really what I meant, what I'm meaning to do, but I feel like what I just said is the truth of that, you know what I mean? Because I think it's like, for me especially, like it's not about how I look or the vanity of anything. It's just the pain, being free of that. And like that's again one of the reasons why I miss being on Manjaro so much, is because it really helped free up that like mental burden of the food noise, of the craving, of the like that nagging feeling that I am very much like currently still dealing with. But I want to take a second, because I'm not been nearly as interactive in the chat, but I wanted to say hi to a few people that came in, Skinny and Nashi, and did I miss anybody else that I haven't? And Laura B. Yeah, I know Jen was someone that a lot of people had a great emotional attachment to. And I remember like the first time watching this thinking how much I wish I had been able to like know of her when she was here. She had the best grocery hauls and keto recipes. Oh, it shows, so she does keto for some time. Okay. You were your mom's caretaker. Yeah, and the music choices were, that was very purposeful by Snowflake for sure. And yeah, Jen, it was, she did, and I think you'll really see as this plays out, like she was trying, whether or not she was succeeding there, she was trying, and that's really all you can ask of someone, is to just at least desire to put in the effort. Like this is I know the struggle. It is exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting. Yeah, nothing tastes as good as blank. Yeah, what millennials grew up hearing exactly. So and I did so Brooke, in the my final Manjaro update, I go into more details about why I stopped it, but the short answer of why I stopped Manjaro was the extreme side effects I was having, not related to stomach issues or nausea. That wasn't the reason. It was the extreme fatigue. It heightened my inflammation pain. Um, it was a miserable experience, and I spent the course of a month making the decision to stop. And that video, you watch it play out basically. So if you did miss that, or if you want to know more detail about that, the final Manjaro update, that's the name of the video, I would recommend watching that for more detail. But that's the TLDR. My whole day revolves around fighting off food cravings and thoughts, and I can't help it. Yeah, Skinny, yeah, I feel for you. truly.
If you want something bad enough,
Same.
you will find a way to get it. And dreams do come true. I miss my mom more than anything, and I wish she could be here to see.
I mean, and I'll say for me, I've been very blessed in this life that I haven't experienced a lot of grief in terms of loss of those like closest to me and my family. I've lost a couple friends at this point. But in that regard, like that is something that I truly don't even want to understand. And I know one day I will. But like that level of grief and the response and the deep desire to go back to what you know best, to what was the most comforting for you, like I can't imagine.
The person that I'm becoming, but I know that is because of her strength. She is helping me to be a better person. And I love her very much, and I miss her very much. I have 2 years of community college completed. I was going for my associate's degree in human services, and I plan on going back to complete that. What do I want to be when I grow up? That is a good question. There's several things that I want to do. I want to be an addiction and recovery counselor. I want to be a social worker. I would love to learn sign language and be an interpreter. So there's a ton of different things that I would like to do when I grow up.
That I'm sorry, that's so relatable for me because like yeah, I'm almost 33 and I'm like, what do I want to be when I grow up? It's like, bitch, you grew up. What do you mean? Be what you want to be. But that's yeah, I relate to that.
Life was going really well, and then a few situations happened. I let anxiety and depression overcome me again, and I stopped leaving my apartment. I dropped out of school again, and I became apartment bound.
And I do want to say definitely in recent history I've worked really hard on this, and some days, some weeks I can definitely feel those feelings come back. But there were years like well before I was on YouTube where I definitely struggled with agoraphobia, and I didn't leave my house for very extended long periods of time, and I was just so afraid to leave the house. Sometimes I feel like my weight did play a part in that, but I think the majority of the time was like the untreated trauma response of it all. I'd say for my experience, I won't speak for Jen's, but that just like that deep fear. And I mean, like, truthfully, some days the reason I've left the house, the reason I'm able to be myself is because I have an anti-anxiety medication that once I take and I give myself 20 minutes, it's way easier for me to get out the door. So again, it's like I've said this I think like 4 times. I feel like if I had known of her prior to her death, I absolutely would have been a subscriber to her because this is again just so relatable to my lived experience.
I thought I was fixed. I thought I lost the weight and that's all there was to it. But there's more to my problems than just my weight. My weight is a symptom of other things that I'm dealing with in my life. I'm here to be honest, not perfect. Nobody is. So that's just where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
For some of you, you have stuck with me for the whole entire time I've been making videos, which is 8 years. I know that if you go back on my channel, that you don't see videos going back that long because I made them all private. Because when I had regained weight, I felt embarrassed and felt ashamed and a bunch of other things. So I just privated them because I didn't want to be reminded of the failure that I was, or that I felt that I was. I have 2 first-degree relatives who died of cancer. My grandmother died of ovarian cancer, and my mom died of renal cell carcinoma. So I have genetics working against me as well as my obesity. So I had a pap test, and that's when they found out that I did in fact have endometriosis as well as stage 1 uterine cancer.
Wow. Really quickly, I just want to ask you guys, I just muted myself. Did it mute the audio for you as well of the video or no? Because I want to know that for future streams if someone could just let me know in the chat. But there is like, I feel like the title for this documentary is very apt to the tragic life of Life by Jen. There's just so much that she went through. And it's like, and again, to kind of go back to the point, it's like when you experience so much tragedy, so much trauma, sometimes people become addicts of drugs, sometimes people become addicts of food, of gambling, of other things. And like, I'm really glad Mr. Snowflake made this because I also feel like as it plays out, you will see like you're setting the backstory here, but then sometimes there are things that are said and done by the person that it's kind of like, well, not great, but it does really kind of show the humanity of a person.
When I heard the word cancer, it was like I had already been in a state of denial about my weight and about my mental health problems, my depression.
Yeah, I would say I definitely have dealt with like addiction transfer. I've dealt with like addiction to validation, internet, my phone in general, the food, duh. And maybe like more short-term things that I'm just struggling to think of, but like those are the big and honestly, I can definitely say that sometimes with shopping, I get some like dopamine responses, which is I think why I set myself up to do things like the discount store, things like that, because I'm also someone who appreciates frugality and a good deal, and I don't love spending a ton of money on things, but when I'm able to get good deal on things, when I am able to like go shopping or whatever, I would say that for me is, if I was a different person in a different tax bracket going up, who knows how that would have translated for me, right? But yeah, no, I think that those transfers are very much real.
But when I heard the word cancer, I just completely shut down the little bit of functioning that I had been holding on to, and I just wanted to go home and die.
So she also had uterine cancer, on top of other people that have talked about their journeys. Yeah, I did not realize until very recently that uterine cancer had so much ties with weight. Because there's a TikToker that I really like. We're mutuals on her main account. Jordan something. Her name's Jordan. Not Jordan Underwood, a different Jordan. She's more of like a comedic person. And when she was diagnosed with uterine cancer, she recently beat it, by the way. And she's lost some weight, and she's losing weight by intermittent fasting. And is she also doing low carb? I don't remember, but I know she does intermittent fasting, which I don't. I personally don't recommend, but it's working for her, so yay. I mean, I'm assuming she's not, a diabetic or whatever. That's not really. I don't know if she's mentioned that or not on the internet, but she's really really funny, and she wasn't like a full on fat acceptance influencer, but she was like kind of a part of those spaces and did like talk about it. And so when she was diagnosed, she kind of came out and explained some things, and I think like John Obesity Beast made a video about her when all that happened. But she was able to take that as like her wake up call and make a change and use her platform to talk about it. And I think that was that's a wonderful thing. I'm so glad that she was able to do that. And through that experience with her, like watching her go through that, I should say, because obviously I didn't go through that. But watching that like play out parasocially and kind of just knowing what I know about uterine cancer, I looking into it more, I was like, wow, like this is something that impacts a lot of overweight women. I just did not realize how high that comorbidity actually is.
2 years ago, I was still depressed and didn't want to live. I just wanted to give up. But now I want to live, and I might have wasted too much time, and I might have put my life at too much risk. I don't know.
Interestingly. Yeah, that's interesting. Four years and 2 months until Jen's death.
So I have to be under 500 pounds to get the MRI because that's the weight limit for the MRI machine. Without an MRI, and it's too dangerous to do surgery on me at my weight. So without surgery, without an MRI, my doctor diagnosed me with stage 1 uterine cancer. And she said that she wouldn't know the extent of it if it was extended anywhere. She said she was going based on my symptoms because, as I said, without an MRI or surgery, she couldn't properly stage me. I am no longer in denial. I want to get this weight off so I can have the surgery safely and so I can move on with my life and not die. This is the life you're given, and don't destroy it or don't waste your life because food is not worth it. I know I've done this to myself.
Yeah. Once again, Jen began her weight loss journey.
I'm still fasting. I fast for 16 hours a day, so I won't be eating my first actual food meal until around 1 o'clock.
You know, I might get some shit for this, and that's fine. You are welcome to disagree with me, guys. I get it. It's fine. And you know what? If it works for you and your family, do it. But like for me, I feel like intermittent fasting, as someone who did do it at some point, I did do it actually in 2018, 17, somewhere in there. I was with like another coworker at the time. This was when I was working on the American Express contract for inbound sales, actually, which is what my newer job is going to be with a different company. Um, I was like doing it with a coworker. It was like a whole thing. For me, I feel like intermittent fasting is just a way to kind of like mentally cope with the reduction of food by just being like, oh, I'm going to pretend food doesn't exist for 16 hours. I'm just not going to eat it. I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to engage in it. And then I'm going to come and I'm going to just like eat. Right. And then, oh, nope. And it's like an avoidant tactic to me. And for me, what intermittent fasting actually ended up doing over a long period of time, before then, I never struggled with restriction in my ED. And I was told over and over again, like, oh, if you do this, like, you have an eating disorder. I had just recently been diagnosed with BED at that point. And I was told by my professional that it was not a good idea, that I shouldn't do it. And I was the pompous, like, I'll be fine. Like, so I nodded to her face and then I turned around and I did intermittent fasting. And this was the professional that diagnosed me with the BED. So I had my main therapist, right? And at a certain point, because of insurance reasons, I paused my therapy with her and I switched to a specialized ED therapist. I went through an ED program to try to help kind of teach me how to like re-engage with food and portions and in a safer environment, like not through weight loss, but through the portion of healing my relationship with food. And so after that, I made the decision to try intermittent fasting to lose weight because I knew that like I was going to go through this program, but eventually I was going to need to do something for weight loss. And this was like also during a period of my life where I was kind of away from the internet. I wasn't as engaged in fat acceptance and I wasn't as engaged in all of that. And I wasn't talking about it because I was embarrassed, frankly. Like I was worried that I was going to upset people if I talked about wanting to lose weight, right? And so and I didn't have a lot of success in this time. Like, I think I dropped a little bit in weight, and of course, at some point, I stopped and gained it back. You know, 'tis life. And if I remember, the timing is so confusing with my memory loss. I just can't remember, because I think this all may have started around the time I was at my heaviest. So I never got back up to 550, but I did get back up to my maintenance of like 530. 532 is kind of the main number that I would see when I would get on a scale for years and years of my life. And so intermittent fasting ended up for a year. I did it for the majority of like a time in a year. And I didn't start seeing the negative effects with intermittent fasting until about a year out, like from having started it. And then that's when I started struggling with restriction within my eating disorder. That's when I started having random cycles of not eating for the longest I've had a restriction cycle that I can think to is 3 to 4 weeks. And some of them were so severe, I would drop like 30 to 40 pounds in that time. So, I don't recommend intermittent fasting to people who have BED. I don't think it's a good idea. I was the person who thought I would be the exception, that I would be special, that I would be mentally strong enough that I could do it. And that was not my experience. So that's my take on it. Hey Toasty, if you want to know more about that at the top of the live, I did address that. I did talk about that. You don't get enough calories for 3 meals, in my opinion, unless you do vegetables for breakfast. With the intermittent fasting, yeah, I would definitely say that from like, and that's the thing is like, and then if you are getting close to enough calories or eating enough, then at that point it's just like, are you structured binging? You know what I mean?
But this is how I start my day, usually every morning. All right, I'm back with my first meal of the day. It's going to be a smoothie. Okay, it's 6:08 p.m. and I'm going to have dinner a little early tonight, so I want to have time for my dinner to digest before I go to bed. All right, it's 1 p.m. and it's time for lunch. I'm not going to lie, today it's been really difficult to hold out for my 16-hour fast, and here is what I'll be having for dinner. I am recommitting myself to plant-based, non-processed foods. I plan on being completely vegan and seeing how that works for me. And there is 6 pre-portioned meal prepped. I start my day usually every morning. All right, I'm back with my first meal of the day. It's going to be a smoothie. Okay, it's 6:08 p.m. and I'm going to have dinner a little early tonight, so I want to have time for my dinner to digest before I go to bed. All right, it's 1 p.m. and it's time for lunch. I'm not going to lie, today it's been really difficult to hold out for my 16-hour fast, and here is what I'll be having for dinner. I am recommitting myself to plant-based, non-processed foods. I plan on being completely vegan and seeing how that works for me. And there is 6 pre-portioned meal prepped servings. The 2 barbecue, the 3 Caribbean jerk, 2 tahini. Okay.
The different flavor profiles of a similar meal is actually a really great idea, so you don't get like bored of what you're eating. That's actually a really good effort to try to maintain the change and make it more sustainable.
So we'll have enough for
Off topic. I hate beets. They're so gross. Ew. Ugh, I hate even looking at them.
3 bowls.
Beets and tuna are like absolute no non-starter for me. I've tried just doing like a little bit, like a tiny little chunk of a beet in a drink before, like in a smoothie. If I can detect the taste, same with like arugula. Those are like no, absolutely not, absolutely not.
I only have a little bit of it left in the bags.
I get the good for you, but
Go ahead and put the rest of it in there. I'll just put that on top of the sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Okay, meal prep is done. Yellow carrots, coconut, apples, sweet potatoes, and grapes. I also got this. Ooh. There's 2 fig bars in the package. I've never tried the roasted pine nut before. Made from 70%.
Yeah, she's clearly trying with these food choices. I just do want to point that out. Like, she's clearly putting in an effort here.
Whole grain peas. And then I got the roasted red pepper hummus. They're certified vegan and gluten-free and all natural. 3 peppers. I don't know why I sniffed it, but so I'm very happy to say that this week I have lost 4.8 pounds. Today when I weighed in, very happy again, I was down another 3 pounds even. I don't know how to do a drum roll. I was down 5.4 pounds. Yay me! I lost 9.9 pounds this past week. I am so excited about that.
Man. I want to look at chat for just a second. Sorry. Different things work for different people. Fasting and ketovore have been working for me. I don't have BED though. I think that's the big thing I want to say there. I'm someone with BED. My opinion and experience is related specifically with BED. I should probably stress that harder. Machine Gun Kelly Kapoor. I like your username. I can see where it could be complicated for people with eating disorders to do it. Yes, exactly. And I was someone who made the decision to like think I could be different, and that's something that I've made the decision I think a few times throughout my life, and every single time it's fucked me over because it's not the right decision. Telling someone, yeah, Vicky, yeah, I don't want to get into that. What's up, Rosie? Technically, I'm working, so I'll be listening on the DL. Okay, I'm trying to remember to read things like text out on the screen for those who are listening podcast style. I started doing that a little bit into the video. If food addiction would only result, wait, hold on, no. If something would only result in structured binging, wait. Oh, it would only result in a structured binging if the person has a food addiction and or previous disordered eating. Laurel, that's a great point. Thank you for saying that. Okay, I love tuna, but yeah, beets are the work of the demons. Jen was famous for truffles. My mom loves truffles. I can't do beets, you guys. You might want to try golden beets. If I get the opportunity, I will be brave for you, Lee. I'll be brave. They're milder in flavor. That would help, and don't make you panic and think you have intestinal bleeding a few days later. Oh my gosh, Lee. Just not eating at night can be 12 to 14-hour fasting. No, and that's true. But when you make a conscious decision of like, oh, I can't eat in this window, that can definitely incite like disordered thought patterns and disordered behavior. And also I did OMAD. I did straight up OMAD, 1 meal a day. So I didn't just do, I mean, I started at 16 and then I kept going. And then it became like a competition with myself. And it was bad. That's part of why watching her on a live was so tragic. Jen did try. She was a victim of the cycling. So sad. Yeah. Yeah. Jen's success would be short-lived. Oh man. The editing on this is like top tier. The stylistic choices, like this whole thing by Mr. Snowflake was really great. I mean, I know I have some differing like general opinions of him as a person based on like what I've seen from the Discord server stuff, but I will say like especially this series is just like so well done in terms of letting Jen tell her own story. I don't think he speaks once in this entire series. And I feel like that was a really great choice because she did share so much and she said so much with her own words that it just wasn't even necessary.
Today has been really hard for me.
That pain is so real. That this reminds me of like literally when I made that video, like the behind the scenes of a binge, because like I tried to keep this stuff not super focused in my videos because I feel like, especially given in like the current climate of things, I don't want to over sensationalize or like over dramatize things. I want to try to be, I guess, in terms of mental health, like healthier about it and process it more offline, and then come and talk about it when I'm in a clear state. But this moment, God, I hate how relatable it is.
Part of the reasons why I eat is because I'm lonely. I have a lot of dealing with right now.
I have no idea if she ever addresses therapy or not, or if she ever did in her content, or if that's brought up here. But it's just like I am curious if she's someone who ever did take therapy seriously or not, because having being the kind of person that has and does that, I mean, she's self-aware of it, and I was definitely at that point at one point, but taking that to therapy and working on it over and over again, and working on the different coping skills. If I'm able to identify the what of the emotion, I'm a lot less likely to use food as the coping skill because I can tailor my coping skill to that. Because, like, yeah, if I'm feeling lonely, instead of eating, I can reach out to my support people. I can FaceTime someone. I can do an activity or do something that makes me feel engaged with the people around me, even if they're not physically there, but the people that are in my circle, the people that love and care about me. So, I am curious to know if she is someone that did therapy or she was never seriously into therapy. Yeah. She had limited resources. She was on government healthcare. Okay. Again, I don't know where she lived or how this was for years ago, but I will say, like, when I didn't have insurance, when I didn't have income, I was able to, at least I know for a fact in Florida and Georgia, they have funding for mental health care for people that um, don't have insurance. I believe that these places, they also accept Medicaid. Like, there's specific places, and truthfully, the quality of the care was, but it was never as good as when I had private health care and I could pay for something that was higher quality. Um, but yeah, those programs exist. You just have to seek them out. I think this is Snowflake's best work. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that, Laurel. Oh yeah. Okay, that's so funny because I'm trying to focus more on the content on these reactions. I come back in and I check the chat randomly. I'm not keeping up with it like I do in my hangout lives. So I think some of y'all know that by this point, though.
You know. My weight being one of them, of course, and having cancer.
I was just coughing so loud.
I feel
Sorry,
like
for a second.
I'm dealing with right now. My weight being one of them, of course, and having cancer. I feel like if I talk to people about it, that I'm burdening them, and I don't like to burden people with my problems.
That's an unchecked wound. That's an unhealed wound. The wound of feeling like a burden, especially, I'm sure, because like she lost her mother. Her mother was her caretaker. Like that unhealed wound is like the core of that. And again, if she was in therapy, that's something that she would be able to kind of hone in on and have a professional guide her through and help tailor to her understanding and experience. And I feel like this is just a representation of, again, like why therapy is so important for people that have these types of struggles.
I feel like I should take care of it myself. And sometimes I'm just not strong enough to take care of things by myself.
And it's interesting because it's like, I feel like I should take care of it by myself. My first thought is like hyper independence, but she was so dependent on other people. It's like maybe that's more so just like a over dramatic correction. Like I should just do it on my own. I should fix it by myself. When it's like, no, this is something you should get help with. Instead of, the other things that you've been getting help with that you could do on your own, given the opportunity to work on yourself and improve upon things that way. Because like the weight loss success that I have had up to this point would be impossible without the years and years of therapy prior. And I think I've said this prior as well. It's like I made a conscious choice years ago, years and years and years ago, maybe close to 10 years ago at this point, that I was going to prioritize my therapy. And I was like, I'm not going to lose this weight until I basically unfuck my head. And a lot of times, like when people would fat shame me when I would say things like that, they'd be like, oh, you need to focus on your physical health. And it's like, I could not. This would have been me in the sense of the constantly cycling back and forth. And it's something I am still struggling with, even with the quite literal, like decade plus of therapy under my belt. And it's like, it's one of the reasons why I'm such a high proponent for therapy, and why I think it's like so important that people give it a real shot, and people with significant trauma specifically should be working with a trauma specialist, because just general therapy can only really help up to a certain point. And there is definitely a difference there.
And right now, I want to eat so bad. I want to take the quarters that I have for my
I addressed that in the beginning of this live, honey. So if you want to see what I said, I did address it.
laundry,
and this live was already scheduled prior to yesterday. And I also made a statement on my community tab
to go to the vending machine. And right now, I want to eat so bad. I want to take the quarters that I have for my laundry, and I want to go to the vending machine. And I want to buy soda and a snack cake and some chips. But I know that that's not going to fix anything. That's just going to make the situation worse. I've turned to things like spirituality, meditation, journaling. I even color in adult coloring books, crafting. I believe that everything that happens is meant to happen for a reason. When our souls are...
And those coping skills she listed are great, but when you're doing those things as like the distraction coping skill, and it's not being followed up with any kind of professional therapeutic work, then it's kind of just like putting a band-aid over a waterfall,
Put here, we are meant to learn. There's a lesson that we're meant to learn. It is predetermined when we die. I think the time and the hour of our death is known. It is completely up to us how we live our lives. I am an empath. I'm an empath. I've mentioned this before. I'm an empath.
Empath? I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. Empath? She said it right the first time.
And if you don't know what an empath is, it's someone who can absorb energy around them, absorb the energy of others extremely easy. So when I meet somebody or I'm around them, I can feel like if they're a good person, if they have positive energy or negative energy. I have medium abilities as well. I know I haven't talked a lot about this on my channel, but I can sense things and I can kind of see things. when we die, I think the time and the hour of our death is known. It is completely up to us how we live our lives.
In 2016, Jen entered an online relationship with a man called Gene. Okay. So we're about to get into Gene. I don't remember a ton about Gene, but I wanted to real quick. Elle said, 100% Rosie, people don't ruin their lives over addictions because they're feeling good inside. Yeah, absolutely. There's also different types of therapy, and some people vibe with different styles. I know CBT is a big thing now, but it doesn't work for me. Metacognitive helped me way more. So first of all, I need to look into meta. Let me write that down. Metacognitive. I don't even know what that means. So I am very curious to look into that because I love any new thing I can potentially do to make myself do and be better. Metacognitive therapy. Yeah, so for me, and the big thing is like CBT is actually tends to be deemed really unhelpful for people with like CPTSD or like trauma in general. Um let's see here. Yeah, I know, Gene, there's like a lot there. Brain spotting. I think I've heard of that, Angela. Let me write that down too. I don't know a ton about it. Brain spotting. And then let's see here.
My whole point of entering into the relationship when I first met him was I wanted to fix him.
Oh, man. She has this astounding level of self-awareness that, again, I find relatable. And she's trying so hard to translate that on her own with just her own working knowledge. And I feel like she would have benefited so much from therapy. I feel like things could have gone differently for her. That makes me really sad.
I met him and I knew he was in pain. And me being the empath and the codependent that I am, I just wanted to fix him. I want to fix everybody who comes into my life. I can't fix myself, but I want to try hard to fix everybody else because I have all the answers.
Does that sound like she's describing kind of like is savior is I don't think the word I'm looking for is savior complex. There's something else I feel like she's describing there. Because savior complex sounds too strong. There's some it's like it's bugging me. It's itching my brain. Oh, we they never said the cause. Brain spotting works good with CPTSD more than EMDR, especially when you have ADHD like me and blocked out. And I don't remember dates, specific timelines. Yeah, that's Angela. Thank you for your comments. Broken wing syndrome. Now I don't know what that term means. Let me do a Google. Is broken wing syndrome is a term used to describe non-resilient people who work in family businesses and receive inappropriate and unhelpful support from family members due to their weaknesses. Huh. It refers to people who are perceived as damaged and in need of rescue. So she's the one wanting to save the broken wings. Because I feel like in a way she had that kind of esque to her behavior, right? But what she was just saying was almost being like, she's been on both sides of that coin. You know what I mean? White knighting, I don't think it's white knighting because that's more about being showboaty. I don't think that's what that was for her. I think it's just like wanting wanting to be the savior type, you know. I don't think she saw herself as like a god. That's not what I'm trying to get at. But basically wanting to save other people because she can't save herself, which is essentially what she said. But there's just like a phrase that I can't remember. And it's bugging me.
Or so I would like to think. But the last 2 or 3 months have been really difficult. Every time he stops drinking, I think it's going to be
Laurel, 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 Captain Save-A-Ho-itis. Ma'am, this was too serious. God, why'd you do this to me? I shouldn't be laughing right now. I know, yeah, just a joke for levity. Girl, you know what? It's okay. It's okay to laugh a little bit. I am the kind of person who can also laugh when I get uncomfortable. There is so many chemicals in prepackaged foods nowadays. Don't you think all the chemicals have some side effects on one's mental health? Because I sure do. Yeah, Sally. I mean, I do, and it's just like, you're good, Laurel. But there's I mean, and it's just it feels like with the way we're currently set up in society, it just feels next to impossible to completely not partake in it. At least for me, I can say that. Maybe others who are of stronger mind or who don't have the same addiction, right?
the time that we move forward and life becomes better. But then eventually he starts drinking again and
Oh yeah, he had
life
a
gets
drinking
bad.
problem. He had a drinking problem, right? Gene had a drinking problem. I think that's something that comes up a lot, if I remember right.
I have been soda free for almost 2 months. And last night I had kind of a hard time. Not proud of that.
2 months is great. I will say in my history, I've gone a full. It was either one. It was definitely 1 year, but I think at some point I might have gone 2 years without soda. Like there was a period of time when I wasn't living at home. When I moved, and in fact, when I moved back, and my mom came back for like the first time, and I was just like, when soda's in the house, like habitually, I can't help it. I just am like, I can't help it, and like that's been one of the few downsides of living here for me. But when she's not here, I have been recently like had much more reduction in soda, and just all the other health changes. I just haven't completely cut it out yet. But I will say, like, since it's been a hot minute since I've eaten out, I haven't had soda. And then whenever I ran out of the carbonated drinks that I bought in my grocery haul, I've only been drinking like flavored waters and water. So, you know, I'm not like purposefully quitting it. Like if I do, I'm kind of in the stance right now of like, if I go out, I'm going to let myself have a diet soda, have a little treat. But you know, I've never been the kind to drink full sugar soda. So, that's not really been the issue for me. It's just the habit of soda period that's been the problem. I mean, I became a Diet Coke addict at like the age of fucking 9 because I grew up in the 90s. That was diet soda was originally marketed as like a dieting food, you know.
And I am extremely embarrassed of it, and I wasn't even going to admit it. I'm in a relationship that is a little bit difficult at times, and I'm not blaming the other person at all. It's not their fault. It's nobody's fault that I binge and overeat but mine. My emotions and my moods can just change at the drop of a hat. I can't remain in this relationship because it is destroying me emotionally. One day he'll be in love with me and he'll want a future with me, and the next day he's on the fence and not sure what he wants. I think, well, it's because of my weight, it's because I'm ugly.
So two codependent addicts with two different drugs of choice.
I just thought that if I just loved him enough or loved him right or was just there for him, that it would just be better and it would fix everything, but that's clearly not going to be the case. I've grown to a point where I feel I don't even like him anymore.
Ooh.
And that's not to say that I don't love him, because I do.
And again, another aspect of relatable content for me. I've been in a codependent relationship. I don't think it was. I don't. My ex wasn't necessarily like. I mean, he's probably addicted to gaming. Yeah, he was definitely addicted to gaming.
It's just all the emotional abuse, and
Yeah.
he tells me I'm too needy, which I know I'm needy, but you can't push someone away for days and days at a time and then expect them just to sit there and wait for you to decide to get sober or to want them around. And it also makes me angry that he can indulge in his addiction and I'm here fighting so hard to overcome mine. I stay stuck and I stay in an emotional place where I don't like myself, I doubt myself, and a lot of times I just feel like giving up.
And it sounds like she just didn't really have the strength to see that she could move on without him and heal and grow. Yeah. It took me a long time to let go of my ex. And I don't think. And eventually, what I realized is like staying in that relationship was a choice I was making. I'm not blaming my ex. It was a choice I was making that was keeping me where I was at and keeping me from being able to make certain shifts and changes. Because in my experience, I was deeply afraid that losing weight would mean he would no longer find me attractive. And that was like a deep seated thing I've talked about previously as well. But it's just like, our relationship basically had to implode. And when I look back on it, as hard as it was, I'm glad it did.
Yesterday and the day before, I found myself just begging this person to just let me go. Just tell me goodbye. But he just kept saying he didn't want to lose me.
And it's like she can't even conceptualize that she has the choice to walk away. It's sad.
He doesn't want to lose me, but he continues to hurt me. I put up with the emotional abuse for a long time because I was just so lonely that I'd rather put up with him being mean and cold sometimes.
Is she talking about Jean here or her past relationship? I'm assuming she's talking about Jean based on how this was edited, but I just wanted to clarify. Because I'm sure like people who've watched her longer or like knew of her story longer than me will know better than obviously I will.
Rather than being alone. When he's sober, I have never felt closer to another human being. We have a spiritual connection that
Thanks, Laurel.
is just something I've never experienced with anybody else ever. He's just not in a place to want to move forward. And I can't stay stuck with him. Because if I stay stuck there, I'm going to die of cancer.
That's so scary, man. Like, I've thankfully never been diagnosed with something as like alarming and scary as cancer. Just the thought that I could potentially be diagnosed with those things was a level of terrifying I can't even express. To feel that true, like, because like in a much smaller sense, my diagnosis with diabetes made me feel like I'm fighting for my life, right? It made me feel like some of the words she's saying like are relatable, but like I feel like that kind of diagnosis takes that to like times fucking 20, dude. Like, and then of course, like knowing the ending, just Jesus Christ.
And sometimes it feels like I'd rather just die because I don't want to be without him. And I don't want to be alone. You have to be willing to work on your problems and move forward and try to get help. And he's just not in that place where he wants to get help.
And you can't make an addict want to change. They have to want it. That is the first step. They have to want it. I can think of someone who clearly doesn't. Some of y'all know exactly who I'm thinking of, but you have to want it. If they don't want it, then it's never going to happen.
And the only thing I can do is just let him go and move on.
I do try to prioritize whole foods in my diet, but I will say, like, sometimes it's just really difficult for me to be able to when I'm working around like different chronic illness issues and things, and it's just like sometimes I have to make the choice that's like I need to like eat this prepackaged thing versus not eating at all. And so I try to do my best. I try to set myself up for success. I try to do certain things in that regard, right? But it's also just one of those things where like I have to kind of let myself not be hyper restrictive, because I will cycle and I will fail if I don't do that. And I am doing everything in my power to try to prevent that, because I want to heal and I want to win a war that's going to be very long. So sometimes I really have to pick and choose my battles. Kitty! Oh, baby. So off topic, but I talked to my mom and I told her like if I make it to a certain point with my new job, I'm not gonna say when on the internet because I'm gonna keep that to myself, but I'm gonna get a cat, and I'm just like we're gonna see how it goes, but I want to make sure I'm in a place financially first before I take on a rescuing a cat. I want to rescue an older cat because I love older cats, and yeah. I have not had a cat since Rocky. I know a lot of you don't know about Rocky. Rocky was a cat I grew up with. He passed away when I was like 23-ish, 23, 24. He was my baby, and he was my best friend. And I lost him through like the experience of cat dementia, which is a thing, by the way. And I didn't know that until I experienced it, and it was really hard. And for years and years and years, like I couldn't even think about getting another cat. In the past few years, I feel like I've been ready, but it's just I take animal ownership so seriously, and it's like it's a commitment. Like, so there's some things I want to do first, some things I want to purchase to have in the house before I go and pick out a cat or rescue a cat. But I think I'm ready, and I'm really excited about it. So just for a little happy moment in this sea of a lotness.
Excuse me, sir. Sir.
I love cats. Though her relationship with Jean was rocky, the love that she felt for her cats never wavered. See, again, more relate. Like I do relate to Jen in a lot of ways. Thanks, guys.
I am the stereotypical old cat lady, and I have absolutely no problem with that. This is my little Moo.
Hi, Moo.
I'm trying to make you a star. This is my piggy. This is my little old man.
Hi, My old man.
This is my best friend, the love of my life, my
Oh!
sweet boy. Piggy is going to be 12 years old.
Is she saying Piggy? Is the cat saying Piggy? Because first of all, adorable. Second of all, he reminds me like Rocky was orange, and they don't look alike, but like the oldness, the cute. Oh, I love him. Okay, and to the person who made the suggestion, honestly, I do eat a ton of veggies recently, and a lot of the recipes that I show, I don't show myself eating the like same things that I eat all the time, which is like protein, veggie type meals. I eat a lot of vegetables. A lot of vegetables. But I that's kind of what I am doing, you know. But in my videos I'm showing the more like interesting stuff, the things that are like new recipes I'm trying, because I'm, you know, content wise, you guys aren't going to want to see me steam vegetables and eat the same proteins over and over and over again. I may occasionally show different variations, but I love to eat broccoli, cauliflower, carrots, the sweet potatoes, obviously, salad, green beans. I was like, why am I struggling to think of what I've been eating recently? But no, I agree. Your suggestion is exactly like what I've been doing. It's like when you add higher volume vegetables, first of all, you're fuller, longer, it's lower in calorie, they're good for you, and I feel better. Um, and it's like there are some days where like I definitely should be upping my veggie intake more, but I try to not like be too harsh on myself. Like if there's a couple days here and there where I'm not eating vegetables, maybe I just need a break. Like me and veggies, like we have a great relationship, but I just need to like fucking breathe for a second and not eat a fuck ton of vegetables for like a day or two. But then I always go back to it. You know what I mean?
Old this summer, huh?
Oh my goodness.
So he has been with me through everything that I've been through in the last 12 years. Some mornings I wouldn't have even got out of bed if it wasn't for him, because I knew I had to take care of him. So he is one of the reasons that I get out of bed every morning.
My Rocky lived for 18 years. He was a good old man. I miss him so much, and it sounds like this is her Rocky, and at least in my frame of reference, you know.
My mom actually found him before she passed as a stray, and we brought him in, and he's been my baby ever since.
Oh, that adds layers for sure. As she continued uploading to YouTube, her content became more varied. Ooh, intrigue.
Next, we're going to do viewer mail. First, we're going to start with this one. I'm sure not to show my address this time.
Relatable.
Oh my gosh.
I got another
Starry Night.
I'm so paranoid about that. I'm like, whenever I'm editing my PO box unboxing or my mail unboxing videos, whatever, I'm like, oh wait, what's that? Is that maybe an address? No, crop it out, cover it. Yeah, absolutely not. That's scary.
Planner. Fruity Pebble tea. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It is a beautiful gold and purple rose.
I'm obsessed with that. What is that? I want that. Sorry, we're getting way off the tone here, but that's gorgeous. I'd maybe want it in silver, but I digress.
I am now an official YouTuber. I have a ring light.
Yay, good for you. I don't understand how people can be on YouTube for years and years and years and like never use any kind of like lighting source. Some days I get lazy and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm gonna grab my light, but I try to be like, nah, get that light, bitch.
Everybody who has sent me something, I'm gonna try not to cry because we all know that I'm a crier.
Same.
Everybody who has sent me something, I am so beyond appreciative.
Yeah.
Even the people who have sent me emails and left me messages and comments, and everybody who has been supportive of me, I appreciate it so very much.
I'm going to touch on this for a second. And it's not to like incite beef or start anything, but when I went into Yaba's stream, the one and only time that I did, something she said to me, she said it directly to me in the stream. She said that because at the time this was when I made the video being like, let's stop the ALR comparison, and she's like, I don't think you're like ALR. I think you look like Life by Jen and act like somebody else. And I knew what she was doing, and I understood what she was trying to get from me, and like the purpose of that kind of comment. And I knew that I thought it was extremely distasteful because Jen has passed. I thought it was really a gross thing to do and say. And I felt like it was just a really weird thing to say overall. But as I'm watching this, and I've been, that's been something in the back of my head a little bit with making this decision to react to this, with talking about this at all. And then of course, like as I'm watching this, it's just like, in terms of like how she was online and how she's acting here and backstory and everything, and this like earnest desire to change, those are all things that I relate to. And I feel like, having watched this when it first came out and watching other kinds of content, watching other kind of reaction content, I've really been able to take these people's experiences and do everything I can to try to apply them, of things of what not to do, what not to be, and the things that are good and are things that I maybe would benefit from emulating, like this level of gratitude here. I feel like for myself, I'm just someone who consciously practices gratitude, and that's something that I did learn in therapy. I feel like that improves my mental health, my state in life, a lot of things, because I feel like this moment that I just watched of her, that we just watched of her, is something I feel the exact same way about with the people that choose to engage in my content. And I think that it's a really gross thing that someone wanted to compare me to someone who died from their struggle of their weight, as like a gotcha moment or whatever. But as a person, I don't think Jen was a bad person. I think that Jen and I have very similar struggles in life. And I want to do everything I can to have, since I've had the opportunity to view her life in this way, to use that as the warning call to see what did or didn't happen here, to prevent myself from losing my battle. And that is like kind of the darker reality of it, right? And this is hard, like making the choice to engage in this, to watch these things, to put in the effort to change, to have the desire for the change. I want the memory of someone like Life by Jen to help not just myself, but other people, you know? I'm gonna look at the chat real quick. I've been ignoring it for a hot minute. Yeah, sweet potato fixations are, I need to go buy more. It's been too many days without sweet potatoes, and I'm like losing my mind. You have two cats that'll be 17 in October. Oh, Lee, that's awesome. She does. She has such a sweet soul. Thank you, Angela. Jen was a bright spot in girl world. I think you are more emotionally mature than those people. I appreciate that, Angela. Sincerely, thank you. And yeah, I mean, it wasn't right of her. It wasn't. I mean, I have no interest in engaging in drama, and that's not what me bringing up. I thought about whether or not I was going to bring up that point, and I figured at some point I would. Um, I mean, I feel like that particular reactor shows their true character over and over and over again, but that's not the point of this video today. So we'll move on.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is, if you have had any idea to send me anything, or if it's in your heart to send me something, for me, what I would
like, I have such an emotional attachment to a chicken shredder because it was the first thing any of you guys ever sent me. Like, I'm like emotionally attached to this chicken shredder. I will cry the day that it breaks. I used it again recently. I just prepped some chicken breast in the Instapot like yesterday or the day before. It was the day before. It wasn't yesterday. And it just, oh my God, it just makes my life so much easier. I love it so much. Again, Jessica, if you ever watch this playback, thank you. I've thanked you like 20 times, but seriously, I'm obsessed with it. And just knowing that like someone out there saw a need in me and chose to send me that, like, I don't want to cry.
would ask that you do is find another YouTuber who may not be getting as much attention as I am and getting as many gifts as I am, and could benefit from some kindness. There's always somebody out there who can benefit from kindness. So, without further ado, we will
She's such a kind person, man. Jesus.
start and we will make the first drawing. You ready, Pig Pigs? Let's pick the first winner. And the first prize winner is The Wind Took My Beach and the Ocean Brought It Back. Very unique username.
Long one,
so
too.
You are the winner of the $20 Amazon
Some of y'all have crazy usernames sometimes. I'm like, Jesus.
gift card. She's like the bubble wrap queen. My name's Jen, and this is going to be my first video on the basics of crochet.
Oh, cool.
My mom tried very hard to teach me how to crochet. Both my mom and my great aunt crocheted. And for
my grandma and my mom had an embroidery business, and I really wanted to learn how to sew. It just ended up never really happening. My granddie was so fucking talented. My mom was really good, but she hasn't really strongly engaged in that activity since my granddie died, like, how many years ago? Somewhere between 15 to 18 years ago. I was 15 when it happened.
For years, my mom tried to teach me, but my mom was right-handed and I'm left-handed. So when she was trying to teach me, it always looked backwards to me. So I had such a hard time. Then when I was older, I was in my 20s, I started watching videos on how to crochet, and I kind of picked it up from there, and I kind of taught myself.
Jen would also make videos addressing other figures in the weight loss community, one in particular. Oh boy. Oh, wait, I think I remember this part.
What I have a problem with is the people that enter into the weight loss community and say they want support and say they want to lose weight. And then you find out that they never had any intention of losing weight. They never had any intention of being honest about why they're here. They came into the community because they know the weight loss community gets a lot of views. There's one person in particular I'm speaking about, but I started following this person at least a couple of years ago. And at the time, I loved her personality. I saw a lot of myself in her as a younger person. I could relate to what she said she was going through, what she went through in her younger days. I related a lot to her. She started gaining more and more followers, and more people started saying that she was fake and she was lying. And then she started getting a lot of trolls. And I felt bad for her. I thought those people were just hating on her and that she was just having a hard time. And then I started reading the comments, and I started wondering if maybe they were real, if they were being honest, and if it was true. And in the last couple of weeks, I can tell that it's very obvious now that she is only here to make money off of this community. And that makes us all look bad. Like, she'll start her video saying she's on a diet, and she'll end her video at a fast food restaurant eating a ton of food. Don't mislead people that want to support you and that want to be there for you, and then find out that they've just wasted their time supporting you because you don't want the support.
Yup.
Today I'm going to be talking about Amberlynn Reid doing the Optavia plan. I kind of have to wonder if this is Amberlynn being scammed or if this is Amberlynn trying to scam her subscribers.
And see, this is another aspect, like, out of anyone else on this side of the internet, like, I relate to Life by Jen so much. It's because it's like I am critical of people that make decisions from places like that, because it's like, if you're not going to be genuine, then like, why the fuck are you showing up?
This Optavia, as many people have pointed out, is a pyramid scheme.
Jen was, however, more similar to Amber than she liked to admit. You know? Yeah. And the reality is sometimes I feel like that can be applied to my content too. If I'm being like real, you know?
When I made the video about Amberlynn and about her Optavia adventures, I guess people were assuming that I was trying to say that I was better than Amberlynn or whatever, and that was not my intention either. Those people
also same
who said I was a hypocrite, as well as the people who said I needed to focus on my own weight loss journey and on my own life instead of worrying about somebody else's, were completely right. I do.
And that's why I don't spend a lot of time commentating on specifically her and another person.
You need to focus on me and not worry about what other people are doing. Amberlynn Reid posted a video of her using an electric scooter at Walmart. So I'm going to be honest with you guys, and as you probably guessed, I use those. And I also, it's not something that I am proud of. I use an electric wheelchair, which is what I'm sitting in right now. That's why I was working with a physical therapist, so I can get to the point where I don't need this whatsoever.
I'll say for me, in a grocery store, I've never used the scooter. In fact, I documented the first time I've publicly used a scooter, and that was very recently when I went to the Fairy Festival. And for the first part of the day, I didn't rent the scooter until after we had lunch. And I did that so I could continue on about my day, because I forgot my camper chair and I would have nowhere to sit for the fairy dance performance that we witnessed, which was also at the furthest part of the park. And I was already struggling with nausea from the heat and all of that. So I knew that I needed to accommodate myself. And honestly, at my heaviest, I was so embarrassed about the stigma of fat people using scooters that it was like one of those things where I was like, to a point of detriment. I was like, I will never use one of those. I don't care if my leg is broken. Like, I'm going to stay home. I will pay someone to go shopping for me instead. Like, I refuse. I don't want to be caught on peopleofwalmart.com. Like, I used to say shit like that all the time. And so it was kind of a big deal for me that I made the decision to do that, and that, like, not only was I okay with it, but I enjoyed myself. And it was one of the first times that I really got to like experience something like that truly uninhibited, like where I wasn't like so out of breath and like miserable. And that was like my first real experience doing it, and I'm really glad that I did. And it's something that I definitely don't ever plan to use as like a permanent fixture, or like if I'm going to go grocery shopping, I don't plan to continue to use the carts in that way, or the scooters in that way. But I also feel like when those things are used in a sensationalized way, that's not a good thing either. You know what I mean? As her channel grew, so did the amount of criticism she would receive. Yeah, I feel that. That's just the nature of YouTube. That's the nature of the internet. The more eyes, the more criticism, the more hate. Period. Like, that's just how it works. Though she tried to convince her audience the hate didn't get to her, it was obvious that it often occupied her mind. Yeah. I try to not let it. It's hard, man. It's hard.
Welcome to the very first edition.
I used to have glasses just like that, but they were white leopard print with a Hello Kitty bow. I love those are so cute. I quite literally I should show you guys a picture sometime. I'm not going to interrupt it right now, but I one of my like Facebook profile pictures recently, I saw those glasses and was reminded of them, and I was like, "Oh my god, they're so cute." I think they like broke or something, but I loved shit like that.
Of the troll files. Okay, so we all know as long as there's fat girls posting videos on YouTube, there's going to be trolls. So I'm going to read to you guys my favorite troll comments from my first month on YouTube.
I've like purposefully not done this video. I'm not saying I will never, but I've purposefully not done this video. Because I do feel like that they create cycles of like receiving more hate. Like the more attention you bring to the hate, the more hate you're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I still will address comments and like community posts, or I will like mention them in a video. You guys have seen me do that, but like, I feel like creating this massive spotlight can create this never-ending cycle, and it's also one of the reasons why I try to make a concerted words. Try to make a concerted effort to address the positivity far more frequently.
Marianne said, "What do you eat to be so fat?" Well, I think a better question is, what don't I eat to be so fat? I mean, obviously, if I'm this fat, I'm eating everything. So you get the award for my very first troll comment. Let's give Marianne a round of applause.
He's funny.
Somebody left a comment, "You have a fat face." Ooh, so shocking.
Because, you know, I think the comments that I tend to address, they aren't the ones like that, because those I'm like, okay, and I mean, I don't know. But from my experience, though, I've been doing internet stuff for a long time. So things like that, I'm just like, okay, congratulations, you have eyes. Good job for you, buddy.
Tell me something I don't know. I mean, hello. Chins for days. Was a joke more chins than a Chinese phone book or something like that? I also want to give a special mention to the person who gives my video a thumbs down within the first 10 minutes of every single video. You rock. That's dedication, my friends. And most of the people I've found that leave the rude comments and the trolls don't have pictures, don't have videos, because they don't want their lives judged. They feel comfortable judging everybody else, but they aren't brave enough to put their lives out there to.
If you're not able to even put your face out on the internet, I don't want to fucking hear it. Same, girl.
Be judged. I will not be involved in drama. I will not tolerate drama. If you want to leave me rude comments, mean comments, that I don't care about. That is just neither here nor there. But as far as following me around to other people's videos and other comments that I make and leaving drama comments, trying to start drama where there isn't any, I'll not tolerate that.
"4 years and 1 month until Jen's death." So that was all in the span of a month? So, because that last card where it said 2 months was a while ago. So all of that was in the span of a month. Oh, so she was also pumping out a lot of content too. So she talked about ALR that many times in a month. Oh, I see why people were giving some of that feedback. Fueled by negative emotions, Jen would ultimately succumb to her urges. Yeah. The more you focus on negativity, the more likely that is to happen. And I mean, and that's coming from a very like lived experience perspective.
I've spent the last 3 hours crying. I lost someone I loved to addiction 4 years ago. And I'm on the path of losing someone else because they don't want help. I set my boundaries again. And just so happens those boundaries was the day before his birthday. And I wasn't feeling well the day of his birthday. And I didn't even wish him a happy birthday.
I mean, I'm gonna let her keep talking, but this seems odd. She must have really been emotionally manipulated to feel this strongly about something that was not a purposefully malicious act.
The person that I love more than anyone in this world. I didn't even acknowledge his birthday because I was so selfish. And so to punish myself,
Oh God.
I'm eating. So this is what an emotional binge looks like. This is what it looks like when you don't care.
I'm skipping this, guys. Sorry.
I made him feel so horrible. None of his family even acknowledged his birthday either.
There's so much I want to say. I don't know where to start. This is like actively what I avoid to do. This is dangerous. Not in a, and again, not in a malicious way. Like, first and foremost, she's very heavily, clearly in a victim mindset. I made a mistake, so I'm a bad person, so I deserve to punish myself. And I'm going to punish myself not only by eating, but I'm going to eat on camera and publicly humiliate myself. Everything about this is toxic. It spreads that to other people. Like, this is triggering content in and of itself, like outside of the context of this video that I'm reacting to, which is a documentary about someone who's passed. Like, this, like at the time of its upload, like this is a triggering act to people with binge eating disorder. You saw me starting to skip through. I don't. So that's like almost the rest of this video. I just don't want to watch her eat. I don't know if I should just move on to the next video or play this out. This is one of those things where like her emotional reaction and her desire to be, you know, who I think she is at her core, like a good person, like is outweighed by the toxicity of her unchecked behaviors, her unchecked mental health, and all of that, and is inadvertently harming people in an effort to try to make something right. That again, I think is being fueled by probably some intense emotional manipulation from another addict. I don't know what I want to do, to be honest with you. If I end up noping out, I'm going to hit play, but I may end up noping out and moving on to the next video because that's a lot. That's a lot for me specifically.
And he just wanted me to just say happy birthday to him and watch a movie with him. But I had to set my boundaries the day before.
Wow, this is so fucked up. This is so fucked up. If he did something that was worth setting your boundaries for, your boundaries being crossed because it's its fucking birthday, it's just not the fucking point, girl. My God, this is just a lot.
I had to be a strong person. And I made him feel alone.
Can't make anybody feel certain things. That was their response to your action. I'm pausing a lot. This is hard for me to get through. Sorry, y'all. I'm not. Yeah. No.
I hate myself.
Yeah. Yeah. And making a decision to publish this is spreading that seed of self-hatred to other people or re-inflaming their own.
But I feel like I deserve the misery.
Well, the victim mindset. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm moving on to the next video. I'm done. I'm not doing that anymore. Nope. We're moving on. It's just her talking about that for the rest of the video, and then it says continue to part 2. So we're gonna continue to part 2 because I'm no, I'm not doing that. No. Thank you, Lee. I'm not doing that. No, no. I'm setting a boundary at that point with that. No. Oh, it was not share. Hold on, it's not sharing, guys. Sorry, give me a second. Oops, my bad. Hold on. I closed out the old tab and I thought I switched it over. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. Three years and 6 months until Jen's passing. Jen had claimed that negative remarks did not get to her, but it was clear that that was simply not the case.
I've lived in this building for 8 years, and I've known this particular woman for 8 years. She's just not very sociable. I just know I've spoken to her. We've exchanged hellos. Yesterday, I was on my way downstairs. I offered to get my neighbor's mail and get my own mail while I was going down. I was waiting on the elevator, and the elevator door opened, and she was on the elevator, and she was standing almost directly in front of the elevator door, kind of like blocking the door, and there was nobody else on the elevator but her. And she kind of looked at me like a deer in the headlight kind of look, and she was like, well, how about I just send the elevator back up for you? And it kind of flabbergasted me. Usually I have a comeback, but it caught me so off guard because I didn't expect that from her. I was very blown away, and I was like, oh, okay. So I just waited for the next elevator to come, because the first thing I think is because I'm fat. Probably that's a defense thing. Probably maybe it's because it's a true thing.
I think the reality is it's the logical thing. You know, it's shitty, but at the same time, like, I guess I'm of the opinion that, like, in the moment, I think something like that would jar me. It would upset me in some capacity, but in the same breath, in the same notion, I think it's like there's also a couple of factors, like how up to date is the elevator? Is there like an actual safety concern? Those are things I would take into consideration personally. I don't know if she mentions that or not, but it's like, if that person is concerned about something like that, then I'm of the like let them theory. Like, yeah, that's kind of an asshole move, but I don't know. I feel like I've just had so many different experiences. To me, that's lower level in terms of fat shamey situations, and not at all like trying to dig at Life by Jen talking about this or indicate that any of her feelings are invalid, because she's totally valid to feel however she would need to feel about being treated in that manner.
I don't know why she wouldn't have wanted me on the elevator with her. I've ridden the elevator with her before, with her and other people. So.
Oh, that is weird. That's weird.
I know I'm big, but I'm not too big to fit on an elevator.
That is weird, actually. With that context, that's weird. I don't get that then.
So it really, really hurt my feelings more than I probably should have let it. And it's funny that I would let something like that hurt my feelings when I'm on the internet and I put myself out there and I get some really hateful, critical comments that don't affect me. But I guess because this is real life hurts worse than the internet. So that left me feeling really self-conscious about myself. I decided to go and get a snack out of the machine. My mindset was to eat because I wanted to eat the feelings away.
The fact she's able to so like coherently break down the steps and the emotions behind them, it's just like it's like so clear to me. The piece that she's missing is like the extended educated third party to review the behaviors and figure out how to self block, how to prevent the walk to the vending machine. You're not going to win every battle. You're not going to prevent yourself every time. But if you're able to recognize those emotions, especially like in the moment, there's just literally one more step you have to take, and that's the coping skill. That's the coping process. It's the diversion of the behavior. And if she had someone to help her walk through that in like real time as the events are happening that are not the internet, I think I've already said it. It's like, especially like earlier in life too, things could have been very different.
So
I firmly believe therapy is life-saving in that kind of regard for so many people.
Little like cherry cheese Danish thing out of the vending machine and a little bag of cheese puffs. I felt bad.
And I feel like something that I've been trying to work on for myself and figure out is like sharing those little details of like what you ate, things like that are what get focused on when people like try to sensationalize the transparency that she's showing in these behaviors as like wanting to like help people through sharing her journey. It's like, yeah, you can still do that, but sharing the like I ate this and this and this, like those are the things that I try to walk back, because those are the things that people like hyper focus on and turn into a joke, you know what I'm saying? And in terms of like the commentary that surrounds channels like her, like mine, like other people's.
About myself, and I still feel horrible about myself. I was really, really close to just saying, forget it, this sucks. I'd rather just eat my feelings and not worry about it. If I wouldn't have been morbidly obese, I could have had this cancer situation taken care of a long time ago.
And I think the other thing with Jen, it's just like, as I keep watching her, it's just like that unchecked victim mentality is something that I relate to within my past self. I see that so clearly in the verbiage she's using and how she's discussing these situations as like this like generalized helplessness that I'm beating a dead horse here at this point. It's like that in therapy can absolutely be checked. And I am periodically checking the chat, guys, so I'm sorry if I'm not engaging as much, but please feel free to share whatever. And sometimes I am a little bit late to reading the responses, so I do apologize for that. But I just have a lot to say on all of this, and I want to stay focused on that for sure.
I've been on with my life. She was okay with getting on the elevator with somebody else, but not with me. Thursday, I had a really big, horrible binge. The biggest binge I've had so far this year. I ordered a large pizza, a large thin crust pizza.
You don't need to share these parts. It doesn't aid. In fact, I feel like it subtracts, it sensationalizes. And also, it gives people ideas, you know?
A 2-liter of Pepsi and a dozen chocolate chip cookies. I was also given a half of a strawberry cheesecake and a half of a custard pie. And in the course of the day, I ate all of that. I feel worthless. I feel ashamed. And I wonder if I will ever succeed. I'm going to keep trying because I don't have anything else. It's either this or dying. And I don't want to die. This week in my building, we had somebody on my floor, a gentleman passed away. Thinking about death and dying kind of triggers my OCD side and makes me kind of paranoid, and it makes me start thinking about death and dying and medical conditions, and my brain works overtime, and that triggers anxiety for me. I usually lack the motivation to try if it doesn't come easy, and if I don't see immediate results, I get frustrated and I give up.
Recently, I believe the first person that I really heard talk about it was Leo Scapi. I know some stuff happened with him recently. I still follow him on social media, but there was like a couple moments where I was like, with some of his stuff. But before that, he made a video that talked about how motivation's a fickle bitch, because it is. Motivation absolutely is fickle. And I believe what he said to focus on instead was dedication, and focusing on being truly like dedicated to even outdoing the lack of motivation in those moments. Like, you can't rely on motivation. And I found that to be very interesting and fascinating, and something that I've been trying to figure out, because I also too have a motivation problem and feeling motivated. And I think motivation is a great tool to have, but again, it's something that is not reliable. It's not something that you can constantly fall to provide you what you need to be consistent in your changes of self, I should say. Jen was once again struggling to lose weight. She did several things in an attempt to quell the cravings she had for food.
So I did attend my first OA meeting yesterday, my first one in a very long time. Yesterday I felt kind of like I was struggling and I needed some extra support. And I thought, what better way to do it is at an OA meeting? So I did attend one. It was a 12-step program, and that's something that I definitely need to start working on again. And I ordered my materials, my workbook, my 12-step book. I'm going to start journaling from that. And then lastly, I have my therapy appointment on Thursday.
Oh,
and I will let you guys know how that goes.
so that was like her first mention of therapy on her channel. Okay. So I'll say this. I have actually tried OA in the past. As a lot of you know, I have like some religious trauma. OA is not for me. I remember I left that meeting and I was like so irritated by the end of it. I felt so frustrated. Like it was so unhelpful to me and I felt like it just was not for me. Like I think it is for some people, but in the way that it's structured is so religiously based. Not for me. Okay, so she did enter therapy at some point. Her therapist suggested she write a letter to her father. That's a great idea. Who she attributed to being the source of her addiction to food. Yeah, I mean, there's always a source to the behaviors, right? Like for me, I feel like the core was the extreme traumatic events that started at the age of 6 for me. And so, but at some point, when you work through these things, you have to realize that, like, those are no longer reasons. Once you grow through, like, yeah, those were reasons when I was a child. But as you grow, as you change, as you mature, like, you have to prioritize your healing and you have to find places of whatever that is for you to heal. For me, that was like acceptance, forgiveness for myself, because you don't necessarily have to forgive a perpetrator of who harmed you, your abusers. You don't have to forgive those people. That's never a have to. That's a choice, and it's a beautiful choice when you're able to make it. And I think in some ways there has been forgiveness, but there's still some like I think like feelings for at least for me in that situation. And I actually did write a letter to that person. He's currently serving 30 years in federal prison for charges unrelated to me, against someone else who was in the same age range that I was. And I wrote a letter to him. I actually looked up what place he was at. I was like, I seriously considered sending it, and then I ended up choosing not to because I felt like that was such a big door to open. And ultimately, I decided that it was going to be more harmful than helpful to actually send it. But I too wrote a letter to him. And in like my earlier years of therapy, I think I mentioned this recently somewhere, I wrote a poster board. I wrote on a poster board a bunch of things with the therapist about a bunch of different, mainly about one person, but like a bunch of other things, just like things in general. And then we set it on fire in the parking lot. So like writing a letter and then burning it is a very, I feel, a very positive coping skill, regarding whatever your situation is with that. Oh, Jen was highly religious. Yeah, Jen was highly religious. Jean was QAnon adjacent. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Okay. So then, yeah, I guess that would make sense that something like OA may actually be more beneficial for her than someone like me. So that's interesting. I did not know she was highly religious. I don't know if they ever touch on that in this series. Maybe they do and I forgot, but I did not know that.
Dear Dad, it still bothers me that I can't remember when it all started. Who was that little girl that trusted everyone? Who slept through
I don't
their
need to
own
hear
well-being?
that.
I
She
forgive
didn't need to
you.
share that. She didn't need to share that with the internet. I honestly don't want to hear it. Jen was in a fragile and emotional state of mind. She would take her frustration out on the audience. Yeah. It's so hard when you're in the moment like that. God, I feel like literally that was yesterday for me in a sense. It was different. Like, obviously, I didn't take frustration out on the audience, but I acted out of emotion. And when you're in the moment, you don't fully see it. And then when you get out of it, you're like, oh shit, like, I fucked up, you know? At least for me.
People pick at everything when you are on YouTube. Every video I put out, there are YouTube doctors, lawyers, psychiatrists, life coaches.
Yeah, you say anything, suddenly the expert with no profile is in your comments telling you why everything you said is wrong and that they went to school for 20 years and da 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 da. And it's just like, okay, sure.
Spiritual advisors. Everybody thinks that they're a professional and they know what's best for you. I've been feeling very stressed and very not like myself. Since I haven't been feeling well, it's been very difficult for me because I find myself getting irritated at comments very easily. And that is because of my depression and about my anxiety. The answers I was giving to people on YouTube of some of the comments normally don't bother me, but I found some of the comments were bothering me. And like I said, it was nothing about the comment itself. It was my state of mind dealing with the things in my life. And it was just, that's where I was taking it out at.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Absolutely.
And I was even taking it out on someone in my real life. Oh, there's been a few people that have been quite worried that I wear the same shirt all the time. I have 3 shirts like this and I just ordered a 4th. And I don't feel I have to justify, but I'm just throwing it out there because I've seen more than one person comment.
Yeah, because I mean, I can relate to that. I mean, I haven't had a lot of people comment on it, but like, especially when I'm cooking, I've thought like I've been a little worried about that because I tend to wear the same things because I change my clothes like multiple times in a day, and that's just something I do like sensory wise, and like I try to not wear my cuter things when I'm in the kitchen. So in my cooking videos, sometimes over the span of like a couple days, I'll be wearing the same thing that I only wore while I was cooking, and then I'll change out again because the things that I'm wearing are like my house dresses or whatever. And like I'm okay if they get food on them or, you know, whatever. And I wear them specifically for that purpose. And so, but yeah, especially like as you get larger, people tend to like nitpick things and point things out like that. So I can understand that frustration. And I wanted to address a comment in the chat. I used to think therapy was a scam. I finally went, and yes, it helped me so much. And to this day, it's still helping me. You know, Crystal, I hear you. And I think especially it's like depending on how you were raised. Like my mom has a psychology degree, and therapy and mental health was something that was very supported, and it came from an educated stance in my household. That in and of itself is a blessing and a privilege that a lot of people don't have. And so when mental health is like demonized and not fully understood in that realm, I can understand why people would have that perspective. Also, when you have negative experiences from therapists that aren't worth their fucking salt, then absolutely it's going to cause those problems, you know. So I hear you. Thank you for sharing that. Because I just think that, you know, if you're not working out in therapy, then, you know, there just may be an issue with the kind of therapist you're going towards. You need to make sure that there is that like connection. And sometimes you do kind of have to shop around for a therapist, which some people tend to like demonize that when it's like, if you're going in, the with the amount of like history and trauma I have to treat the first 6 sessions of therapy as like catching my therapist up on the lore. That's how I refer it to people. Um, because I have to kind of give them my framework. And then I also, in the first couple of sessions, basically interview them and I try to understand their style. I try to understand how they're going to be, like, how they like to approach therapy the most, things like that. Because the style of therapy, whether or not if anyone's even mentions religious based therapy, I won't even go into their office or connect with them. You know what I mean? But I have to work with what works for me. For some people, that might be an absolute requirement. Like, you might need someone who has God in mind because that's your belief structure. Um, Again, it's therapy is such a personal thing. And depending on what your needs are, some people just need some talk therapy. They just need someone to kind of bounce their problems off of. Some people, like me, need much more in-depth assistance and understanding.
About me wearing the same shirt all the time. People think that I don't leave my apartment very much, and I'm not sure where that assumption came from.
Your mouth, your agoraphobia, your own recount, right?
Um,
Am I crazy? That was literally what part one was about, unless she was talking in a past tense.
I know that I talked about in the past, I was a shut-in for many
And this is where I'm pausing too much. My bad.
years, but that's not the case anymore.
Okay.
I do leave my apartment. We have a common area in our building, and a lot of people just go there to socialize. People that start drama.
You're still not leaving your place of residence. Is that nitpicky? I don't know. You're still not, like, you're not going out. You're not venturing into the world. You are cohabitating and mingling with your neighbors, and that is better than shutting in. That's absolutely true. But again, I might have paused too soon.
Are not adults. They're acting like children. I have no tolerance or patience for any of that. If you disagree with me or you're critical of me, I will not delete you or block you. I am perfectly okay with being criticized. I may feel or act defensive at first, probably because if I do that, there is a reason or there's some truth behind it. There is still talk about in my comments about I'm not losing enough weight and I'm not being honest about what I'm eating. I don't know how much people expect me to lose. In the end, if I lie about what I eat, it's not hurting you guys at all. It's hurting me. Even if I eat a large pizza and I don't tell you guys, I'm the one that's paying for that.
She also just doesn't owe it to the audience, man. Like, and as I was saying earlier, like, it's not necessary. Like, I feel like just a lot of people sometimes they want that kind of content to be like, see, like, she's not doing this, that, or the other. See, she's fucking up. See, she's failing. And it's like, there's a difference between, like, lying by omission, which I don't think that's what this is, and just choosing to keep some parts of it personal. Like, she can talk about the feelings around those failures, she can talk about those moments, but then it's because it's like that kind of stuff will fuel the behaviors of, like, that ice cream sandwich binge that she recorded that I couldn't even fucking watch, you know?
You guys will not be hurt by that at all. It's me I'm hurting. So I'm not obligated to tell you guys anything or everything.
She's really not. She's really not. Despite multiple binges, Jen would slowly get herself back on track, though it was clear she was afraid of moving forward with her health journey. Yeah, you really got to unbag that shit in therapy, man. That's what I've been doing. And I'm still afraid, but it makes it easier when you've unpacked some of it. Actually, guys, I really need to run and use the bathroom super quick. So if you want to go grab a drink of water, run to the bathroom or something, I won't be more than like a minute or two. But I just need to run to the restroom real fast. So I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Okay. Like I said, I'd be right back. I also checked the thermostat's freaking 82 degrees with the AC on. What the hell is that about? Just Florida things, I swear.
So I weighed first thing this morning and I was just so happy. I was texting everyone and messaging everyone and telling everyone my good news. I weighed in at 517.8, which is a 23.3 pound loss since January the 7th. And I am so happy about that. Also a little scared too.
So wait, maybe I missed something. So she had some kind of regain at some point because the numbers are a little unclear, and I guess that's not necessarily the point. But I know she said she like lost 200 pounds or something. So I'm assuming there was like a lot of yo-yoing because she said she was over 600 at one point, and being 517, it's like how much did she regain? Like I guess I'm not fully understanding that.
Too.
I don't know if she was like ever transparent about that or not, but I'm gonna go back just a little bit.
I weighed in at 517.8, which is a 23.3 pound loss since January the 7th. And I am so happy about that. Also a little scared too, because I am now just 17 pounds away from being able to have an MRI and probably start radiation treatment for my uterine cancer. This week has been very difficult for me. And when I tell you I've had a difficult week.
So she had untreated cancer for like over half a year. Wow.
I'm not making excuses. It has not been a good end of the week. I will just tell you that. And I don't know if I would actually consider what I've eaten as a binge, other than just not good food and definitely not logging the calories and definitely not within the calories, to be honest with you guys. So that makes me wonder, are you really serious about losing weight? And in my head, yes, I am. I know why I have to lose weight and I know what I need to do to lose weight, but do I really want to? The answer to that is yes and no.
Yeah.
If I could just have a pass and have my surgery now and be more mobile now, I would continue eating whatever I want, whenever I want, and however much of it I wanted.
That's all mental. That's entirely all the unchecked mental part of it all.
Today I'm going to start a 21-day series, and hopefully I'm going to commit to completing it. We all know that I have troubles with commitment and carrying through with them.
Same. I feel like I keep saying that, but yeah, true. Like, yeah, that commitment, long-term commitment, and especially when it comes to my health. Matt has been like the struggle of my life. Convinced that the way to tackle her food addiction was through spiritual and emotional healing, she began a new series. It's not entirely off base, but yeah. I guess earlier I wasn't thinking so clearly on the fact that like she was actively dealing with cancer. Like there's a level of urgency there that really, in terms of the physical health, and that's one of those reasons it's like why at the age that I'm at, I'm really thankful that at this point I had the awakening that I did, because when it gets this far in, and she's 46 at this point, I believe, or 44, I don't remember, or she's somewhere in her 40s, I'll say. Um, when you get to like a certain point with so many years of the unchecked health in totality, you can do everything you can. You can do everything. You can try everything that you absolutely can, and it may still be too late. And the reality is like that's something I'm very cognizant of and very scared of when it comes to me and my journey here.
So what this is going to consist of is every morning I'm going to put out a video, and there will be a reading as well as a set of journaling
Exactly, Laurel.
questions and some affirmations and some meditations. And I will read those all to you. The book that I'm going to be using is called Mirror Work by Louise Hay, 21 Days to Heal Your Life. And then I'm also
I hate the like 21 days to heal your life, 30 days to change your life, whatever. Like I've done a lot of self-help stuff and I found parts of it to be very helpful. I've done shadow work. I find that to be very helpful. But again, without the framework of professional help, it can be very confirmation bias. It can be very difficult to kind of see through the change. It may heal parts of it. It may still help you. But again, anybody watching this, even if you think you don't need therapy, you probably need therapy to deal with the people in your life who think they don't need therapy.
also going to be using these. These are the Universe Has Your Back cards, and these are just positive affirmations. So my general practitioner is the one who prescribed my antidepressant, and he is more concerned with my depression than my other issues, my endometriosis and uterine cancer, because he says that if the depression is so bad that I'm unable to function in life, that I'm not going to be able to lose weight anyhow, so I need to take care of the depression.
Correct. Absolutely. And again, I'm someone with 2 depressive disorders, so absolutely. Like, and that's another reason why I'm taking that slow, sustainable weight loss approach, because I have to work around my depression. I have to work around several factors there, and it's hard, man.
Then when I talked to my oncologist, gynecologist, she says that I should be more concerned about losing weight than the depression. So they kind of just, both of them, it's been back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, God, and that's like when you get in this situation, it's like, I mean, they're both right in a sense, but it's at the same time, it's like, how are you going to address your physical health? Excuse me. How are you going to address your physical health if you're so depressed you can't get out of bed? So at that point, it's like, is the gynecologist very trauma informed? Probably not.
I go see my therapist, and my therapist has another opinion. So I have 3 medical professionals in my life, all giving me different sets of advice on.
That's so hard. Like when you have a medical team with conflicting medical advice. I don't think I've necessarily found myself in a triangle like that yet, but yeah, that's hard.
What to do and how to fix my life. So it's been confusing,
to say the least. Despite the countless ways she tried to heal herself emotionally, Jen continued to let her weakness for food destroy her. She honestly probably needed clinical ED care. Like I mentioned, I did that in 2017. God, she probably would have benefited so greatly from that. And I mean, being on government assistance, she may not have been able to get that kind of care covered, even though she absolutely needed it. I was on private insurance at the time that I was able to do that. That kind of care could have saved her too.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I tried to go get a candy bar out of the vending machine because I was just craving something sweet. I know myself well enough to know that it has nothing to do with this particular plan. It is any kind of a food plan. I have no desire to count calories. I have no desire to eat healthy. I just want fast food, junk food, and lots of it. And left to my own devices, that's what I would eat.
Jen would start a new diet known as the obesity code. Oh, I read the obesity code. Actually, I think that's what I did during my intermittent fasting phase I mentioned earlier. She would have some success on it. I did too, but the bounce back was rough. Oh my God, I would need to reread it to remember what it said, but I remember I used to like preach that book like it was the Bible for a hot minute, which is problematic in and of itself, right?
The official first week I lost, well, just over the first week I lost a little over 17 pounds, and I was feeling really good. I am 492.8 today. I am so ecstatic right now. This is the first time in probably 6, almost 7 years that I have been under 500 pounds. And I honestly sometimes didn't think this was going to happen again because I was so discouraged. So that is a total loss in the 21 days of 31.2 pounds. So now I'm going to be able to have an MRI. My next appointment with my gynecologist, my oncologist, gynecologist, I can schedule that. I have never found a method of eating, a food plan, or anything that has worked for me.
And I don't know if she ever did touch on this, but I find it interesting that, like, did she even try to find like a different doctor? Like, was that even an option for her, I guess? Because if she was on government insurance, then maybe it wasn't, right? Like, I don't want to assume she had access to things that she didn't, but it's like, did she, like, that's not been, I think, mentioned so far. And so it's like, was that ever something she did talk about? Was it something she ever did try? Was that something anybody ever brought up while these events were unfolding? Because I find that point interesting, that like, because even when I think to like recently with the whole like CT scan thing with ALR, it's like she did get referred to somebody else and they went and tried to do something else, but that wasn't even mentioned in this scenario.
Me so well. Probably a lot of it in the beginning is water weight because I had been eating really poorly before I started. So that probably contributed to a good bit of the weight that I released.
Whenever you're this big, when you initially lose weight, it's pretty dramatic and it's interesting because it's like you lose this like larger number and it becomes like a dopamine hit. And when you're someone with food addiction, it's like that's how a lot of people can end up having addiction transfer to the opposite end of it in terms of hyper restriction, hyper working out, doing behaviors that are unhealthy to keep that dopamine hit going in your head of seeing the scale go down. Like that's something else you have to also deal with. And that's again why when people are in these scenarios like myself or Life by Jen, like you need to be in therapy and have like some kind of third party to keep you in line. And as well for me, it's one of the reasons why I have a health coach, to kind of like have some level of accountability in that front.
I have never, on any kind of a food plan I have been on or diet that I've tried, I have never lost 17 pounds in 1 week. And it just motivates me.
That's a lot of weight. Yeah. That's not what y'all know my goals. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's a lot.
To keep moving forward. I had a disagreement with somebody close to me. I found out that they had been lying to me. And then I had a disagreement with somebody else. That put me in a really bad mood. I got, I guess you could say, triggered by another situation. Sometimes I don't know how to deal with situations and people that are difficult to deal with. That on top of everything else just I felt horrible. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I wanted to binge really, really badly. But luckily, I guess you could say luckily, I have nothing in my apartment that I would consider a binge on. I got angry because I didn't have anything to binge on. And I had planned on ordering a pizza. I was just in that place where I was fed up. So I made myself a drink. I made myself a whiskey sour because I didn't have the food to give me that fix and that comfort. So I decided to have a drink. So on Wednesday evening, I was emotionally upset and my whole body was aching. I had a headache. I was really thirsty. So I took my temperature and I did have a fever. It was 100.4. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I did have cereal a couple days. When I was not feeling well, I was craving cereal really bad. So I bought a box of Reese's Puffs. Around Thursday evening, my anxiety kicked in. My anxiety all centers around that there's something wrong with me. And when I feel just the slightest thing wrong with me, I blow it out of proportion and I think I'm dying. I was positive that I was dying of something. I didn't exactly know what, but in my head, I was dying. I'm a little hungry and it's that early time of the month and I'm feeling very stressed.
In an upcoming video, I actually talk about this. I won't get too much into it right now, but yeah, there's an upcoming, I think it's going to be released a week from today. So if you're a member, you may have already seen it. It was, I think, the most recent video I made available to members. It's called Battling Weight Loss Imposter Syndrome and the cycles of food addiction, I think. And I've recently come to starting to have those again for the first time, and it's just been a lot. And so I'm interested to hear what she has to say, if she goes into that or not. So I wonder if that was her experience, or if it's something. As I think sometimes people that were the size that I was, they still will have cycles, but that wasn't. I ended up losing them at some point.
Stressed, very emotional, very angry for no reason at all, just very angry, hormonal anger, I think. Just not good. I want to eat so bad. I'm so hungry. Today is my fasting day, but I'm not going to last till dinner time. A lot of people have accused me of being fake because I'm always happy and smiling and not showing any other kinds of emotions, but I think I am just like everybody else. I get mad, I yell. As I just did this morning, I had a big fight with someone.
I'm surprised people accused her of being fake. She's just so not that to me. She does not come across as fake at all to me.
This isn't me falling off of my diet. This isn't me stopping my weight loss journey. This isn't, I'm not dying. I'm not dead. I'm just dealing with a lot emotionally. I need to take care of the emotional things before it affects my physical things, because usually when I get upset, my first instinct is to turn to food. And being completely honest with you guys, I am wanting to turn to food really bad right now. I just yelled and cried and screamed and carried on for probably about an hour this morning, dealing with a relationship that is very difficult in my life. And I'm sure people have comments and advice on how to deal with those things. Whether I am dealing with them the way other people approve of or not isn't of my concern. For a long time, I blamed the other person for what I was going through, for everything. At the end of the day, it's my fault because I allow the things to happen. I missed my therapy appointment this morning and I missed that appointment because I was partaking in drama. My relationship is not open for discussion. I have my relationship the way I have it, and nobody has to be okay with it. It works, or
That pause was telling, girl.
or worked, whatever, for me and for the other person. And that's all that's important. Nobody has to understand it. Nobody has to approve of it. I don't know how somebody that just watches me upload a 20-minute video every day thinks they know what I do the other times during the day.
She has a point with that. However, you are the one that uploaded a video of you sobbing and binging on camera because you didn't wish this man a happy birthday. So I think there's logically things that can be derived from that. But I get the defensiveness reaction to that kind of accusation, especially when it comes to someone that you are in real life, like involved with, love, care for, you know?
I am having a really hard time with anxiety and depression. I'm not feeling like myself at all. Well, the beginning of last week, I started struggling really bad with depression. The end of the week before that, I had a meltdown and I called a family member and they came and talked to me and kind of talked me off the ledge. It was after my therapy appointment. Right now, at this stage in my life, I need help.
She had a meltdown after therapy and reached out to a family member instead of letting the therapist know. That's interesting because it's like, does that mean then that she wasn't honest with the therapist by the end of the session, that like she wasn't in a safe place? Like, was she just like so triggered that she blew up after the fact? I've got a lot of questions with that that'll never get answered, but that's interesting to me.
And it's more help than just therapy alone. So I did see my doctor and I am currently taking antidepressant medication. And honestly, right now, I don't love myself. There are certain situations that I feel I deserve in my life because I feel that I am not a good person.
That core belief is not your own. That was put into you by other people. Nobody deserves to feel that way. I mean that with every fiber of my being. Like, even if it's like people I don't like no one deserves to hate themselves. Unless like you're literally harming other people, children. You know what I mean? Like, other than that, like, everyone deserves to love themselves. Perfect and perfect. Like, you deserve to be your own friend. I don't wish that on anyone.
I have been off of my food plan, off of any kind of a food plan, and it's just been balls to the wall, eating whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. And the last 3 days have been really, really bad. I've eaten a lot of food before during a binge, but I don't remember eating continuously for 3 days like I have. I weighed myself this morning, and just in 3 days, I've gained 5 pounds.
When you're in an active binge moment like that, when you're off track, the last thing that you need to be doing is getting on the scale. What works for me is I will avoid the scale and I will focus on the behaviors and do what I can to fix the behavior. And then I wait a couple days and I get back on it. And generally most of the time what happens is I'm like where I was at the last time that I checked, because I gave myself time to course correct. And then I'm like, okay, so I'm back on track. Like, okay, that's fine. And I didn't get that negative reinforcement, because that higher number on the scale, the only thing that's going to do, especially for someone in her position, is fuel the shame, fuel the self-hatred, fuel the cycle. And I think that's what we're watching play out here.
To be honest, I don't know when I'm going to feel okay with telling everybody what I weigh. I'm very, very embarrassed that I've gained so much weight back in such a short amount of time.
Okay. So there was a lot of yo-yoing. Yeah, that makes sense.
I have not done well, but I have not given up. I won't give up. And I feel good about the path that I'm on again. Life isn't perfect. So I'm trying to just do what I can to stay above water and keep swimming and keep floating.
It is kind of weird hearing how when she's trying to be like positive and self-affirm and all of that, it is weird hearing her say like a lot of the things that I say to myself, that it does feel eerie in a way.
Jelly beans, a container of the Cadbury cream eggs, a Twix. I have a 6-pack of Pepsi, and I have
Wow.
half of a key lime pie. So this is the stuff I'm going to get rid of. So I did plan to do exercises every day, hopefully every morning. That's going to be my goal, is to do them every morning. The thing is, it can only get better from here. So this is the worst that it can get for me.
Despite our desperate to recover from the series of emotional binges, Jen would attempt to return to a healthier lifestyle, though it would be fruitless. And then to kind of go back on what we just watched, I think what I've realized in my experience as someone who makes content and documents my life and talks about like what I'm doing in terms of my exercise and my food. I found it interesting, like when she was first sharing all that stuff, I was like, oh, I guess either wasn't fully paying attention, or I just, until she said it, I wasn't fully aware that I thought she was like showing a grocery haul or something. I didn't realize she was like clearing out her food, which is a good thing. But like, I think the biggest thing that I've learned is like, I do allow myself to buy like certain things, especially in certain forms, like for example, the smaller bags of chips, things like that. Um, so that way I don't end up getting triggered to a point that I'm like ordering out food when I really shouldn't be, things like that. And just kind of helping prevent binge cycles to even begin. That's something that I found to be helpful. But there are some of those things like the 6 packs of full sugar soda, the pie, things like that, that like I actively avoid buying. Like, for example, a couple days ago, the discount store posted those like turtle cream pies, like from Edwards Pie or something. Those are like one of my brother's favorite things, and also I love them too. They're so good. In fact, it was like similar to that kind of pie she had. And I had that brief moment of like, oh, maybe I should tell my brother. And then I was like, no, I'm not even going to tell him, because if that comes into the house, like I will have some. And something like that does not need to be in the house. You know what I mean? And so, um, and for me, it's like there are some things I bring into the house because allowing myself to have those in like portion controlled settings again prevents the cycles from even starting for me as frequently. Because I will say, in watching this too, like yes, I have my struggles, and like I have stressors in life, and sometimes I will have binge moments, but my cycles were once this severe, absolutely, if not sometimes even worse. But currently in my current life, it's not this bad, and that is something that I worked really hard on, and I'm very thankful for, because I know what this feels like. I think some of you watching do too. Even if you're not this large, like you know that pain, that emotional burden. It's hard. It is beyond hard. It is so much deeper than just not being able to put the food down. It truly is just like, it is in every sense of the word an addiction. With each therapy session, Jen would be reminded of her childhood trauma, and it would lead her down a further spiral of self-destruction. Which is so interesting because it's like, was the therapist helping? And that then comes into question. It's like, what access of care did she have being on government assistance? And it's like, and that goes into bigger conversations that I don't necessarily want to divert into, but it's just like, you know, did she have access to good care? From her own recounts so far, it sounds like possibly not.
Yesterday, we talked about the really tough stuff. My childhood, the abuse in my childhood, and
I will say I am so happy to see her trying. I'm so happy to see her actually going. I know the feeling of skipping a therapy session because you just don't have it in you. I know that feeling. I've done that recently, but I only ever let myself do that for 1 week, and then I'm like, next week I'm there no matter what. Because it's when you do it repeatedly that is a problem. But sometimes you need a breather. Sometimes you need to not do it. I think when she said it though, it was like because she chose to engage in drama instead. Like, that's probably not what you should be doing, right? But sometimes if it's just the burden is just too much, sometimes therapy can be more harmful than helpful, which is why I've gone periods of time, stretches of time not doing therapy, because sometimes you just gotta live your fucking life and not therapize everything, you know.
things that I just don't like talking about revolving around my.
Assuming you have a history in therapy, I'm going to go back a little bit because I was just pausing so much, but assuming that you have a foundation in therapy, you know.
My childhood, the abuse in my childhood, and things that I just don't like talking about revolving around my and my dad. So one of the events that happened in my childhood that was there's a lot of things that were pretty traumatizing, but one of the things that had a lasting effect on my life, I don't remember the circumstances, what led up to this, but I remember standing at the top of our basement steps, and I remember standing there and the basement door was open. I don't even know how old I was, maybe 8 or 9. And I think my dad wanted me to go downstairs, and I was afraid, or I didn't want to, because that was one of the places my abuse happened regularly. He kicked me down the basement stairs with a pair of steel-toed boots on. I remember landing at the bottom of the stairs, and just for it in my head, it felt like a long time because I wasn't able to move. I'm sure now looking back, it was only a few seconds, but it seemed like a long time. The story that was told to my mom was that I just fell down the stairs, but in reality, I was kicked down the stairs. Having to talk about that, and then, of course, in therapy, you have to talk about how you feel about that now, and all that kind of stuff. And it's just memories that I don't like dredging up.
Something that I've learned over time, something I absolutely used to not do, is when you're unpacking things that heavy and that serious in therapy, the last thing that you should be doing is turning around and immediately talking about it publicly. Maybe in the future, maybe if you want to use a public space to talk about those types of topics, I think that people have the right to share their stories and their experiences. That's a lot. And you know, I feel like there's some more I wanted to say, but honestly, I'm so like overwhelmed by that admission and the level of weight and gravity that that trauma is in and of itself. it's just so indicative and kind of going back to everything that I've been saying so far about how much these behaviors are tied to the pain and the grief and the trauma that people experience. Because I have my own stories in that vein, um, that I don't really fully go into and have not gone into on my channel, and have very rarely gone into even on like when in my oversharing days. And just to bring it back to the point of like, it is so much more than just not being able to put the food down. It's so much more than that.
There is a part of me that knows that as I lose weight, I will have to have surgery. I will have to have radiation. I will have to have all these things, and that terrifies me. I don't know, part of me, I think, sabotages myself because if I don't lose weight, I won't have to have treatment. And I know that I can put off the inevitable.
Major avoidant response. Understandable in context. I mean, yeah.
But I also know that if I put off the inevitable of having surgery, that I'm increasing the risks of dying, which scares me. But it's something that I've been preparing myself for since I very first heard of my cancer diagnosis.
Wow. How long ago did they say? Like 3 years and was it 6 months or something? Jeez. She must have uploaded a lot. So 3 years and 4 months until her passing.
So yesterday I had an appointment with my nutritionist, and we'll just say that my nutritionist was not pleased with me. I was not following any of the suggestions or the meal plans or the any kind of guidelines that she had provided for me. As far as my nutritionist thought, she thought I was still following the plan that she had set up for me and that we had agreed on what was going to work for me and what my goals were. And I didn't reach any of those goals in the 2 months that I had last seen her.
Wow.
So I had to make a decision whether I wanted to continue on with the obesity code and doing what I wanted to do, or if I was going to follow her advice and the medical professional's advice and do what was medically best for me. My dietitian, well, nutritionist, and my
1 second, guys. Sorry. Sorry, guys. My brother just came home, so I just wanted to. Rosie, have you ever considered becoming a therapist? That's my dream, to be able to afford to go to school. That was like my dream job. Like if I was going to go to school, I wanted to get a psychology degree and be a therapist. So last Nashi, I want to thank you for asking me that question, because the answer is absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to. Maybe one day, but I'm not willing to go into student debt for it. So maybe one day, but you have a natural talent for it. Don't make me cry, Nashi. Thank you, though.
doctor. They both feel that it is in my best interest to follow the advice of my nutritionist and not do the obesity code and not do keto. I decided that I am going to continue on with what my nutritionist had set up for me. I'm going to stay within her guidelines. A lot of it has been a fear of what people will think. I was getting into the mindset of, if I don't have a loss of what people expect, I'll disappoint people, and I hate disappointing people.
And again, it's that external motivation that's that fickle fucking bitch, Jen. Like, you have to care about disappointing yourself. That took me forever to figure out, but like, you have to care about yourself enough and love yourself enough to care about disappointing yourself before disappointing other people. Like, yes, care about that. Sure, absolutely. That's valid emotion, right? You have to care about yourself enough to care about disappointing yourself. And in the reality of it, care about killing yourself in the slowest way possible, in the most passive way possible that I can think of, anyway.
What we have to understand is weight loss isn't a race. This journey is for myself, my health, and my well-being.
That contradicts yourself, though.
I am literally in a fight, in a battle, or a race to save my life, literally. Like I said, it is 1,800 calories a day, 3 meals.
That is. What am I going to say here? I'm going to be honest. That is way too restrictive. And y'all are welcome to disagree with me. That's not setting her up for success. I'm on a calorie deficit and I eat 2,800 calories a day and I weigh less than her. I mean, I think a lot of like the TDEE and stuff like that wasn't nearly as much of a conversation back when this was all going on. So this is and that's one of the reasons that like I'm going through the health coach that I'm going through, and I'm taking the approach that I'm taking, because this like standard one size fits all kind of deficit stuff, it really does lead to the cycles continuing.
A day, 2 snacks if necessary. I got these from Amazon. They're each 2 pounds. It's funny how just an added 2 pounds makes it feel different. So I'm going to be using those during my little exercise routine this morning.
I'm getting hungry, so I'm gonna have a little bit of a snack.
It turned out to be,
because we've been live for hours now, so I just have a little thing here.
a big old craptastic day for me. I was feeling pretty depressed and emotional. Today is Mother's Day. My mom passed away almost 9 years ago now, and it's always a pretty rough day for me. I wish I could tell people that when you lose your mom, it gets easier, but it doesn't really get easier. You just learn how to deal with the pain in a different way. I've often said, people are like, oh, aren't you afraid of this, or aren't you afraid of that, or your greatest fear? I have no other greatest fears, because I have no other greatest fear in life, because my greatest fear has already happened, and that was losing my mom.
That's so sad. I don't really have anything to say to that. That's just really sad.
So
I want to address the comments real quick. Thank you, BB. I like to think Jen Spirit is up there here. Oh, Nash, you're gonna make me cry. I like to think Jen Spirit is up there hearing this and healing. I loved Jen's self-awareness and openness. Yeah. I relate to that. I think I think I need a snack for this too. Yeah, I mean, I've been live since 4 p.m. It's currently 7:20. And that's one of the, I knew this live was going to be long because we're going to do, I think I'm going to do part 3 and 4 tomorrow. Heads up, you guys. But I'm like, I need to eat something because I'm starting to feel hungry and I don't want to overcompensate later. So, the point of giving someone advice that is dead is that there are people watching this that relate to her experiences just like I do. Also, you could be a little more respectful with how you said that, to be honest.
So I'm trying not to sabotage myself. I am very proud. I have not binged in over 2 weeks now. I have been on my plan for over a week now of what my dietitian recommended. Full disclosure, I have not binged. I have been under my calories. On Wednesday, though, I did order a pizza, and I did have 4 slices of thin crust cheese pizza. I didn't binge. I definitely should not have had pizza. It was not a good food choice. It was 4 pieces of pizza.
That's what I was about to say. It's like, yeah, your food choice wasn't the best because also it's like the best way to have handled that is if you really wanted pizza, get the thin sliced pizza, get a smaller medium, have a certain portion, and add to it. Have some salad, have some veggies with it. You know, if you're going to consume something like that, if you're going to make those types of food choices, kind of like Abby the dietitian says, like add to it instead of like thinking in the restriction mindset, the removing parts of it. Have that plus more. Add your additional fiber, add your sources of protein, things like that.
I was still within my calories. Bad food choice, but nothing is ruined and everything is fine. There's no binge. So
it's good to hear she was able to eat that not from a place of like the mental place of a binge, right? Because that's like the part that makes it so hard and painful is when the difference between a binge and overeating is absolutely the mindset and emotional state of a person. Jen would take a break from YouTube for a few weeks. She later returned and explained the reasoning behind her absence.
taking this time off has been the best decision I have made in a very long time. I have needed to focus on myself, and YouTube was a big distraction. I have lost 10, 20, 30 pounds during the year, this past year that I've been on YouTube, but I've gained it all back plus. And that's because I stopped working on myself. And right now, my weight loss is more important than being able to speak to a camera. So first of all, I'll start with the video of the person claiming to be my dad. I was curious what this person who claimed to be my dad had to say.
I want to address your comment, Nashi. This is off topic, but do you think binging is purely a mindset? Like if you eat a pizza, I'm assuming you mean like a whole pizza, but are in the mindset of binging, does that make it not a binge? Not to bring up Chantal, but she said that, and I was wondering how true that is. I feel like the majority of that answer is yes, but I feel like it's more nuanced than that. I feel like for the most part, binging is a mindset. However, especially in the context of like who you're talking about, a lot of the times when people say that, it can definitely come across, it's definitely more so sometimes just flat out a delusion to it kind of ranges from excuses to a delusion. Because I have never overeaten by eating an entire pizza. Never. Not once. Even when I binge personally, I don't even tend to eat a whole pizza. When you're forcing yourself to like eat an entire thing like that, and you're eating volume of something like that heavy, it's something like for me it's like you couldn't stop yourself from finishing the whole thing, and I don't see how that would not be a binge. I think it can come from the perspective of like, sometimes you can binge to numb out and be numb, right? And so you may not fully realize that in the moment, or even in retrospect, especially if you're so cognitively disattached from yourself, from your reality, from the behaviors that you're engaging in, for like the person that you brought up there. A binge for me wasn't even a lot of food. Eating a chocolate bar or a Slurpee may have been a binge, or even a regular exactly. And that's kind of where I get back with the mindset thing. I think Chantal is really passionate about food. Some people crochet, some people paint. Chantal eats. It's her hobby. I don't know. I feel like with her, I tend to not talk about her too much on my channel, but since we're reacting to someone adjacent to Girl World, may as well, right? I just think that with her specifically, it's not even that it's her hobby, it's that it is her everything. And that's so, it's so hard to watch, and it's sad, because what does she have in her life that is anything that is, I mean, I guess, you know what? Yeah, she is passionate about food because she has no passion for anything else. There is nothing else that she is passionate about. Even her YouTube channel, I think the passion begins and ends with the food. And that's sad, honestly, and not even trying to be hateful, not even trying to be shady. It is genuinely sad. Do you think there's a too far gone? In some ways, yeah, but I think that too far gone is the part that makes it too far gone is the choice. Because I think someone can choose to no longer be too far gone, unless you have some major medical diagnosis that you can't undo. But in terms of the mentality, in terms of the behavior, the part that makes you too far gone is the lacking desire. And I think there are some people that will never truly have the desire for change, for whatever those reasons may be. There's binging and then there's overeating. In my opinion, it all comes from the mindset. Exactly, Scrange. That makes sense. I appreciate your perspective. How did you get so wise? Thank you, Nashi. Again, seriously, you've been very kind. A lot of experience in therapy, truly.
Hello, my name is Life 5 Gems Dad, and today I am here to defend myself against the false accusations that have been levied against me. I will be using a text-to-speech program.
I'm gonna need a second, because y'all might seem pissed off Rosie, because if I remember correctly, like, I'm like 99.9% sure that was a troll. That shit's fucking evil. That's evil. That shit is evil. Oh my God, that shit is evil, because even if it is him, it's still evil. That shit's evil. That is evil, 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 nasty fucking work. That's disgusting. Who?
Ran to avoid revealing who I am until this nightmare is over. My daughter has claimed that I molested her as a child, saying that I used bologna sandwiches to bribe her into silence. The disgusting nature of these claims are matched only by their ridiculousness. Her stories could not be further from the truth. Jen was brought up in a loving home, where her insatiable hunger was catered to night and day. Jen often told lies to get her away, and when she was caught in a lie she would throw a tantrum and behave as if we were the ones who had done something wrong. This would go on until the rift Jen created between myself and my...
Whew. Oh, I'm so mad. I forgot about this entirely. Oh, this is gross. It's so gross.
Life ended in divorce. As if it wasn't bad enough that I lost my family, I now discover that she has been blaming me for the problems she has created and is using me as a catalyst to grow her channel. If you are familiar with the TV show My 600-Pound Life, and Berlin Reed, or other fat YouTube people, you know that many of them are compulsive liars.
That reads like someone from the fucking communities. Like, the way that shit's worded, that's not a... Oh my God!
Who will use any excuse to explain their addiction to food. The food these people eat is chemically designed in laboratories by scientists working to manipulate the brain into consuming as much
from the bottom of my heart. Fuck whoever did that.
Of their products as possible. These obese people would have you believe that they eat to ease emotional pains, going as far as to lie about to justify their addiction. They usually get away with such lies because the person they are lying about is dead. The person never existed. or is likely to never hear the news of the rumors created about them. Unfortunately for Jen, I am now aware of the lies she has been telling about me. People in our hometown have heard these stories, and my relationships with many people, both personal and professional, have been ruined. These claims are very damaging, and in order to protect myself, I am forced to take legal action. A cease and desist letter will be sent soon. Further legal repercussions will commence, unless these lies are addressed. You still have time to make this right, Jen.
I'm pretty sure that we all know that that is not my dad.
I'm sorry for making you feel scared. But this is I am passionate. That is correct. This is fucked. And I do try to like shut down pissed off Rosie a lot on the internet because like that's not really what I want to spread around. Like, let's be real, there's no medical diagnosis that gets you to 600 plus pounds, some health issues. Well, when I say that, first of all, I'm talking about like the cancer, like the health complications that come from already being overweight. When I was earlier to that point, that's what I was trying to say. Sorry if that didn't come across. And BB, when I was saying binging versus overeating, overeating is just when you're consuming too much food, but binging, there's this like general mindset and complete inability to control yourself, which I think I dived into better in the video. It's like called behind the scenes of a binge. I think you're newer, you might not have seen that video. If you go into my video catalog, I think that's a video I would recommend watching if you want a better understanding than me just talking off the cuff. Yeah, some boomer guy would have no idea who ALR is, much less enough to reference her, especially in that verbiage. That verbiage reads like girl world experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, and also just like the like blurred out random picture of a guy in a computer chair, the no sense of identity. Because it's like, if you're willing to take legal action and all of that, like that shit's so, oh my God, it makes me so angry. I'm so mad. Oh my God, it just makes me furious. Like for example, Thanksgiving dinner, enjoying food, but eating way too much, maybe overeating. But for me, eating a chocolate bar or 2 hamburgers while in a self-hatred mode, absolutely. And just eating numbly is a binge, yes. Or eating from a place of like self-punishment, like Jen showed earlier, or you know, things like that. Like there's a lot more baggage attached to the act of a binge. The binge is more so a manifestation of mental health issues, frankly. It's like, you know, when someone engages in like self-harm behavior, it's a self-harm behavior. It's not as like graphic as other versions of self-harm, but it's a form of self-harm, 100%. And that's what it's rooted in and where it comes from. And her dad would have been in his 60s or 70s. Yeah, like, oh my God, the bro. Like, because also the amount of editing that it would take to make that kind of content, all about it. I don't believe for one iota of a millisecond any of that was real. And oh, I'm just, I I want to scream more, but I don't want to scare anymore. It's just like what the fuck is that? Like what the God, people are so fucking evil. People are evil, man. That shit is, I don't care how much you like or dislike somebody on the goddamn internet. That shit is evil.
Dad is 80-ish years old and in poor health. From what I've heard from other family members, I can pretty much assure you that he's not making and uploading videos to YouTube. And the people that have left comments on my channel about me lying about being abused as a child, they didn't live in my house. They don't know me. They didn't grow up with me. They weren't around me. They don't know me. People are saying that I do not have cancer, that I am lying about it. I was definitely diagnosed with stage 1 cancer, uterine cancer, as well as endometriosis. So when I hear people saying that I'm lying about being diagnosed with cancer, it's very offensive to me. My mom and my grandma both died of cancer.
Another reason why I believe her is because, like, look at how she's reacting to it. To me, this seems like someone who's genuinely just like I'm going to address this because I know my truth. And her ability to stay this even keeled is impressive.
My grandma died of ovarian cancer. My mom died of renal cell carcinoma that had metastasized to everywhere in her body in a matter of months. My grandma lived years with hers. She suffered very, very horribly, and so did my mom. My mom,
It freaks me out how much her mom looks like my aunt. Side note. I've seen my aunt. Like, the weirder part is my aunt, well, she's my step aunt, so I'm not even technically blood related to her, but the amount this woman looks like my aunt freaks me out a little bit. To be honest with you guys, like that's very off topic, but the aunt that I'm thinking of, I'm not even blood related to. I have a cousin, one of her daughters. We look so much alike, and again, we're not blood related. It's kind of weird, but yeah, man. And I love that cousin. She was a big she was like a hero to me growing up. She's one of the few other plus size people that I even knew, and she's just such a badass. Or I'm sorry, back then she used she her, but they now go by they pronouns. So they're just such a badass. They're like one of the coolest people, and I love them. I don't have like a I don't have like a long standing relationship where like we talk a lot, but I hold them in high regard for sure.
ended up having seizures in her last days. So, because the cancer had went to her brain in a matter of months.
Whoever just said you wish I did life coaching, Nashi, first of all, again, thank you. That's something where I would like be interested in doing something like that, but I feel like I need to have more success first in my self improvement. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, if you want life coaching, hit me up in the DMs. We can talk about it. But no, really though. Yeah, it is just really sad. And I wonder if deep down Jen knew her own fate and that's why she didn't push herself harder to get well. Yeah, I don't know. I think that I think there was a part of her that truly wanted to change, but the other part I think is that she just really wasn't. Oh yeah, for real. I was being serious. I just think that there were parts of herself that she never fully overcame, you know?
I would never, ever lie about a condition that my mom and my grandma died of. I think that is the most horrible thing anybody could ever do.
I think she's too much of a kind and compassionate person to make a lie like that. I know that if I ever lied about something like that, like I wouldn't fucking be able to sleep at night. I feel like that would fuel so much self-hatred in myself that I was that kind of person. And as someone like her who is so afraid of being a bad person and feels like she is one, I don't believe that for a second. Not for a millisecond.
So when people say that I'm lying about that, it is very troublesome to me and it does hurt my feelings.
Absolutely.
For a very long time, I did not want to get better. I wanted to die because I just wanted to be with my mom. But in the process of getting therapy and working on myself, I no longer want to die. I want to live. And that's why I am doing the things necessary for me to get better. And sometimes that has to, like I said, that has to happen in private and it can't happen on YouTube where there is negativity.
Jen would abruptly stop following the food plan her nutritionist had set for her.
But for whatever reason, I just didn't feel that that was what was right for me. I did not go back and see my dietitian in June. I did see my doctor. I have seen my doctor a couple times in the last month, and I did let him know when I just told you that I didn't feel right on this plan. The only plan that I felt my best in was the obesity code. So he and I have agreed that that is what I will be doing. I trust him, so I'm going to listen to what he thinks is best.
I don't know if abruptly is a fair choice. If she consulted her doctor first, you know what I mean? Based on her account, that's what happened. So I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that presentation of the fact, but you know, that could be nitpicky.
So that is what I decided to do is the obesity code. Now I'm in a better place. I'm nowhere near in a great place, but I'm in a much better place. I'm working the steps. I have a sponsor, and I'm going to meetings, seeking God.
She's trying so hard. She's trying so hard.
And doing everything that I need to do, and also following the obesity code plan. And I'm feeling a lot better. I do want to start the weigh-in Wednesdays today and start moving forward.
No.
All right, guys, here goes nothing.
No.
Hello, it's ready. 515.
Wow. I'm sorry, I'm a little dumbfounded. I think the last time we saw the scale was 517, right? No, 496 or 492. Wow. Whew. Wow.
0.8 pounds.
Wow. Jen opened up about how she had really been handling her previous food plans. Not surprising.
Some people have pointed out that when I was uploading my daily food vlogs that
Hang on,
that's
guys.
not all I was eating or I'd be losing weight. There were days that some of what I was eating was exactly what I was showing what I was eating.
Hang on a second. I want to get back to the chat for a second. Rosie, hun, no disrespect to you or to the deceased, but Jen did a lot of terrible things. She abused her own dying mother. You know, Vicky, I feel like I have heard about that. I don't know if that gets touched on in this video. And I mean, I do think that's a valid point to bring up. And I understand. We have a billion years of evolutionary history pushing us to eat whenever it's available. Add emotional urges on, and it can be the hardest drive to resist. Yeah. Lee, exactly. I'd feel so defeated, bro. I can say, like, especially since taking things more seriously, but like I in my adulthood, I've never experienced like such dramatic weight gain. That all happened in my like teenage years and early 20s. Once I hit about 530s, the highest I ever got was 550, and I just found a way to engage in my addiction and like maintain. You know, I found a way of doing that quote unquote worked. I use that terminology loosely because that wasn't something that should have been working. I've been yo-yoing the same 20 pounds. I can't imagine almost 100. Yeah, exactly. That was almost 100 pounds. That took the wind out of me for a second. Like, I can't even imagine, like, in my current state of mind, in my current age, like, going through that emotional experience. And that's one of the things I'm, like, very determined to make sure doesn't happen. Because I deal with fluctuation, but I think the most I've fluctuated, at least in recent history, is like 10 pounds. Like a few years ago, fluctuations probably greater ranges, but they stayed within the same numbers. but to be at like 492 and in the span of, it seems like not a very long time getting up that high. Like she must have been in full raging food addiction mode with absolutely no fucks given. And that does then kind of bring into question the like sincerity part, right? I truly believe you've healed beyond that ever being a concern. You know, Nashi, I very much hope so. I don't want to fully agree with that and then in like 2 years cut to me like fucking my life up. You know what I'm saying? That's not my goal. That's not what's gonna, no, that's not gonna happen. We're gonna live in that reality only and exclusively. But really though, I mean, first of all, that vote of confidence is deeply appreciated.
But what I wasn't showing were the binges. McDonald's, pizza,
Yeah.
those types of things. And I didn't show them because I was ashamed of them. And that doesn't make...
You also need to take into account that showing them is irresponsible. Showing them is a lot of the root of the criticism for some of the other people in this side of the internet. Showing them helps nobody. Neither does you doing them. And the you can be metaphorical. Apply to anyone.
Make it right. I know that was lying. I get that, and I admit that freely.
And again, that raises the question to me of like, is that lying? And I guess that is up to the interpretation, and y'all are welcome to input, right? But it's like, is it lying? I mean, I guess technically she is presenting a reality that wasn't happening, right? Like as you're watching this, she's been like talking about these food plans and doing them in that way, but with that dramatic of a weight gain, it seems to me like it wasn't actually being enacted to any capacity. Maybe she was trying, but yeah, that gets dicey. I don't know. I'm like talking myself in circles.
Had somebody comment and they brought up the fact that I never apologized to my viewers about being less than truthful, lying, omitting, covering up about my binges and about gaining so much weight back. That video was an extremely hard video for me to make. I understand why people were upset and not happy with me. I completely understand that. But the hiding it was because of the shame that I felt. Binging is very shameful for me, and I am ashamed of it. Like the days when I had showed what I was eating, I would definitely eat all that food that I showed. And then I would also order from McDonald's. So like I said, I've been binge free for 16 days. I am dealing with a couple emotional things.
It's always good to like celebrate small wins, right? I mean, the context of this is different knowing what we know in terms of the timeline here, but like for someone that struggles as much as her, 16 days is like awesome. That's like someone going from being a raging alcoholic to not drinking for 16 days. Like, truly.
Things in my life right now. And my first impulse is to turn to food. But I'm very proud to say that that has not been the case.
$557.
Also, I just feel like nobody in this community talks about this point enough. These scales are hella inaccurate. I used to own a let's get ready scale or whatever the fuck. I used to own one of these. They are the most inaccurate scale on the fucking planet. I would get on it and get off of it and get back on it, and it would range like 20, 30 pound differences. So I don't know, man. Especially like once you're out of this extreme weight range, like when you are in like the 400s, like you should get a new scale. There are a lot more scale options nowadays that like go up to 500, or even the scale I have currently goes to 550. Clearly with Life by Jen, she was in the range we're needing the 700. It was a little more necessary because she was higher than 550 in at a lot of points, right? But like when you are in the lower weight range, like these scales are not accurate. This scale, like in the fat community, is known for not being accurate. I don't know if people know that. But this specific brand, they're like, get ready, or it's ready. Sorry, like it's ready. Like the it's ready scale is not an accurate scale. It was never accurate for me, not once. The only way I truly knew my weight was when I went to the doctor's. It was always either up or down by like a minimum 8 pounds from what I thought my weight was. It was so frustrating. I hated that scale.
0.8 pounds.
That is a 3 pound exactly loss for the week. I am a little disappointed in that. I had hoped for a bigger number, maybe a dozen.
I use a non-electric scale. So you mean like one with a battery? Because yeah, the one that I use is battery. Or no, you mean like the old school ones. Yeah. We're priced out as fat people. Those non-electric ones don't go up to our weights. Unless like they're the really like specialized ones you go to doctor's offices for, and they're like hella expensive. I forgot by my belly, I forgot what even kind of version of scale you were talking about. I was like, huh? Yeah, no, the one with the like kind of like whatever the fuck this is called, because my brain is malfunctioning.
Double-digit number, but it is what it is. I know that I have been on track. I have been eating low carb and fasting. I have to just hang in there and not get discouraged, because this is where I get discouraged very easily. And
I'm gonna be real. If she was fasting and low carb and that was her first week and she dropped 2 pounds, the eyes shifting a little bit makes me wonder how truthful that is, to be honest with you. I don't like saying that, but
I want to give up because it's not what I expect.
Jen would slowly transition into doing the keto diet. I do not like the keto diet. Again, personal opinion, personal preference. If it works for you and your family, do you.
So I have another subscription box for you guys, but wait, it is actually something healthy. So what it's called is Misfits.
I've always wanted to do this. When I have a little more money, I might do this, honestly. I've always wanted to try this brand. I just haven't yet.
The first thing I pulled out was kale, and it's not in a bag, all wrapped up, and it's wet and soggy.
Ooh, gross. Wet and soggy vegetables are not of the vibe.
Oh, it looks like spinach, perhaps. Oh, these are summer squash. 2 little heads of broccoli. 2 bunches of celery. I got a bag of spinach for the spinach dip. I got a head of cabbage. All right, so my store had bran flakes on sale this week. You're going to see a tail here pretty soon.
Kitty!
So I've had a really good week. My food has been on point. I've had no binging, and I'm happy to say that I am now 23 days abstinent.
Hold on, I want to address the chat for a second. Mechanical scale is the term. Thank you. I actually don't think I knew that. They don't go very high. I'm 250 pounds and I'm up there on it. I don't know what they're called. Yeah, mechanical, manual. Keto didn't work for me because I had no self-control and ate too much cheese and was constipated. Yeah, you have to figure out how to get fiber in on keto for sure. Yeah, you need to calibrate your scale. Yeah, the weight limits on the mechanical ones are not high. My superpower is gaining weight on any diet I try. Nashi. Yeah, I can't deal with keto either. Especially, and I've touched on this in the past. My past in losing weight, like my first real weight loss success was with Atkins when I was like 12. I lost 50 pounds. And I'm just like, for the longest time, I was like low key. Like I had like trauma responses to certain things. Again, I've talked about this. I've gotten way better with like protein stuff. Oh, you don't. Oh my God. Vegetarian keto. I know that it exists, but it's a walking contradiction. You're not going to be getting nearly enough nutrients. People get sick from eating like that. Nashi gained weight breastfeeding twins. Now that is remarkable. Are you saying you gained weight or that Nashi gained weight? Is Scrange telling on you, Nashi?
I have decided that for my first 50 pounds, when that happens, I'm going to let you guys decide what color I should dye my hair. And I'm not talking about a light brown or a red or a blonde.
I love the idea of a non-food related reward system for things like that for milestones. That's good.
I'm talking pink, blue, green, purple, some wild color. I'm going to dye my hair. When I reach 100 pounds lost, I'm going to get a tattoo, and I will take you guys with me when I get the tattoo. I'm very excited about this, and that is going to be my treats instead of treating myself to some kind of treat food. Today's video is the keto cauliflower crust pizza. I'm just going to go ahead and sprinkle some over the top. A few people were interested in the cabbage steak recipe, and
I've been wanting to try cabbage steaks, actually.
in this container I have melted 2 tablespoons of butter ranch seasoning mix. So I'm just going to sprinkle this over each. Here it is plated up. This is one of the medium-sized ones. As of today, I'm 29 days abstinent. Tomorrow will be my 30 days of abstinence. Every day that goes by that I choose abstinence over binging, over practicing my addiction, I am so thankful, grateful, and relieved to be not practicing my addiction.
I can definitely understand the like ups and downs of following her journey and then knowing the end, like seeing the end play out. That must have been really hard for the people that cared about her. Oh, hey!
547.8 pounds.
So that is a 0.6 pounds loss since last Wednesday. The thing of it is, I'm going to tell you what happened and why.
Wait, did I miss something? Or was that the first time they showed the scale? So 0.6 loss.
Why it's only a 0.6. On Saturday morning, I was at 545.
This is why I don't do weigh-ins. This keeps the cycle going. The weighing in, the having to explain everything, the mental stress of the response, the pressure of other people. Like, I did the weigh-in for like losing 100 pounds, and like y'all are not going to see another one until I'm under 400. Like, however long that takes, because this feeds the cycle. This conversation, this video, this behavior is what feeds the cycle for so many people. This, especially when you are a more extreme weight or have a more extreme eating disorder, this is not a good idea. Fuck the content, fuck the money. This is not a good idea.
Even. Then Sunday, my building had our 4th of July picnic. It's portioned out. They give you a portion and you eat what they give you. So I mistakenly thought it would be okay if I would just eat that portion. There would be no binging involved. It would be just one meal, and then I would go back and everything would be fine, and then I wouldn't gain. I was wrong. At the barbecue, I had...
Okay, real quick, I want to address the chat because also this portion of content frustrates me. Okay, so Scrange is talking about themselves. Gotcha. You'd have to eat a lot of tofu and cheese. Okay. Tofu is low carb? I did not realize that. I guess that would make sense. I think Screen did. I don't have kids. Okay, yeah, got you. I feel like vegetarian keto would just be eating coconut oil and celery. Breastfeeding makes you so super hungry, though. It does. At first, it made me nauseous and I was anxious, so I lost weight. Then I gained a lot. Vegan would be harder. Haha, yeah, egg whites, true. Yeah, animal byproducts would work. That's true. keto veggie is hard. I had to rely on eggs and protein powder. I was vegan keto for like 2 months. That was awful and hard. Oh my God. Yeah, this is too restrictive for me. Say what you want about Jen, but she made a mean chaffle. We have like a little waffle maker somewhere. I've been wanting to like get into the chaffle business because my mom made some good ones, but again, it's just like, I don't know. I tend to make other stuff. I watched Jen for years. She was honestly pretty drama free, but people were nasty to her because she couldn't lose weight. Yeah. Yeah. That's how it goes, unfortunately. Yeah, that does sound like hell in reference to Scrange, honestly. I just, you puffed a little, and now I'm craving cheesy scrambled eggs. Yum. I love making eggs and adding cottage cheese and egg whites to them. Really boost the protein, makes them really creamy. They're really good. I will also add spinach and some kind of cheese to it. In general, and sometimes if I'm going like fully loaded scrambled eggs, I'll add some like breakfast sausage or some kind of meat, protein, bacon, whatever. All portioned out, obviously, but I'm being naughty and eating lo mein while watching this. You know what, Nashi? You're not being naughty. You're allowed to have treat meals. You're allowed to eat how you want, you know? And, you know, whatever you're doing, it's like, for me, I just try to, I try to reframe that stuff because viewing it in that light helps me kind of stay in places I don't want to be in. You either have to be low carb or low fat. If you are high fat and then have carbs, even moderate carbs, you'll gain. Strange. I don't know if I fully agree because I feel like, I mean, I would say I'm lower carb in the sense that most days I'm hitting around like, so per my fitness pal, it's saying like my carb goal is like 400 carbs in a day based on the amount of food that I eat. And generally, sometimes I hit like 200 or less for most days, 200 carbs. So I guess I'm technically lower carb, but in most days I'm a little bit over my fat, but I'm not eating like crazy amounts of fat. Like I tend to like not eat butters frequently. I use light amounts of oil, but I will eat like a lot of processed meats that are higher in fat, things like that. And so I think truly what I used to say the opposite of, but what I think is very true is like when you're talking about outside of low carb, right? Because low carb, it's a little bit different in terms of like if you're following your hunger cues, you don't really have to necessarily worry too much about calories. Again, for the most part, still you have to worry a little bit about it, but may not necessarily have to track it if you're properly tracking your carbs and eating proper food choices. But I feel like even if that's a little bit off base in terms of carb versus fat, like if the calories are sound, then you'll still lose weight. She was so determined to do keto, but it just ended in eating even more calories because of all the fat, and then she'd eat lots of carbs off camera. Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why I don't feel like low carb is great for people with our type of eating disorders, because when you do flounder, when you do mess up in that regard, it hits your body so much harder, and then it restarts the keto flu. It's just a nightmare. Not naughty, enjoy your lo mein, guilt-free. Exactly. That's why I don't say cheat meals, they're treat meals, and that distinction is different. I eat moderate carb and moderate fat, I suppose. LOL, probably high fat. I don't know. I don't track macros, but I'm on Manjaro. I love that Manjaro's working for you. God, some days I'm like, fuck, I would like to be back on that shit again. The silencing of the food noise, Gorgina. It does sound yummy. Mini waffle makers are great. I still have one of the containers. I ended up using a good amount of those egg whites towards making my brother breakfast burrito prep when I realized I could do that, and he didn't even notice. I was like, yes. But yeah, I do still have some. I tend to just add them to eggs. I haven't experimented too much with them like I originally intended, but there's a lot of food content that's going to be coming out over the next couple weeks. I'm here but driving, just listening to. Awesome, Kels. Thank you. Yeah, I've been live for like 4 hours now. So scientifically, I'm talking carbs over 150 with high fat your body will either use carbs or fat for the energy source. Got it. Keto is supposed to be under 50 grams of carbs and like 50% or more of fat. I'm not talking regular balanced diet, but when people do keto or no fat. Thank you, Scrange, for the clarification. That makes a ton of sense to me. There are people trying to eat 200 grams of protein a day on Monjaro. Hi, that was me. And recommending that. I'm like, what? You mean you're meant to eat protein grams of your target size, not your current size, and eat 300 grams. Yeah, I mean, nowadays I'm eating off of the Monjaro with that protein goal. So, interesting. I don't know what to say to that fully, honestly. But did a doctor tell you you're supposed to eat for your target size? That I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe you have resources or, sources that are more educated than me. You're welcome to share, but I don't know if that makes sense to me and the understanding I have from my health coaching. You know what I'm saying? For me, it's a bee's meal. I adopted a new fur baby, and for some reason, that threw me off track with my health journey. I mean, especially if the fur baby is a baby, then that can definitely be added stress, and also just there's a lot of change and stress to that. Yeah, I can understand how that would happen. So yeah, okay. So Scrange says yes to target weight, not present. I've never heard that before. Yes, Bye Bye Belly. You may be newer to my content. I had a whole like Monjaro series. I got off of it because TLDR, I had extreme fatigue. I had some pretty extreme side effects, and I still have some in my fridge that I don't know what to do with. It's just sitting there. He's a puppy. Yeah, that's basically like adopting a baby in Ashy. Not literally, but I mean in terms of stress. Yeah. 300 grams of protein, that is hard on your kidneys, especially like if you're more standard size. Like I have more body to fuel, you know what I mean? And I'm trying to do 200. Not like limit it to your target weight. Gotcha. Okay, let's get back to the reaction. We're almost to the end of this.
Barbecue ribs. I had potato salad. I had broccoli casserole, a fruit salad, and a piece of apple pie. So obviously that was very heavy in carbs. That was a 2.8 pound gain from Saturday morning until today, but still 0.6 pound loss from last week. It was a mistake that I learned from. Usually if I was doing any other kind of a food plan, I don't think that would have affected me so much, but seeing as how it was heavy in carbs and I had been This is my first attempt at fat bombs, and these are going to be chocolate peanut butter fat bombs. It's 100% peanut butter with cocoa powder. And this is what they look like. This recipe made 70.
I kind of hated fat bombs. I thought they were gross. I made them and I tried to pretend I liked them at some point. I think I was living in Omaha. Yeah, during the time I was doing the obesity code. That was a random memory I haven't thought of in forever. I just had like a flashback memory of me in that apartment with like opening the freezer and seeing. I remember seeing them in the door and just looking at me like, oh, I don't want to eat that. Oh my god.
The fat bombs. So let's try it and see what it tastes like.
Same, Nashi.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Nashi, are you willing to stay here long enough for me to react to all 4 parts in one live stream? I can make a crazy long live stream. I got nothing to do tonight. I could do that instead of going live tomorrow. If you guys are gonna stay, shit. We're 4 hours in and only 2 parts in, so we'd be live for a long time.
A lot of people were concerned that the fat bombs, I was going to binge on them, and I absolutely did not binge on them. I think I've had probably about 5 of them, and the rest are still in my freezer. I'm still in ketosis. I have not binged, and I'm still losing, and I'm doing very well with keto. I truly did take some days off, and I needed it. I was feeling very overwhelmed. And like I've said before, when I start feeling overwhelmed, that's when it's time to pull back. And
okay, hang on. Everyone's saying to do it. I mean, I might have to dead ass like go make a meal real quick because we're 4 hours in and I need to like eat food. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Yes, it's protein 1 gram per pound target size, but if you're heavier, it's going to be a bit higher because you have to have a higher daily calorie intake. You can dispose of medication at pharmacies. Yeah, but I'd rather someone have it, and I just don't know how to do that ethically. Yeah, I'm tired as hell and already had chronic fatigue. Yeah, bye belly. Bye my belly. It was like to the point where I like couldn't get out of bed. It was like fueling my depression more. It was like I go into it. If you want to know more about like the ending of it, the final Manjaro update, you can also just go through my video catalog and all the videos were like Manjaro week whatever, and you can watch them in that order. Too, just if you're interested in that how that experience went. It started with Manjaro week 0. I'll say I'm bored as hell. Do it. I'm on vacation now for almost 2 weeks, so I'm in. You're all keeping me company while I see a dress for my niece. I'm coming in late. I'm here for a while. Hi, diary. Good to see ya. It's 10 a.m. here. You used to put cut butter in the coffee. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't even realize it'd been 4 hours. Well, that's good. I appreciate it. Okay. You know what? No, honestly, I am up for it, Lee. But like, I just thought that would be like a lot for the viewer. But you know what? People in the replay, they can come back and watch it over a series of time. But you know what? Fuck it. Like, I'll like go run and put something in the microwave or the air fryer or something, and then I'll just pause and do that, and I will just eat my meal on camera. I don't normally do that, but I could even honestly I may turn my camera off while I eat. I can do that, and then I'll just have a brief audio reaction during that time. It definitely makes me more apathetic, being even more fatigued. Yeah. Talking the other day about how I think the fatigue may be linked to the Manjaro and depression. Yeah, it was for me. I have a headache, so I'm not doing it. Okay, you know what? If all the people who are commenting in the chat, like, sure, let's go for it. Let's do it. I'm in. Let's finish this, and then we'll take a breather. In fact, it's so hot. And when I get up, I might leave my door open because it's like I think there's something going on with our AC, which is very concerning. I brought it up to my brother, and he was like, I've done everything I can. I think I'll have to talk to mom and dad. I'm like, fuck. The hair's going up. I wish I lived in Florida. I feel like we'd be besties. You know what? Me too, Nashi. I agree. OMG, Rosie, you're making my entire Friday night. LOL, I love you so much. Nashi, I parasocially love you too. I really appreciate it, guys. Oh man, hold on. We're gonna make some adjustments. So I'm getting warm.
focus on myself. One of the biggest things that I'm dealing with is one of my close friends, someone that I'm very close with. She's dealing with a very serious illness, and things do not look good for her. The thought of losing her has been very, very overwhelming to me. And that is basically what made me decide to take a step back from YouTube.
Oh, wow. Jen would often return from her breaks from YouTube with a refreshed and motivated approach to her weight loss journey. Yeah, probably because she was returning too soon. She should have just kind of like, as I've said in the past about myself, like fucked off the internet for a while, like a long while. That's where a lot of my mental health healing came into play, when I was like not actively posting publicly to the internet. That was like a series of like 5 or 6 years, I believe, in totality. And a big chunk of that was honestly a trauma response in my experience, but it was one of the best things I ever did. No, the music is a stylistic choice by Mr. Snowflake. I've always wanted to visit Australia. Yeah, this time of year is cold over there for you guys. I go visit my dad in Florida and always come back so moisturized and hydrated from the humidity. Yeah. This time, however, she would return with bad news. Oh dear.
If I die before I lose enough weight, then I have only myself to blame for that.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to open up these parts real quick. Give me just a second. All right, we're looking at another 2 hours of content. So realistically, this is going to be another 4 to 5 hours of streaming. I'm in. I'm cool with that. If I do have to tap out, I will, but I don't think that's what's going to be what needs to happen here. You guys are welcome to come and go. I'm just going to react and engage. My hair looks crazy right now. It's very puffy updo. Wow, that's funny. So let's do this. We're gonna all take a breather. I need everybody to make sure that they are engaging in self-care. And if the replay, same to you. Do you have your water? I ain't talking your Diet Coke. I ain't talking your Diet Pepsi. I ain't talking your sweet tea. Do you have water? Number one. You can have that with whatever else you're drinking, but drink your water. All right. When's the last time you ate? Has it been over 4 to 6 hours? Assuming you're not intermittent fasting. Get yourself a nice little protein snack. Since it's his low main self-care, some days, yes, absolutely. Make sure that you've eaten recently. Make sure that you're standing up occasionally. That's what I'm about to go do. I've decided what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to do a little bit of a taste test moment because I have these new salmon patties from Aldi's. Spoiler alert. I got the teriyaki flavor. I didn't know they had a teriyaki flavor, or if I knew, I forgot until I went shopping. So I'm going to go through those in the air fryer. I'm going to steam some vegetables. So I'll come back and I'll start the next video. And when those get done, I will grab it. And then when I'm actually eating my meal while reacting, I'll be turning my camera off. But I'm going to just like tell you guys what I think of the salmon patty. I'm going to have flavored water too. In fact, I'm like almost out. So I'm going to go grab that. Everyone's goal is to drink 24 ounces of water in the next 2 hours. I just drank 40 ounces in the span of like 4 hours. So I actually hit that goal. Hell yeah. So I don't know what vegetable I'm going to make. I have a bag of like Asian veggies that have been in my freezer forever. I'm going to go do that. Yeah. So I'm going to turn this off real quick. I will be right back, guys. If anybody comes in while I'm gone, just let them know we're taking a quick breather. And the stream's going to be like an 8 to 10 hour fucking stream, which is going to be kind of crazy. I've never done anything like this before. But I think a lot of people do long form content like that. So, you know, why not? Sweet potato. Oh my God. If I had sweet potatoes, I would. I just used them all up. I had 3 that were like, had been around for a hot minute. So I turned them into sweet potato fries. Take us with you. Can I? I'm scared. I'm scared to do that with my laptop. Honestly, I don't want to fuck up the live. Yeah. If this was my phone, it'd be different, but I wish I could. But yeah, I don't want to fuck it up. I'm scared to fuck it up cuz like yeah. I might fall asleep, but I'll watch the replay tomorrow at work. That's fine. Totally get it. This feels like an impromptu slumber party. I love that, Lee. Yeah, so I will be right back. Give me just like a couple minutes. Yeah, no, I'm not going to take you guys with me cuz yeah, I'm not going to do that. Maybe on a different stream, but not on this one. I will test my laptop's capability on like a more relaxed live. but I don't want to fuck this one up. So I'll be right back. You know what? I think I am going to change actually too, because I'm like in a nice dress and I'm tired and I don't want to wear this anymore. Hi guys. So let's see. So I've got to wait about another 5 minutes before I can flip my salmon patties in the air fryer. Let's see. I'm scrolling up. And I just made a new water. I got some different flavorings from Aldi's. I have like mixed feelings about. I still need to try a couple more. But I have some peach flavoring, strawberry pineapple, caffeinated, Crystal Light, and an orange tangerine combo. It's really good. I didn't change into pajamas yet. I should do that. We'll braid each other's hair and paint nails. I gotta charge my earbuds. Okay. Flip through some Tiger Beaten 17. What a throwback. Yeah, we haven't gotten too deep into Gene yet. We were able to work with West Virginia HUD to have him summarily removed. Why are you discussing her? She was... Huh? Jen was a deep state plant. Sorry, that... I had this person obsessed with hating her, and they commented on all my videos. Even after she died, they kept on and on for a while. It was probably you. Yeah, I'm reacting to the documentary because I have a lot of insight and things to say. Yes, she's passed, but there's a lot to be learned from what she's documented online. This is actually really healing to some of us. Thank you, Nashi. Michael, I'm gonna need to ask you to like chill a little, because I will mute you if you're fucking up my vibe and the vibe of my chat. I need you to chill a little. You're welcome to express your opinion, but like, definitely don't attack people directly in my chat. I am not down for that. Oh, my phone's upside down. I'm like, what's happening here? Okay. Yeah, there's like 2 minutes before I need to flip. I'm gonna flip them and then I will start the video and then just go grab the food, because I'm also gonna like spice up my vegetables a little bit. So we will be starting the reaction in probably about 3 minutes, and 3 to 4 minutes, and then I'll be taking a brief pause to like finish up the preparation of the food. So let's like go ahead and disengage from that conversation, Nashi and Belly. Let's go ahead and just disengage. If he continues on some kind of tyrant, I will mute him, because that's not what we're here to do. So again, you're welcome to express your opinions, but definitely don't engage negatively with my chatters. I'm not cool with that. Michael, this is your final warning. This is your final warning. It's okay. Exactly. Well, boys who aren't fucking up the vibe are allowed. How about that? Gotcha. That's fine. I get you don't mind. I do. I'm not cool with the negativity. So let's see where we're at with the timer. I'm at like 19 seconds. I'm gonna go. BRB. All right, looks like I got somebody to man. Yeah, you're fucking up my vibe, my guy. All right, you gotta go. If you can't respect what I'm saying, you gotta go. I gave him multiple warnings, Nashi. Speaking of, actually, yeah. There aren't any mods here right now, which is fine. Yeah. He's also not addressed what I've said directly to him. I think he's here to pick a fight. So hi Scrange. So we've got about 4 minutes ish before my salmon will be ready. I can't wait to show you guys what I made. It's gonna be delicious. LOL, I parasocially love you so much for that. Thank you. I parasocially love you too, Vicky. Yeah, exactly. Why has he gotta come and fuck up the vibe? You know what I mean? Oh, Kels is here. Oh, that's right. You were driving though, so and that's fine. I know, I get it. But I'm glad you are here, Kels. Thank you. So we are gonna go ahead and we're just gonna get started, and then I'm gonna have to take a brief pause to just go grab the food, and I'll show you guys quickly what I made. Very yummy, healthy dinner. I'm very excited about it. I've been wanting to try this, so if you ever need help modding, I'm always around. Nasha, I'm considering modding you, to be honest. One of the reasons I didn't do it sooner is because I knew you were from GW, and I was nervous, but you've definitely like shown to be authentically like chill as hell. So, but I get nervous with people from Girl World. So I met Kels through TikTok, like unrelated from all this stuff. My hands are like ice blocks. I could use that on my forehead right now, my guy. My God. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I need to stop yakking. We've already gone through this intro. It's cool. So, you guys definitely like throw a like over to him for me reacting to it, like the videos. That's what I always recommend.
You have to accept life on life's terms. Nothing goes the way you want it to. And you can't make people react the way you think they should react.
Oh, he uses a different quote in each video, I think, in this beginning part.
You can't make life go the way you want it to go.
Yes and no. You can't make certain things happen, but you can absolutely be the creator of your own destiny in some ways, you know? Three years and 1 month until Jen's passing.
So, long time.
He has like an 18-part series on ALR by Belly. He actually, I haven't finished it, but I started watching the Review Bruh documentary that he did, because I've not been a heavy follower of Review Bruh, but I really like him. I think he's like endearing and sweet, and so far I was really enjoying it. But I would recommend Snowflake's content. I think it's good content. I prefer the whole letting them talk for themselves style that he does more than the voiceover ones, but I understand certain ones he has to properly tell the story, because not everyone narrates their own story so well. I avoided anyone who made long form videos about her death at the time. It was kind of a leech for revenue for me. So this was 9 months ago. So this was after a decent amount of time of her passing had happened, was when this was released, just as a heads up. But he just like his most recent documentary is the Review Bruh one. And yeah.
See guys, it seems like forever since I've uploaded a video, It's been a couple of weeks. So around July the 18th is when I started feeling bad. Now, as you guys know, I've been doing keto and I was in ketosis and I was doing really well. I was finding I was having a hard time using the restroom, having a bowel movement, if you will.
That's why fiber is so important.
So I drank a 32-ounce glass of prune juice and that problem was solved. I felt really good. I went to bed that night and that's when all my symptoms of a urinary tract infection showed up. And then Thursday, I started shaking uncontrollably. And it was to the point I have never shook so bad in all my life. I got a hold of my cousin and she came right away and took me to the ER. They did a urinalysis and I definitely had a urinary tract infection. And the doctor said he didn't want to take any chances because of my heart rate being elevated. He was going to go ahead and admit me. I explained this to like a nurse and several doctors, and every time I would start to tell them that I went through the whole story of how I was doing keto, I was in ketosis, I was having problems going to the bathroom, I drank prune juice, and most of them were like, oh, you don't need to say anything else. Keto is extremely hard on your kidneys, and more than likely it was from being on keto. The doctor said when you are susceptible to urinary tract infections, kidney infections, keto is very bad for your kidneys.
I think a lot of overweight people can be susceptible to UTIs. I recently had mine treated. Yeah, it's just kind of the nature of it, unfortunately. My timer went off, so I'm gonna run real quick. This will be like a 2-minute pause. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna switch layouts for just a second because I want to show you guys my dinner real quick, and then I'm gonna turn off my camera while I eat. These are 2 salmon patties with a bag of Asian medley vegetables. I seasoned up the vegetables by adding a teaspoon of sesame oil, which is a third of a serving. The chicken and waffle seasoning, soy sauce, a little bit of nutritional yeast, and garlic and onion powder. And then I topped it with half a tablespoon of sesame seeds, which a serving of sesame seeds is 3 tablespoons. And these are teriyaki flavored salmon patties. So this is how I eat a lot off camera, like this style of a meal. And I will show, like, when I try new products like this, I'll tell you guys what I think. So let me switch back. I think I'm on layout. This one, 5. No, I lied. I used 6. Okay. It's such a breath of fresh air to find Rosie and see someone actually improving their health. I'm trying, Nashi. It's a slow progression for sure, which frustrates some people. But let me come back up here for a second. I can't believe that people hate him. It's just, yeah. Some people will find any excuse to hate someone. Amen to that. Yeah, the whole thing with HFC is hard. I tend to not talk about her a lot because I was once previously very parasocially connected to her. So I just kind of don't talk about it too much. But the way that her current content is going is really, really hard to see. At some point, it just gets sad. Yeah. All right, I'm going to turn my camera off because I don't want to have y'all watch me eat. I'll turn it back on when I'm done. But everybody can still hear me. Before I get started, let me just try. I've been really curious if these teriyaki salmon patties from Aldi's are as good as the Chipotle ones. Oh shit. That's fire, dude. 20 out of 10 recommend that. Okay. Enough about food. But I just want to let you guys know. Let me know if my chewing is loud. I think my mic is far away enough that it's not an issue, but I can mute myself while I'm eating too if it's necessary. But dude, those salmon patties from Aldi's, 4 of them are like $4.99. They're so good. Honestly, they're both amazing. And I made these with Asian inspired vegetables, so they're so fucking good, dude. Damn. And one patty is only 130 calories. And the macros are pretty lit. It's a great protein source. So anyway, I'm gonna eat off camera and I'll come back on camera when I'm done.
I was going to be released on Saturday. Then Saturday morning when I woke up, I was wheezing. Then it did come back that I was septic. The good part was that they had caught it before it got very bad, so I wasn't a severe case of sepsis as I was in the past. The infection stayed in the kidneys and the urinary tract and just a bit in the blood, and they were worried that when it had traveled into my blood that it had went into my lungs.
I'm really interested in shrimp burgers. I've had shrimp balls from a hot pot place. The texture made me homicidal to be dramatic about it. But they are opening a Trader Joe's in my town, you guys. And when it's open, y'all know a vlog will come. Obviously, I won't be treating Trader Joe's like a grocery store. But, ooh, quesadilla from Aldi. I'm curious what the nutritional facts are on that. But I bet Aldi's does have good food. Their ketchup is a exact dupe of Heinz. And that's coming from a ketchup snob.
And that's why I was wheezing. Clear, they think it was just from laying in bed and not being up moving around. I finally got home on Sunday, which I was never so relieved to be home. I was so worried about my cats. But I'm feeling a lot better. I am still on Cipro. I'll be on Cipro for 4 more days. In the meantime, I am not to be on keto. I'm not to do anything keto.
I'm so thankful, personally, that I've never experienced sepsis. I've had friends who are in the same space as me who have almost died from infection issues. That shit is terrifying. Terrifying.
Related until I'm cleared by my doctor. So I have not been doing keto for the last 2 weeks. And I have had regain, of course, because as we all know that once you go off keto, you gain back quickly. I can guarantee you that there has been no binging going on because half the time I did not feel like eating. But when I did eat, they were carb things. So there was no counting of calories in the hospital and no counting of carbs. When I did come home from the hospital on Sunday evening, I did order Mexican food because I just did not feel like cooking. It was later in the evening. I was tired. So I ordered my Mexican food. Don't feel bad about that at all. So I have had quite a bit of regain.
It's ready.
Wow. I get why people would be frustrated watching this. Wow. Like, living it must have been hard too, obviously, but like, wow. Wow.
552.0 pounds.
But I've still sustained pretty much almost a 20-pound loss from my highest this summer.
So she cycled through 2 times in like the span of less than a year of such an extreme yo-yo weight loss and gain, and focuses on sustaining a 20-pound loss. Wow. I struggle with inconsistency. Like, I'm not here to shit on her and that experience, but wow. Oh, I'm still on camera. Oops.
Let's talk about what's going to be happening moving forward from here. So as I told you, I am not to be doing anything keto for the next few days until I see my doctor again, until I'm okayed to be doing keto. I was told by multiple nurses, multiple doctors, my doctor, that keto is extremely hard on your kidneys. While my kidneys are still in a compromised position, while I'm still on my antibiotics, until those are done, until I have another urine test to make sure that I am completely fine, he doesn't want me doing anything that's going to compromise my kidneys. As soon as I'm cleared, I will be going back to keto because I cannot wait to get back to that lifestyle. Moomy. Moo. Say hi. Or not.
There's just no way that just like her eating moderately after getting off keto on carbs would cause that. Well, I don't remember what her lowest was, because her lowest before the first yo-yo was the 490. I guess I was going off the 490 number. I don't remember if she even said it, if that was mentioned in this process or not. So actually, I don't know how much of a weight gain that was based off of the loss. I don't remember.
Uploaded my video from yesterday showing some of the foods that I ate while I was in the hospital, and some people were questioning the choices. And no, my choices were not the best choices. I could have been healthier, most definitely. But there are a lot of non-healthy foods on this menu.
And you had the choice to not pick them, hun. They do have healthy options, even if they suck.
And most of the menu is unhealthy food. So
I will say, her point isn't 100% invalid. It is actually crazy. Because I remember, like, dealing with being in the hospital and stuff during different periods of my life. And, like, I would be so surprised. Like, even, like, after I found out I was a diabetic, the hospital would give me breakfasts where, like, it was, like, a muffin, another carb, and juice. And, like, maybe if I was lucky, a source of protein. And it's like very clear that the menus of hospitals are structured around profit and not around health, which is horseshit beyond measure. So this menu even looks a little familiar, like the way they have it set up here.
Let's take a look at the menu. This is the first part. They start with breakfast, of course. There's fruits and juices, scrambled eggs, egg beaters, omelets, salad. They have a tossed chef, salad, carrots and celery sticks. I ordered the fruit and cottage cheese plate because I thought it would be actual fresh. So then we move down here to sandwiches. You've got roast beef, sandwich, turkey with gravy, grilled cheese, hot dog, BLT. You've got egg salad, chicken salad. And like I said, yes, there are healthy choices on there, but a bulk of the options are not that healthy and not very fresh. So,
and also, like, the likelihood is stuff was being brought in from the outside, and or a lot of the times, like, you're a fully grown adult, so they don't limit how much you can order for the most part. And so it's like, what's the quantity that's being ordered? You know what I mean? Oh, we don't need to get into NAL on my channel. Nah, that's a level of mess I don't want to touch. Can we please? I don't even keep up with that shit because it's so, like, toxic. I like the Hellman's mayo dupe. Ooh, yeah. I bet that's good. Their coconut cold brew concentrate in the summer is a bussin' if you're into coffee. Cool. I'm not into coffee, but for those who are, heads up, that's a recommendation. Don't get those salami sticks, though. They're super addictive. Guys, what if I can't resist the salami sticks? What if I have to get them? But God forbid I get some white dots on it. Okay, Rosie, shut up. Girl, shut your mouth. Don't be so fucking messy. Anyway. The newer heart reaction thing is in the way of the chat. I'm on a streamer service, so I don't know. Oh, wait, yeah, I have to like swipe up the chat to read the most recent one. I do that all the time. Yeah, it's annoying on mobile. Nothing like almost Nashi. Fuck. Nothing like almost dying from sepsis to get your appetite up. Oof, that's dark. I mean, low-key funny, but oof. I co-developed a sepsis protocol in our hospital for our IC unit. That's awesome that you were able to do that. I bet that saved a lot of people. We appreciate the work that you do, Strange. You got to take care of yourself. You got to take care of yourselves and love yourselves. No one will put you first like you will. Amen. Hallelujah. Diary. I'm passively watching another live stream on my TV. Your live stream is on my phone so I can interact and then have Discord on my tablet. I've never been such a millennial. Oh my goodness. The conflicting audios would make me lose my mind. Oh my gosh, that's who you were watching, girl. Messy. I guess the hospital can't force her to eat certain things. True. Yeah, no. I mean, I've been in that situation. I remember Jean brought her food in. Yeah, brought food in for her. That's gonna be how, like, I didn't gain a ton of weight when I went to the hospital. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, I gotta call that out. Yeah, post sepsis was probably a lot of fluid, and that's especially also. I mean, she has some points, right? Like getting off low carb or whatever. But I feel like she really heavily relied on that excuse to excuse away other behaviors, right? Yeah, I believe that at a certain point she got better at shielding how much of an enabler Jean was. Yeah, I was a diabetic in the hospital, gave me cereal with low-fat milk and a white bread roll. What the fuck? I brought tuna pots and stuff in my suitcase to have better food. I wish I could eat tuna. It, like, makes me homicidal. She was a beezer. I did not know NAL was a beezer. I actually didn't know that. The relationship was beyond toxic. She went downhill so fast once he moved in with her. Oh. Fiber helps normalize your blood sugar. Yeah, that's why my focus on my diet is high fiber, high protein. I mean, and I say diet not as in like diet for weight loss, but diet as in like the term of how I eat. You know what I mean? Because I don't see myself on a diet. I have a diet. Everyone has a diet, whether it's good or bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't remember what NALC. Oh, yeah, someone answered that. She's now Queen Cobra. Okay. Not another Trigger Joe's. Bye. Yeah, I'm not a FFG recently blocked me, which I thought was funny. Yeah, I feel like Alex Ashok is a very mean girl. Not my vibe. I've occasionally interacted on Twitter, but I don't follow him. He just shows up occasionally. Yeah. Just portion control. Like, you stick to the basics. Stick to the shit that's like proven to work, you know? I used to spout the opposite. Honestly, I mean, I interact with people that I know that she hates, and I am kind of low-key on like the anti-FFG side of Twitter. But like, I've actually like I would go way harder in on Twitter on like Yaba versus FFG. But I also know that FFG will block people over like liking tweets against her, which is some thin-skinned shit, right? But I've been live too long. I'm being messy. Let's get back to the content.
I completely acknowledge and I understand that my food choices in the hospital were not good choices. I didn't feel well, and I used that as an excuse to eat comfort type foods. And yes, there were plenty of choices on that menu that I could have made work with keto, that I could have made work with any kind of diet that I would have been following. But I didn't. So that's just the end of that. When people are disheartened or sad that my progress isn't what they think it should be, people think it's rude when I say something back to them that isn't 100% polite. But I'm just telling you right out that that's your expectations. And the best way to not be discouraged or disheartened is to not expect anything from someone.
That I was worried she was going to get into much more heavily manipulative territory. That was still a little bit. Because she basically, without saying it, said like, if you have expectations, you should lower them, and that does feel a little coded in a different person. You know what I'm saying? But excuse me, but my thought as I was watching her say that, it's like, but do you have those higher expectations of yourself, or are you keeping them low because of that low sense of self, you know?
One.
Exactly, Vicky. Yeah, so nasty. Oh, there's something on the screen. Hold on. I got distracted by my chat. Jen's weight would gradually go back down, though it did not match the progress she had previously made following the obesity code diet. She would struggle to maintain a healthy lifestyle.
I think self-care is one of the more important things in life.
Wow. Hold on.
I think self-care is one of the more important things in life.
Wow, we really do have a similar body type. I mean, slightly different. And I feel like I carried less weight on my face than she does here. But even at my heaviest, I was closer to this. I'm less now, but like when I look at her, like I relate in that way. And that's hard for me, again, given the context of this documentary, right? It's hard. It's hard to process, but it's the truth. Jessica has recently been in my chat. I've never really engaged in her content. Yeah, Yaba is the one who doesn't show herself anymore. She recently cammed up because she kept getting called out about it. Yeah. It's a no from me, dog. I feel like I say that all the time, Vicky, because yeah, it's a no from me. Most of the time, like, especially back when I went into that chat, like, my thought process was I was going to give everyone a chance to, like, show me their perspective of reacting to my content. That experience made me change some things. Like, since then, it was like shortly thereafter, I completely stopped searching my own name on YouTube. I think it was Tiny Blue Anthropologist, who, by the way, if y'all don't know who Tiny Blue Anthropologist is and you're into this side of the internet, you should absolutely subscribe. She reacts to Girl World content from the perspective of an anthropologist, which is, she has the, hold on, I'm about to cough my brains out. She has the perspective of someone who has the educational backing of an anthropologist, which is the study of human behavior, which is fascinating. And Belly, I don't have answers to that question, to those questions for you, unfortunately, but maybe someone else will. But yeah, I already forgot what I was talking about because I had to cough so hard.
And it's not just all about weight or all about one thing. It's becoming healthy as a person as a whole. So, and weight is definitely included in there because I need to be healthy, because you only get one body and you only get one life to live. And if you're not healthy, nothing else is going to matter.
548.6 pounds.
A lot of people say, well, you could be losing this amount, or you should be. Who is to say you should be losing X amount of pounds a week? It's not necessary to lose 100 pounds in a month or 50 pounds in a month. As long as you're moving in the right direction and getting healthy.
That overconflation feels very deflective of the reality of what she's showing us, you know?
It's ready. $542.0.
And this is why she needed to just stop showing the scale, because it created so much inner chaos for her. You can see it playing out.
It's 542.0, which is a 1.2 pound gain from Friday. I knew when I woke up Saturday morning, before I even got out of bed, before I even stepped on the scale, I knew I was going to be up because my fingers were.
Nashi, I'll say that's why I like pizza shit on Twitter, because then I just spend like a few seconds reading about it and then I move on. I've never engaged in that person's content.
Swollen. Probably all you ladies out there can understand when you're bloated from your period. You can tell when your fingers are swollen.
Bro, I've just learned, like, when I'm on my cycle, I have to just know, I have to pretend the scale doesn't exist. Like, I should not get on it because my hormones are higher, they're more volatile, I'm more bloated, like, you know, and that was hard because recently I was on my cycle for 14 days straight. That was hard. My God.
I decided to look at my period tracker, and lo and behold, my period is right around the corner, literally 3 days away. And even though I know why I went up in weight,
I'm shook that she has a consistent cycle at 550-pound range. I'm shook. That's crazy. I don't know what that's like.
I know it's water retention. I know I'm bloated. It's still frustrating.
534.4 pounds.
So Sunday's weigh-in was 534.6, up 0.2 pounds. And I know that's just a fluctuation. That's not necessarily a gain. It's just whatever in my body fluctuating. But I stalled out all weekend. I don't get it. I don't understand why I can lose during the week and then stall out on the weekends, 3 weekends in a row now. When I tried to turn my scale on the first time, I hit the little turner on thing, and it lit up, and then it went dark. So I have a low battery. I need to change my battery. So I'm hoping that maybe it's an inaccurate reading because the battery is really...
Them scales are so inaccurate. So when, and this goes to other people too, when you're getting so caught up in the 0.2s, the 0.5s, the like whatever, they're so inaccurate, and we're so large in this weight range. Like, you're getting caught up in the fucking bullshit and decimal points when it's just like weight loss is such a like long-term thing. And like, and I come from a place of privilege in saying that I have like a health coach to work with, but some of these people, like, when you're getting the kind of views and the money that you can get from YouTube, like, you can afford that shit. Having the followers means you can get that kind of shit for free. You just have to want it. You just have to find it, seek it. Well, I was lucky. I got the opportunity through a friend, but I was presented the opportunity and I took it. And it's changed my entire life. It's helped the mentals of it all. Like, it's helped with the mental aspect of tracking, and it gave me the courage to be able to track, to be able to calorie count in the way that I have been. And the timing was perfect because I had already done the like calorie estimating thing that I did earlier in my channel or earlier in my life, but in documenting it all on my channel earlier on in my journey, that's what I was doing. And it helped that acclimation process. You know what I'm saying?
Hello? I don't know. I'm not trying to blame it on that. Could just be my body is not losing weight for whatever reason at the moment. This anxiety hit me out of nowhere. I definitely
Diary, I've been wanting to look into Nerfy in that Discord in general because I'm like a really big fan of Tiny Blue. I think that she's such an incredible person. I love her input around, like, because I will always love Zachary and Michael, y'all know. But if there's any other reactor that I would say is my favorite, it's Tiny Blue Anthropologist, because she's such a fresh take in girl world content, and relates in PCOS. Yeah. She's a protege of Snowflakes. That's interesting. Like, you mean like in the sense of the style? I need to look into Diary, you should email me or something some links, because I do have a Discord, like a Discord account, and me and Florence want to get into making my own Discord at some point, but I have to have the mental wherewithal to get into all that. I'm never using a scale again. That is a valid response, man. I get it. I don't think I'd do weight loss surgery either. Bye bye belly. Again, that is something I have said and will continue to say, is I'm not taking completely off of the table as an option. But I digress. My hormones are all in shambles, and I'm so exhausted trying to fight my body. The hormones things are hell. Of course. And also, by the way, guys, this is Christiana, or I call her Chris, is one of my best friends, and she's recently launched a health channel. The uploads there's not like a specific schedule, kind of like how my channel is, but if you like me, you will like her videos, and you should definitely give her a follow and check out the content. I've shared it in the past on my community tab as well. This chat would make fat positivity activists furious. Oh yeah, I make them furious. Absolutely. Like their friends even pops into the Discord. He complains that Nerfy stole Casey from him. I like Tiny Blue because it's analysis, not just being catty. Exactly. Catty is fun at times, but it's more interesting to think a bit deeper. Absolutely. What's the channel name? I believe it's Bad Wolf Foods, badwolf.foods, but also because I don't know if you can click on her name or not in the chat, but I believe she's chatting from that channel. I have both of her channels modded because she's also a booktuber, bookstagrammer. Awesome. Thank you for subscribing to my friend. There's, I think, 2 vlogs out. I think the most recent one was the one where she did the shop with me and stuff. I was obsessed.
think that dealing with the upcoming anniversary of my mom's passing could play a big part in it. This bout with it has been truly debilitating. The last time I was this bad with anxiety was when I very first moved here, right after my mom died. And it's really disheartening because I was doing really well. I had a lot of, zest for life. I had a lot of energy. I was getting out and doing things. I was going places. I was playing cards, even though I'm dreading having to play cards. I played yesterday, but it was very difficult for me to sit through the whole couple of hours that I played for.
Like, because, yeah, she lives in an apartment complex that has kind of like a community aspect, which is so interesting. Because, like, I lived in an apartment complex and we had nothing like this. So I find that so, like, interesting as a concept. Like, because I feel like the types of places that normally do that and have that are, like, the ones that are for elderly people, right? But I don't think that's what she's necessarily describing, though, but that's, like, my only frame of reference.
It's very miserable, and I don't really know what else to say about it. It's just miserable, and I'm miserable right now.
Yeah. As the anniversary of her mother's death grew nearer, Jen opened up further about her relationship with her late mother.
My mom passed away, it will be 9 years ago, next week actually. And at that time, I was no longer able to stay in our home because of financial reasons. I just wasn't able to keep up with the bills, and just also the emotional state of being there without my mom. It was very difficult. And I don't regret living with my mom at all. My mom was my best friend.
I'll say for me, getting the opportunity to live with my parents as an adult, from the perspective of having parents that also did therapy and got their own healing, has been one of the more healing experiences I've had since moving to Florida. And in this current state of an economy, we are all able to help each other. And doing this also allows my parents to keep a US address, which is a good thing for a few different reasons. And so, and it's like, I feel like my brother and I do better living together than we would living apart because there's like a balance there. So, in my experience, I will say living with my family as an adult is something that I'm really glad I've been able to do. And I mean, there's obviously like other benefits to it. And I don't know Jen's specific experiences with that, but you know, all of us as adults contribute towards the bills and contribute towards things. And it's one of the reasons I'm excited to get back to work because we're definitely in need of me doing that. And so I'm excited in that sense, not necessarily excited to work, right? But that's coming up in less than 2 weeks now. So just as a random side note, that is going to kind of change how my content's been going, obviously. And it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of glad I got this streaming setup done now, because if maintaining vlogs gets tough, I can do lives like this a lot more easily, and still maintain a connection with you guys and maintain something going on my channel, because that is really important to me, as is, you know, being able to make enough money to, live and sustain my place in this capitalistic society.
I loved my mom dearly. I think our relationship was a little too codependent and a little unhealthy, and she would probably say the same thing. But
yeah, I mean, codependency is a big theme for her, as is / was for me. I've put a lot of work in my codependent tendencies, and it's one of the biggest reasons I've remained single, because I refuse to like settle, and I refuse to just enter a relationship to not be alone. I want whatever relationship I have to be founded in a healthy, good place. And sometimes I even struggle with almost the opposite side of like hyper independence nowadays. And like that like self isolation side of it all.
She was my best friend, and I am very blessed to have had that kind of relationship with my mom that I had. So my mom was struggling with her own things. I was struggling with mine. We just weren't able to seek that kind.
Sorry for all the pauses, but real quick, yes, my email is quirkyloverose@gmail.com. Oh, that was the only genuine drama about Jen, was that her mother supposedly took care of Jen while the mom had cancer. Yeah, I've heard about that. She admitted to hitting her mother who had bone cancer, and waited on her hand and foot. Yeah, I think I remember. I hope that gets touched on in this documentary so I can have like a full reaction to what she said. I knew about her mom supposedly waiting on her hand and foot, but I didn't know about the hitting. Yeah, that's super fucked up. Yeah, and yeah, and I don't think Jen is fully innocent. I will say, especially in the first two parts, Jen is painted in a very sympathetic light, and I think for the most part that is the case. Thank you, Diary. I think every human being is very fallible and imperfect, but like the hitting someone's not a minor indiscretion, right? Like that's kind of a big fucking deal.
Kind of help for each other or ourselves. My mom died of renal cell carcinoma in 2010. It was a very quick and sudden diagnosis and illness. She had been treated for what we thought and what the doctors had told us was Parkinson's disease, and turned out to have never been Parkinson's disease at all. And it was wrongdoing on the doctor's part, a misdiagnosis which cost her life. It's so hard to believe it's been 9 years, Mama. 9 years since I've heard your beautiful voice, seen your beautiful smile, or felt you hug me. I miss you more and more every day. I will always love you. And I'll see you soon.
All the progress Jen had made in an attempt to curtail her emotional binges would be fruitless. This is so frustrating, especially because like I think when I watched this, I watched it over time, because the first time I watched this, it was first of all, I wasn't as far along in my health journey. I hadn't lost a lot of weight yet. I hadn't had a lot of success I had. 9 months ago, I had recently found out I was a diabetic. This was very hard to watch for me when it first came out. But rewatching it, it's like I'm having a newfound set of emotions now that I have a bit of emotional distance from the content. It's like this is like really frustrating.
Today is one of those days where I just want to give up. Things are moving forward. I'm moving forward. I'm enjoying life pretty much.
That's so interesting. I recently had one of those days, and I actually think I vlogged about it. That'll be coming out next week.
But when I woke up this morning,
But to the people watching, those days are fleeting, and you need to not give them power. That's the secret, is you have to feel it, but know that it's temporary and it will pass. You have to choose to not give in to that feeling. That is a choice.
I just feel negative, and I feel like there are times when I see the big picture, and looking at my situation in the big picture, looking at how much weight I have to lose to get to a normal size. When I look at the big picture of the medical procedures I'm going to have to go through, and all the unpleasant things in life that I have done to myself that I need to clean up.
I'm of the opinion that I think it's even more dangerous to yo-yo like this than to just like be fat. And what I mean by that is like the stress you put your body through by losing and regaining and losing and regaining, that is so bad for so many parts of your body, right? I'm not saying it's better to choose to stay fat than to yo-yo. That's not what I'm saying. But if we're talking strictly in terms of like the stress on the body, the yo-yoing is going to be what really leads to like the long-term complications.
It feels overwhelming. Today is the day where I want to say, forget it. This is too much for me. For quite a few years now, I have built up in my head that someone else could save me. And even though I know that only God and me can save myself, I used my relationship with this person to think that they were going to save me. I have to acknowledge.
So did like her and Jean break up a lot? Is because like sometimes she talks like they him in a past tense. It gets really confusing. Because they break up and get back together a lot. Because that's kind of the vibe I'm getting.
Acknowledge what's wrong, and I have to work on fixing it before I can be happy with somebody else. And I guess that's part of what has got me kind of upset, coming to the realization that maybe things aren't going to work out how I wanted them to. I've prayed for so long for God to just make things work with this person, because I felt like this was the person that I was meant to be with, and that this person can make everything in my life better.
She could have healed so much if she had the ability to let him go. I would know. I had a Jean.
It's not working out. Partly because they are struggling themselves, and there's absolutely zero chance that a relationship between two people that are very unhealthy can ever work, even if the love is there, even if we want things to work. It can't. I can't change other people.
As time passed, Jen would begin to post less and less about her weight loss journey. She had something else occupying her mind.
So, do we start with the story of how you got here?
Let's see, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of alcohol.
After 4 years of being in an online long-distance relationship, Jen and Jean would finally meet for the first time? For the first time! And y'all were that toxic. Y'all got a relationship before you even like did the deal? What the fuck? I was in a 3-year long-distance relationship before we moved in together. But we met up multiple times in that 3 years. You didn't? Girl, what? Girl, what? Girl. How do you love someone you've never been in the same room? Oh my god. Sweet.
So, most of you know that for the past 4 years, almost 4 years, I've been in a online long distance relationship. And I know I made a few videos in the past when I very first started YouTube that I regret.
But is it love or does it end up just being codependency? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, is it love or being in love with the concept of love? Yeah, they both had addiction issues.
Regret making now, because
there's some stuff I want to say, but I don't want to like get too into it, honestly, when it comes to my ex. But I relate to Jen on a lot of levels, especially like my past versions of self, you know, who are still very much me, but I've worked really hard to heal from those moments. So I do like to differentiate between the two.
been in a online long distance relationship. And I know I made a few videos in the past when I very first started YouTube that I regret making now, because I mistakenly was under the impression that everybody on the internet was good. And I knew that that was not the case, but somehow I thought that I was different and everybody would understand where I was coming from and nobody would assume things. But the reality of the internet and social media is people twist things and they put their own spin on your life. So what I can say about my past is our relationship has not been perfect. The amount of love, compassion, and forgiveness that this person has given me is beyond anything. And I know that a couple people have said that they think that he's using me. I know in my heart, I know 100% that he's not using me and I'm not being taken advantage of. He also struggles with addiction. He has struggled with alcoholism.
I think they used each other, if we're going to be super for real.
And he is now clean and sober, and I'm very proud of him for that.
I'm so sorry. Bye, Belly.
And we're rolling.
Hello?
Was there any like definitive evidence, at least from the audience's perspective, that this guy was a feeder? Was it just speculation? Was that even a conversation back then? I think obviously he's an enabler, but I'm curious.
From Texas.
So there's also some people that are concerned that you're using me and that you have motives for being here.
Absolutely. Correct. On spot, on point.
Insert sarcasm here.
And see, that right there was reverse psychology, just to make everybody think that I'm really not using you.
I don't find this guy likable in this like first clip. Like this being I don't know if this was his first introduction on the channel. If it was, yikes, that was a choice.
And that right there was reverse psychology to do reverse psychology to really fuck with people's heads.
See, that's weird. This is weird. The energy's weird.
But there's 0%
I get why the audience didn't like this guy.
chance that he's using me. We
Weird.
know that.
How do you know?
100%.
How do you,
I know. Huh?
how do you know?
Probably most people already know that you're an alcoholic.
What? I have never had a drink in my life.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, they could love each other, but I am of the opinion, like, to say you love someone that you've never met, like, that's low-key crazy to me. I'm so sorry. Like, I can't understand that. Like, I guess in how I view and conceptualize love and how I take love so seriously. Like, I don't know how you can love someone who you've never experienced their presence. There is a physical barrier when it comes to video chatting. Like, you can get close, you know, you can get very close. You can have a very intimate relationship with someone over the internet. Absolutely. 100%. I've experienced that, not just romantically, but with friendships. Like, literally, me and Chris have been best friends for 11 years. Never fucking met yet. One day it'll happen, but like, we have a country border in between us. So, you know, it's just not happened. And we have a very close friendship, but like, when it comes to romantic love, for me, there is just like, there's a set difference there. And I'm not saying they didn't love each other. I'm sure they very much did, especially because they had the opportunity to like be around each other, right? But you loved Robbie before you met him. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'd like to talk to you about that privately sometime. I'd like to know. Maybe we already have and I've forgotten, but I'm not going to discredit your feelings, right? It would be shitty of me. I just don't understand it, is kind of my point. No, I watched him from the start and he didn't have feeder tendencies and wasn't that interested in food in general. Okay. So it was just two addicts enabling each other. Gotcha. He reminds me of my ex. He was tried to be intelligent but was kind of self-absorbed. Yeah. Was there narc vibes with this guy for anybody? Like, in your opinion? You just can't know. You can never know physical chemistry until you meet, in my opinion. It's so easy when it's the one. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's cute. That's true. Yeah. Y'all been together forever. Before I met you.
So I kept telling him he wasn't coming here until he was sober. That was my hard limit. It was just time for him to make a change. It was time for me to make a change. It was time for...
That's a win in her book. I'm glad she did that, making him be sober first. I obviously, as we know, as the chat said, like, that shifts and changes, but yeah. This was obviously not the best decision for her in the long term.
For us to make a change. And we figured that this would be a good restart for him to get back on his feet.
Yes. Went through detox, went through rehab again.
Clean, sober. So after detox and rehab, it kind of became clear that to start a life, to continue a life, that you needed to change. And that's when it kind of happened. All of a sudden, he decided on Friday that he was coming here and he left on Monday, right?
Correct.
So it was a very quick thing.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. It took me 37 hours on Greyhound bus.
Did he have somewhere else to go? Because that, I think, is something to consider.
And it was a lot. It was a blast. Absolutely fun.
All his belongings are now in my apartment, so we're almost finished.
I don't love this guy's vibe, man.
Don't look like the devil, because then people say you're evil.
I don't care what people say. I don't think I'm evil anyways.
We're almost done with this video. This is just like a short thing. We'll do more later.
I think she's really attracted to the toxicity because it's what she inherently believes she deserves deep down.
Yeah, you better edit half this crap out. I'll tell you that.
Are you threatening me? Are you threatening my life?
Yeah, I'm being very controlling.
You're being controlling and
dominating,
threatening. I'm probably going to get beat after this video goes off.
Ooh. Ooh, Lee. I've known people who truly did love each other but were never good for each other. Literally me and my ex. Literally me and my ex. That sums it up wholly. His alcoholism was so severe that he was in and out of the hospital with esophageal varices, and it takes a lot of drinking to get to that point. Yeah, he had a very severe addiction, clearly. I think he cared on some level, yeah, but I think having a place to crash and an enabler was a big motivator too. Yeah. He had been married, if your memory's working. Okay. He came from Texas and liked it there, but not sure where he was living. Can't remember. Okay.
You don't even go there.
I'm allowed to have a guest for 14 days. And when he got here, we made it legal. He met my manager. She photocopied his ID. And then after the 14 days, then we will put him on the lease. So he is an actual resident until we figure out what we'll do next.
Wow.
Love you, peeps.
Something about
So this
his,
is about-
something about his camera presence is off-putting as fuck to me. I'm not even trying to be a hater. There's just the energy is weird.
Of course, yesterday's video. There was an overwhelming amount of comments, negative comments about my friend, about Gene, and the fact that he's
Your friend? Girl! You move a man in and call him your friend?
shady, he's sneaky, he's using me. He is not comfortable on camera. He appeared on camera with me because he knew it's important to me. There were a few people who were upset and said that they were unsubbing because they weren't here to watch some dude. This channel is about my life, and he is a part of my life. Every video is not going to be with him. There are some videos that we want to do together. So from time to time, he will be in some of my videos. But my channel is primarily focused on my weight loss, and that's not going to change. So I don't know why people are so upset that I include somebody that's in my life in a channel that is about my life. I'm not really sure, but if you're
not surrounding yourself with good people, thus the vibes are not good. Thus, that interpretation and perception within the audience is causing the negative feedback.
that disturbed about it, you do not have to watch. And I know a lot of people are going to be saying that this is condescending.
Yeah, I want to hear about Rosie's ex. This live stream's not about me, guys. It's about Jen. Yeah, let's keep it to the things.
I'm being passive aggressive. I'm clapping back. And if that bothers you, you're more than welcome to not watch.
It's only about me when I make it about me. So I don't want. Yeah, I'm joking, but
It's up to you completely. And whatever people are making up, I don't know how people are saying. Some people were just adamant that he is an ex-convict, and he's not. People think that he's using me.
Hold on, I need to scroll up and read the chat more. Give me a second. People who grow up in toxic households will also gravitate towards that because it's familiar. Yeah, that was my experience as well. Some people find the toxicity exciting. Yeah, they don't want a boring relationship. Yeah, so they make it exciting by doing shit to each other. Feel free to say hell no, but would you ever consider telling the story of your ex in alive? It's hard for me to talk about. There's so much to it. I'd be worried I'd accidentally overshare in the live. My ex loved the ups and downs. It's awful. I'm sorry to hear that, Belly. I don't want to say hell no, but I also don't want to say hell yes. So that's kind of where I'm at on that perspective. I think one of my favorite Jen and Jean moments was when they made that cat litter box cake with the Tootsie Roll poops, and she made Jean eat them out of the litter box. That's cute. OMG, it was so funny. Yeah. My husband and I are both neuro-abnormal. I tend to attract neurodivergent viewers, neurodivergent supporters. Gee, I wonder why.
Absolutely not using me. First and foremost, he is my best friend. I am used.
And I will say it again. This dynamic reminds me of me and my ex, which is why I've been bringing it up. And there was a time not long before I made my YouTube channel where I was very much in the state of mind of demonizing my ex, and I said a lot of shit that I regretted out of anger and hurt and pain on like my Instagram stories and stuff. And it was my way of coping because I really did struggle to let him go. And one of my biggest accomplishments in my healing journey has been I have finally let him go. Like, he was such a massive part of my life. He was such an important person in my life. He has colored my life in so many ways, and he has been the love that I've had in my life. And it's not going to be the only one, and I will find the love that's meant for me that's much healthier. And we genuinely did love each other, but there was a lot of toxicity. There was a lot of problems, and I really wish I had been strong enough to leave sooner, because staying as long as I did resulted in some really traumatic shit happening, some really dark shit happening within the relationship. And it's hard to think about. So that's one of the reasons. And also, I don't know if he still keeps tabs on me or not, because he did for the longest time after our breakup, and then when we reconnected. And this time last year, he flew me out to see him in Omaha, and we spent a week together. And ultimately, I think he led me to believe some things. that led me to going there that were not necessarily true. I think there was different motives to having me going to Omaha than I thought. My best friend knows about all of that. And when I came back, weirdly, me going there allowed me to see things from a different perspective and realize that while he wasn't the enemy that I had tried to, I once believed I had to like make myself hate him to move on. But I eventually realized that that wasn't true, that we could both just be imperfect people who made bad decisions, who were bad for each other, and were meant to be together for a time, but not for forever. And once I finally kind of figured all that out, it got a lot easier for me in terms of moving on. I moved on pretty quickly after that. It was like within this past year. Overly sarcastic people like Gene are not my cup of tea. I feel that. Yep, y'all. Chris knows more than any of y'all will ever know. I had one tried to blackmail me, and he had his mom stalk me at work because I broke up with him. Jesus Christ. I feel like you saw that overall things wouldn't change exactly, Chris. Yep.
Used to YouTube, so YouTube doesn't bother me. The harsh comments don't bother me. He's not used to YouTube. He's not even used to being on camera. I honestly don't care what anybody else thinks.
I really get wanting to protect the people in your life. I absolutely empathize and understand that.
This is my life. I know what I know about this person, and I know that he is an amazing person. He has problems, as we all do. If you have concerns and you say that you're concerned about me, concerned about the status of my relationship, that's fine. But anybody who says he looks shady, he looks like a con, whatever kind of negative things you want to say about him or me.
I don't know if that was necessarily the case, but his vibes were off. That's all I know.
You will be blocked and you will be deleted. He eats very healthy. And having him here, I have not binged since he's been here. We've not ordered out. Well, actually we did order out, but we got salads from Wendy's. And I got a Baconator without the bun. Well, I got the bun, but I took it off when it got here. So
that was interesting. But like, I did this. Well, actually, I did this, and then I did this. Well, actually, I did this, and then I did this, and I actually did that. That was interesting.
He is encouraging me. He doesn't overeat or binge. He doesn't eat unhealthy.
As I'm watching this, I'm noticing where there's moments where I'm like, I'm starting to think I'm seeing tells of dishonesty. But it took me some time to start to pick up on that. That's a little odd. I'm not saying she's definitely lying here, but just, again, the vibe's off.
He is very into kales, smoothies, protein shakes. He has a ton of coconut water in the refrigerator that he bought. He drinks aloe juice, pure aloe juice, and because it's healing. So he's very encouraging in the health department, which is very good for me, which is what I need. And it's good for
that is awful, Nashi. Oh my gosh.
For him, because I don't drink. So we can encourage each other in the areas of where we need our weaknesses, our other strengths. So it's pretty much perfect.
Dissuaded by the comments of her viewers, Jen would feature Gene in almost all of her videos. Which is an interesting choice if he doesn't like being on camera. Or, wait, did she say he didn't like, or just that he was uncomfortable or not used to it? Either way, interesting choice.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Look at that. Boom. Bam.
This was her first and only ever real side character, to use reactor terminology, on her channel, right?
Bam. Dude, fits. Bam. Bam. Jennifer did an absolutely beautiful job on my
I made a keto breakfast. We finally moved our table. Well, Jane moved our table. I didn't move the table. So we have a nice view of outside to look at while we eat.
And I put the chair over there for the kitty cats.
Oh yeah, the chair's over there for the kitty cats.
Possibly prevent them from continuously hopping up on the table where the computer is and the food is. So, can you blur stuff out? Hi. Yeah.
I don't know. That moment felt a little more genuine. I don't know. That was interesting.
Can you blur?
There. I'll blur it out right there.
Seriously though, do you have a blur?
So today, me and my sidekick,
That is freaky.
my sous chef, we're going to be making a keto-friendly cake with fries.
They do have a chemistry, and I think that needs to be noted because there's somebody else I can think of that chemistry is significantly lacking. There, whether he may not have a chemistry with the camera, but when he's disengaged from the camera with her, there is a chemistry there, and I think that that's important to know.
Frosting, measure
Yes, measure.
it out for us.
Doesn't she have a cute little accent?
All right, we're going to try our keto cake. Ready?
That's creamy.
That's really good.
10:45. What the heck is that?
What the heck is that?
We have two people back there doing something illegal. I'm going to keep my eye on them.
You don't do that during bingo.
Get a room.
I've lived in Florida for almost 3 years, and I've been wanting to do bingo so bad. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, since we're on these topics of these people anyway. The first time ALR uploaded a bingo vlog, I remember I saw the title with Zach's video, and I went, shit, because I had already started my YouTube channel, and I had in my repertoire of things I wanted to do is I wanted to go play bingo, and I was like, well, now I can't. And I was like, shit, man, this sucks. Because I already get the you're copying ALR shit, and I'm like, well, and there are decisions I make actively to avoid that discourse, and that's my biggest example of that. I live in the land of old people and bingo. I wanted to do it so bad, and I may eventually end up going. There's a specific bingo night that some of my friends go to, and I just have yet to do it. That is something I've been wanting to do, but I was just I remember it happened, and I was like, I out loud went, shit. Oh man, fuck. And Chris, yeah, I remember we've talked about all that before. That shit's crazy.
For those of you who are new, welcome to you as well. My name is Jennifer, and this
Jane.
is Jean.
Oh my God, Jen, he is definitely using you. No man loves a woman that doesn't respect themselves, and you clearly don't respect yourself. Are his teeth rotted?
Look at the body language. I mean, she's infatuated by him. That's for sure. Look at that. Look at this pause screen. She loves him. That is not debatable. And I think that he absolutely cared about her. I want to keep watching, but look at that. There's no question that she loved him. And I don't question that they loved each other. Whether or not they were toxic or good for each other is a whole other conversation, but they clearly love each other.
Nah.
You're definitely using me. Back to those comments.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Thank you, Stella, for your assumption. I really look up to people who have a God-given gift for being a prophet and knowing exactly what's going on in strangers' lives. I mean, that is absolutely stellar. I don't know.
I feel like that's a level of sarcasm I would say sometimes. I won't lie, anyways.
Anyways.
And that's from Grace and Elizabeth Thornton. Thornton?
Yes, Grace and Elizabeth Thornton. Yes, I have a learning disability.
You might think that you need a man to feel better, do better, but you don't. You need to learn to love yourself and be content in yourself first and foremost.
Okay, let's just clear this up, peeps, real quick. Life isn't perfect, and we love each other. Absolutely, we have a sweet, tender love. She is sober to me, and I am sober to her. And so we are a perfect fit. We're helping each other, and we know where we're going. We're committed to going to that place. And we have goals, we have dreams, we have plans. We are serious. We're not using each other. So we can just go ahead and just zip it up and throw away the key on all that bull crap. Next.
Woo!
This is cute. This moment's cute. That was cute. Jen would finally post a video addressing her weight.
So I haven't done a weigh-in video or talked much about my weight loss or lack thereof.
No, he definitely does come across like weirdly at times. Like it's interesting because it's like there have been moments where I'm like, oh, okay, like he's a little less off vibes, but then it kind of creeps back. And yeah, there is that like inflated sense of self vibe that I get sometimes. Not, and again, not all the time. It's weird. It's the vibes are off, but they fucking like teeter a lot with him.
In a while, my last weigh-in was right before my birthday last month, and at that time I was 5'11". I weighed 3 times since then, and I have had considerable weight gain, but I'm not trying to hide it. I've just felt really shitty about myself, just putting it out there bluntly. That's the reason why I just haven't talked about it. And this was before Gene got here. This has nothing to do with him being here.
And I mean, at the end of the day, she has the right to decide to not talk about her weight on her channel, right? Like, I do believe that. It's just, I wish that she would be able to do that and maybe maintain not talking about it while focusing on it off camera, right? Like, that would be the best case scenario for that decision.
And actually, since Gene has been here, I haven't binged because, as I've said in my other videos, binging for me is a very shameful thing. It's something that I do in private, and he's always here. Now, as far as overeating, probably, but there's a difference between overeating and binging. And also an upside of having him here because he eats extremely healthy. I mean, he does the protein shakes, the organic food. He is really a good influence for eating wise, and we've eaten a lot healthier since he's been here. I had stopped going to see my therapist right before my birthday. Sometimes I get to the point in my life where I'm like, I got this, I know what I'm doing, I'm cured, I'm healthy. Then I fall flat on my face.
That is not ever a healthy perspective, which I think is what she's trying to get at, right? But it's like, you're never cured of the kind of like mental illness or you can't really cure BED. You can be in remission, but you can't cure it. And so to think like, I think there may be situations, especially like when you have situational like PTSD type symptoms where you could do it for a set period of time and then walk away and be fine. I think people with the type of gravity of issues like Jen or myself have, like, you have to understand that, yeah, sure, take a break from therapy, but probably set a date to revisit the topic or go back to the same therapist or get on the wait lists for a new one or switch therapists if necessary. Because sometimes it is important. It is a good idea after like a certain period of time, like especially if you find yourself kind of going in the same circles or same ruts and you feel like your current therapist isn't giving you what you need to kind of learn, and you feel like you may do better by having a different therapeutic style or perspective in your life, then yeah, sure, go ahead and switch therapists. And that is very different than like therapist hopping, which is like seeing someone for a little bit, hopping to the next one, then the next one, then the next one, and never really sticking with someone long term enough to build your general like history with someone, right?
which I have. The days that I eat low carb, I don't eat it consistently enough to put my body into ketosis. So I guess technically we want to
Oh
call
my
it, I'm not
gosh,
doing
Nashi.
keto, I'm doing low carb, and I'm not doing a very good job of it all the time. It's crazy the amount of weight that I gained, and I'm embarrassed of it, and I'm just not willing to share with you guys what I weigh right now. We did indulge, like at nighttime we would have snacks while we were watching movies and stuff like that. So it's just the little things that I didn't need. It wasn't overly unhealthy. I haven't binged since he's been here. So I do understand that.
Based on how she's talked about him in the past, I think she probably did a really good job of like shielding his negative sides from the camera, or the perceived negative sides, or like anger, because it does sound like he definitely had some kind of anger situation going on. Posturing like he's trying to impress someone. Yeah, I can see that, Lee, for sure. It's hard to tell, especially with what we've seen so far. He could definitely have narcissistic tendencies, but I don't want to attribute any diagnoses to him that are not self-disclosed. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said yes, it's codependent, and they definitely use each other, but I think they were in love too. Nashi, I'm not over the pickling his liver comment. That's wild, girl. That's crazy. Like, even on meds, there were some days he was just a bit more of an ass to others, rarely to me. He bitched about everything to me, though. Yeah, it's hard when you have to deal with things like bipolar or NPD or PPD or BPD. No, don't apologize. I just it made me laugh because it's like the dark humor thing, right?
That I can be controlling, and it's something that I work on, and I have been working on, and I know that I need to change. I know I am passive aggressive. That is not something that is new to me. I can be manipulative. Yes, I can be, and I'm not proud of these things, but it is who I am, and I'm being honest about how I am.
It doesn't need to be who you are, because I have those same struggles. I feel like especially because when you come from an unhealed, toxic place, those manifest in certain behaviors, certain attitudes, certain moods, and the behaviors and how you treat others. And I think for me, it manifests in similar ways when I am coming from an unhealed place, when I am coming from a more toxic place of that need for control, the manipulation side of things. And it's a conscious choice to work on yourself and choose to, especially with someone like her who has a level of self-awareness that I would compare to myself, which is to me a high marker that I would not attribute to other people in girl world. But when you have that level of self-awareness, you have a capacity, you have an innate capacity to self-reflect and improve upon those behaviors and do and be better. You absolutely do. You don't have to accept that as your bottom line. You have to accept that that is a tendency you may have. You have to accept that sometimes you may fuck up, and when you are behaving in a toxic way, it may manifest in those ways. But that does not need to be a defining characteristic of yourself, not even in the slightest.
An addiction is the same at the core, but different substances are different, because like with my food addiction, my personality doesn't change. The signs of my
Girl, is that true? I'm a much bigger bitch when I'm actively in a toxic addiction cycle. I will behave in a more manipulative manner. My personality would change. I don't know if I agree with that.
and I just keep gaining weight of my addiction. Boy, if I don't have my food, I can throw little fits.
Ooh, his look away was interesting. I'm gonna replay that. I wasn't fully paying attention. I want to rewatch that clip.
Substances are different, because like with my food addiction, my personality doesn't change. The signs of mine, I just keep gaining weight of my addiction. Boy, if I don't have my food, I can throw little fits.
That look away, and yeah, it's interesting how he looks at her. I don't know. That's interesting. That was an interesting moment. You can't have a controlling partner if you're controlling. Gene feels controlling. Yeah. I used to be negative as hell because of severe anxiety. Now I'm a bit more positive and don't go on about my problems to my husband as much. Yeah. Yeah. Jen, once again, motivated to lose weight, restarted her health journey. I wish she had been able to start her health journey off camera at some point.
A lot of you guys have been asking why I've been waiting to release this video, if I was going to talk about the weight loss. And I'm just going to be honest with you guys. There's no other way to say it or no excuses. I just didn't want to bother with watching what I eat over the holidays. I know that's bad. I know that my health is at risk. I was just in a mind state of I wanted to do what I wanted to do, and I don't care about anything else. I am going back to, like I said, keto.
I hope at some point we find out what's going on with the cancer. Because if I remember correctly, last we knew she was diagnosed and then no treatment follow-up, right? Like, does she end up losing enough weight for it? Like, I would assume she'd talk about being on chemo if they put her on chemo. That is confusing to me as a viewer of this documentary.
Gene is going to do kind of keto. He doesn't need to lose weight, of course. And it's been kind of aggravating because he has been eating a lot of bad stuff the holiday season, sweets and treats, all kinds of good stuff, and he doesn't gain an ounce. It's just the kind of body he has. He doesn't gain weight.
What a lucky son of a
January
bitch.
1st,
Hello.
2020.
It's ready.
That damn scale. Ugh.
553.4 pounds.
God, this is getting frustrating.
So as of January 1st, 2020, I am 553.4.
She's not gonna go to the beach, is she? Fuck.
Which is a
That's gonna fuck me up.
42.2 pound gain since October the 24th, 2019. I can't even tell you what went through my head. I kind of like just blanked out when I heard that. And when I actually saw the number of.
So just to reference, in case people weren't here in the beginning of the documentary, she talked about very early on in like part 1 that her dream was to go to the beach and like see the water and feel the sand. And I mentioned how in December I did that for the first time when I went to California. And for me, like that makes me think to my goal of like horseback riding again and like riding roller coasters again, and thinking that there's a possible reality where that won't happen for me if certain things don't happen for me. Is like, I mean, God, it makes me want to fucking cry, you know, like it's a real dark aspect of my reality that I don't want to like put a huge spotlight on, you know. I don't want to put a ton of emphasis on it, but it is a part of that. And I really want her to go to the beach. I really want her to go. I don't think I'm going to get what I want, but I really want her to go.
How much I had gained. Fortunately, I didn't gain back everything that I lost. I'm still down from last year, which is good. At least I'm not back into the 570s where I was last year. I take full responsibility for this. This is completely me. And when I have seen what I did to myself, I am determined to not let this go on. As you guys know, some of you that have been with me for a while, I used to do my grocery hauls like one every couple weeks, or sometimes one a week or one a month. But since Gene is here, he has offered to go to the grocery store. That's what he's been doing. He's been doing the grocery shopping. So like I said, what you're going to see is the freezer clean out, the like pantry clean out. We got rid of.
Is she deflecting to Gene about what's in her freezer? Because she's been, I'm going to let her keep talking and see, but like she's been saying that Gene eats so healthy, blah, blah, blah. But this feels like deflection. Am I crazy? Or am I not understanding? Because like, it sounds like she's setting up for some kind of ownership. Like, well, Gene's been doing the shopping, in which again, it's like, even if Gene's doing the shopping, like you can still do a grocery haul when they all load them in. Like quite literally, I did the pickup haul, brought it all in. My brother honestly brought in pretty much all of it. Because I think I was having a high pain. No, I hadn't slept that day, so I was just in a lot of pain. And also that's just like some of the things that we do to divide tasks in the house. Like when I buy him stuff or whatever, he'll help me carry shit in, right? And I explained to him what I needed him to do to help me set up for the haul, and then I filmed the haul. That would be very easy logistically.
Of all the junk food, and some of the stuff we gave away, some of it we threw away, and others of it that he decided that he wanted. We're not going to be buying any more junk food moving forward.
But he eats so healthy. The fuck? That's deflection, babe.
All right, so here is what we've pulled out of the cupboard, what we're going to be getting rid of. First, we have a big old bag of Lay's potato chips, Frito scoops. This kills me too because I wanted these so bad. These are Takis, and I barely have.
Cleanouts are so hard for me because like of how I was raised and like wasting food, but also I've been having to go through and like throw stuff out just because they get expired, and it's frustrating because like a lot of the stuff that I want to throw out and get rid of, like I didn't technically buy, and like even though I realistically know that like we're not going to eat them, I'm not basically allowed to throw them out because of my living arrangement, and that is kind of frustrating. But I would love to do like a pantry clean out like this. For a lot of reasons, but that's not ultimately up to me.
Had just like a couple of them because I just kept getting other food and more food.
Also, I really don't like Takis. Again, off topic. I don't think they're good. I hate hot chips, like period. I'm not into like the flaming hot bullshits. I'm not into the jalapeno, this, that, the third. Just not my vibe.
Food and more food, and didn't even finish them. Pizza flavored Pringles.
Yeah,
Tostito chips.
I've been live for 5 hours, and we're probably going to be live for another 3 or so. Yeah, we got halfway through, and I was considering starting up tomorrow, but at that point, it was just kind of like, a bunch of people were like, we're down for an all-nighter, basically like all 4 parts. So, yeah. We're going to be live for a while. I already ate a meal. I turned my camera off. I had to like eat a dinner because we're here so long, but this grocery haul is giving foodie beauty. The pantry clean out, yeah. When she showed off the candy and soda and was like for her partner, yep. You're not wrong, Nashi. You're really not. If I remember correctly, Jen had an IUD or something for a while to help control her hormones and stop it from advancing. Oh, okay, Nashi. That would at least make a little bit of sense and help.
A box of sociables. These have been sitting by my bed since New Year's Eve, and
stopping storing food in my room was one of the first things I did when I started taking my health more seriously. And I would highly recommend that you not do that. And I've also worked a lot on just the habit of eating in my bed in general. Obviously, I ate my dinner in here like while I'm watching this with you guys, but for the most part, I tend to eat at my stovetop, like in the chair that I cook in. That's where I tend to eat. It just makes shit easier for me. And it kind of keeps everything contained in one space. And I feel like it does help me with like the ED stuff. And since I'm not eating like with a family, and it's just me, it just makes sense.
Luckily, I have not torn into them. I just had like this mini meltdown of.
Luckily, I have not torn into them. That wording is like kind of detaching the responsibility from the action.
I feel really resistant to throw this stuff away. And it was even to the point where Jean wanted to go out to smoke, and I like burst out into tears, and I was like, please don't go out because I'm afraid if you leave me alone with this stuff, I'm going to eat it. I feel like I'm being depressed.
Ooh, that's she is so deep in her ED. Wow. I mean, I get it, but wow.
Deprived, and I'm being cheated out of good food, and because I relate the food to fun and to feeling good and feeling happy, and I feel like getting rid of this is taking my happiness away and taking my joy away.
I started feeling emotions too because I'm like, it was so much fun during the holidays to like eat with each other. You know?
And I know that there's healthy.
Because like food in and of itself is like a bonding experience. It's a way of like, it is a way of human connection. So when you have a toxic relationship with it, it's and then also if you add into the fact of like toxic relationships, right, on top of that, or like just that toxicity feeding into each other, it's in a way like it does deprive you of a level of connection with people when you are so like all consumed by it.
Alternatives to the bad stuff or to this stuff, but it just doesn't seem as fun, you know?
Lulu, sorry, I dipped, went to the gym, showered, did laundry, cooked dinner, and sat down to relax and was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I get it. I was not planning to do this, but yeah, we're here. We're just like I'm just sharing my perspectives and the things that I see through this kind of content and the story of Jen. And yeah, I mean, and I get that this is not everybody. We're over halfway done with part 3, so there's one part after this. So like the next part's gonna probably be some of the heaviest, right? But she's already had Jean move in. There's just been a lot of cycling with her eating disorder. A lot of the same patterns. We've kind of seen a lot more with her since the beginning of this live.
Thank you for being there for me. I love you.
I love you too, babe.
Why is that making me
I'm trying to
emotional?
look like I'm dying while I'm walking. I've been on this journey for a long time. If you go back through my older videos, I've been trying this again and again and again, and I keep messing up, but I keep trying. And I think that's the most important part is no matter how many times you fall off, you have to get back up and keep trying. I think the only time that you fail, you truly fail, is when you stop trying. So let's talk about how the week has went. This week has been really good. I have not eaten off plan. I have been eating strictly keto, friendly foods. I have stayed below 1,800 calories every single day. Actually, it was 1,700 calories every day. There were times that I was tempted. It was a little bit hard at first. I also have started walking. I know it's going to take a while for me to get to the point where I can walk long distances. Every step counts, I feel. And as long as I keep putting the effort forward and keep moving, I think that's the most important part. I've been in this chair for about 6 years now. So it's not going to be, I'm not going to get out of it overnight.
I think one of the reasons I was so scared to ever like use scooters or mobility aids of this measure habitually is because of the whole concept of like, if you stop using it, you'll lose it, you know, in sense of like, in terms of walking and things like that. And it was like a great point of pride for me. It came from a place of pride, I should say, not a point of pride, but a place of pride, a place of fear. And I mean, ultimately, I am glad I made those decisions and that that's played out in that way. But I also believe that if you are in need of mobility aids, you should use them. And like in the past, I've needed a cane, things like that, you know. And it's just interesting because like I am curious to see like how my life plays out in that sense because of the like amount of chronic pain that I deal with. I hope that I don't end up being in need of something like that full time. Like truly. And that is like my goal in terms of these health goals that I have, because that reality is scary, you know, that lack of mobility is scary to think about.
539.4 pounds.
That's what I'm saying, Chris. I feel like her calorie deficit was actually just like full crazy high restriction that was absolutely feeding her BED cycle. That level of that nutritionist, I have opinions about the nutritionist that gave her that meal plan that I'm gonna keep to myself. But what the fuck?
Weighed in at 539.4 pounds. Last week, my starting weight was 553.4. So that means I am down exactly 14 pounds.
Jen was surprisingly mobile, but she was scared to walk, so she self-limited. Yeah, especially, I mean, and it, again, that like victim mindset comes out a lot. Yeah, I eat 2,500 calories a day on Monjaro, and I'm 240 pounds or something. Yeah. That's why I don't use my rollator unless I absolutely have to. Yeah, absolutely. That calorie deficit is crazy. That is a normalized eating disorder. I'm just gonna say it. Like that's crazy. Like no wonder she was binging so much. Her body was starving. Like some days my 2,800 calorie limit feels too low. Like sometimes I feel like extra hungry, and Jesus Christ, like I can't imagine how hard that was on her.
This week.
It's ready. 532.6 pounds.
This week I weighed in at 532.6, which is a 6.8 pound loss from last week, and an overall of 20.8 pounds lost for the month. That's 20 pounds in 2 weeks I feel is amazing. I'm sure that I could have done better. I'm positive I could have done worse, but I'm happy with it. I'm moving in the right direction, and that's.
I'm so glad you said that. Bye Belly. Her deficit would be like someone of your weight. It would be like eating between 800 to 1,000 calories a day. Like that is not enough fuel for her sized body. Period. And that will actually stall weight loss for a lot of people because your body, a portion of the way your calories burn is based on the amount of calories that you eat. So if you're not eating enough, it will also stall your weight loss. Like there's a certain window, and that's what the TDEE gets into, right? And it's just like she got bad medical advice, and that's why I don't trust a lot of dietitians. Like I don't trust a lot of nutritionists because like they are running on outdated science that half the time a lot of that information comes from things that are funded through private corporations related to like big food business, right? And it's just or the diet industry as a whole. And so it depends on your your body, how you burn food. There's so much into it, which is why like if you have access to get personalized assistance and like understanding, I would definitely recommend that. But nowadays you can just get a TDEE calculator, put in your information and go on that route, and those are even more accurate than like signing up for MyFitnessPal. Like, why the fuck is Foodie Beauty trying to eat 1,900 calories a day? That number is too low for her. And it's like, I mean, she's not even trying. She's not even trying. But like, I mean, really though, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you go from one extreme to the other, you're going to keep cycling. You're going to keep failing. What people don't get is that they can lose a lot of weight, but will hit a plateau, which is exactly what my health coach told me. She's like, if you go too low too fast, then you'll have nowhere to go as you keep losing weight. She should have been eating like 2,600 and adding the pool exercises and realistically, she could have been eating 3,000 calories a day and losing weight, dude. It would have been a slower progression, but I weighed less than her when I started eating at 3,000 as a deficit. And I lost weight. I didn't have as dramatic week to week weight losses, but in a sense, those weigh-ins were performative in the sense that she was trying to get that validation and content out. I'm not saying they were performative in the sense of like they weren't real, or that she was trying to fake it or that she had ill intention, but it's like, if you're trying to get those dramatic drops, then you're going to keep chasing the dragon of a lower and lower deficit. Yeah, we gain weight at like 4,000 calories a day, not 2,500. Exactly. I get people in my comments being like, if you keep eating like that, you're just going to gain all your weight back. And I'm like, yo, unless I'm literally eating 5,000 calories a day, that ain't going to fucking happen. And you sound uneducated and you don't understand how nutrition works. Not to say I'm a fucking expert. I got here by not knowing shit. But I've learned a lot along the way. And like, I'm going to trust my health coach over an anonymous YouTube comment any day of the fucking week.
That's all I can ask for.
Though Jen was on track, like her previous attempts, she would be unable to maintain her success. That block is entirely mental for her.
From now on, I'm going to be devoting more time to myself and bettering myself. I know I've said this so many times before, and it is a cycle for me. I feel like a failure because I start out really well, and then I can just see it just dropping off, and then I feel like a complete failure.
Dr. Now, his diet is... I don't like Dr. Now. I don't like his approach. I think that is entirely for television. But that's just me.
And I go into hibernation mode and I kind of hide, I guess.
I wish that more people were critical of him and all of that as they are of The Biggest Loser. Because The Biggest Loser was just as toxic and just as bad. I mean, I feel like because the surgery is involved, he has more successes than The Biggest Loser did long term. Because the surgery, and like also it's up to the individual person, right? But like, I know that's probably a controversial opinion in the side of the internet anyway, but like that's just how I feel.
And then I fall back into the food and I regain
532.0 pounds.
My maintenance weight at my higher side, that was my exact maintenance weight that I had for almost like a decade.
So as you can see, I'm down 0.6 pounds, 6.6 this week. And that's not even, I wouldn't even consider that a weight loss. That's just a fluctuation in body fluids or body mass, whatever you want to call it. All week I was up a pound, down a pound, up a pound, down a pound. What kind of made me the maddest or the most upset was I didn't go off track and just eat a bunch of food. I was just not counting my carbs. I was definitely glad I didn't gain. I didn't binge, which is good. I was eating keto-ish food, but still eating too many carbs. So, and another thing that I have started, a bad thing this past week that I need to stop, is Diet Coke. I was getting a large Diet Coke at Subway probably every day. And there was a couple times that I got 2 in one day.
I think Jen is pretty. I think that maybe I'm biased, but I definitely think, and I do love this red scarf. It's really, really cute. But yeah, when it comes, yeah, Dr. Now's diet is to prove a point, not for health. I agree with that. And I do agree. Like, I think that I think anytime someone uses like a cookie cutter approach to something as personal as health, not a good look. I don't love that. And I see what you guys are saying. Dr. Now's diet is extreme, partly to prepare for the surgery, but it is unsustainable in the long term. Absolutely. And I do understand that. And I think that that's kind of the whole point is like, yeah, a lot of people do like the liquid diets for 2 weeks, all of that. All of that is why I'm trying to avoid it altogether as an option for me. And I understand that some people feel that way. So following the 50-25-25 rule works for me. I don't think I know what that means. But it's extreme for extreme circumstances. I understand that perspective, but as y'all know, my approach is the antithesis of that. So
on January the 30th, 31st, I woke up and I didn't really feel well. I had a pain in my back. My back was really hurting badly. So that Saturday and Sunday, I was in bed. I was in bed because I was in pain. I had a 104-degree temperature fever, but that went away and I felt better on Monday. So I think it was just like the 48-hour kind of virus that I caught. But then my back still was hurting. You know, I've been feeling better, thank goodness. And
it's so interesting. Okay, knock on wood. It's been a very long time since I've thrown my back out. And that used to happen a lot in my earlier 20s. But at some point I just realized like it hasn't happened in like what feels like years. I can't stress the knocks enough. But you know, with being that size, it was definitely like a common thing. But even like, I want to say, it's hard to remember. Like, I don't know if I've even like had a super bad back throw out since I've moved to Florida. Maybe I have, but again, I ain't asking or challenging nobody, so don't give me one. But yeah, that was a common problem I had throughout my 20s.
so I think I'm on the road to recovery. So with that being said, there's been no keto going on. I'm definitely not in ketosis. I have not been following keto. I have not been following any kind of food plan. I do plan on getting back on the scale and videoing it and showing you guys where
okay.
I'm at. As soon as I feel like I'm able.
50% of the plate is veg, 25 protein, 25 carbs. Gotcha. Hi, Abby. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Also try to keep the filming schedule semi-predictable. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's partly for production purposes. Don't say that out loud. I was knocking on wood that whole time, hon. Yeah, I think I've learned over the years like ways of movement to help prevent them, and I will also use like certain tools to like help work out knots in my back and stuff again to help prevent it. Also, I think the pool exercises really helped me on that end of things. Like, even if I'm not like doing full exercise routines, like just getting in and like working out the stiffness in my hips and my back is monumental to my everyday like health and joy. I have like a magic weight where I get sciatica and know it's time to buckle down again. Okay, yeah, definitely. I think they do film for 1 year. They don't want the slow steady weight loss. Exactly, it doesn't make good TV, which is like a fucked up thing to say and do, but it's the truth.
Able to step up onto a scale. Right now, taking steps is very difficult, so I can't promise you when that will be, but there was a couple things like from my last video when I said about not doing a weigh-in because my back was hurting. I know it sounded like I was using that as an excuse to not do a weigh-in, but that we all know that that's not an excuse not to do.
Am I crazy? Or is there like a slight little bit of contempt when he's looking at her? Am I just like making that up for shits and gigs? Because like, I feel like there's like a care and a worry, but there's like this like weird, and contempt is the only word I can think of. I don't know. It's weird.
Do a weigh-in. I mean, I could.
He looks like he's looking sad, but that sadness, I don't know. There's like a weird disconnect.
Stand up and stand on a scale. It had nothing to do with my back. It's just I was off track. I'm off track, and I don't want to see the scale. People were coming down in the comments about Jean bringing me the food. I've had this problem long before I met Jean. I'm 44. I've been a compulsive overeater pretty much my whole life, and I have access to ordering food online. I have access to DoorDash. I have access to all those things that people can bring me food that I don't need Jean to bring me food. So it has nothing to do with him.
I'm a little guilty of it. Huh? Yeah. But she controls me.
I'm of the opinion that consistent sarcasm tends to come from a small grain of truth. It's not necessarily like a definitive, like black and white kind of thing. But like, if you like when someone is like consistently sarcastic all the time about shit and joking about certain topics like all the time, not like here and there, but like as like a constant theme. Like in March of 2020, lockdowns would begin.
It became really surreal in our city that's today. The first person passed away in my city today, so that was very sad. It was I think a
Where's she from again? Was this in Pennsylvania, or am I just making that up? I don't remember where she's from.
69-year-old female, and she had underlying health conditions, but my prayers do go out to her family in this difficult time. We've
Disinterested is a good word, Chris. Thank you.
hit like a peak in my city. I think they said today.
Oh, come on. What the fuck is that? Someone mentioned he was QAnon adjacent. That feels inspired by this screen grab. What the fuck? Was this controversial at the time? Did people get upset about this? Because what the fuck is this?
Today's the peak, or this week. It's been changing quite frequently, and it's very scary. It's a very difficult situation. I hope you guys are staying safe. Our building has shut down for visitors. There's big signs on the doors. So it's been really
West Virginia.
difficult for some people who don't enjoy being in. I know for me, I'm used to being in a lot, so it's not.
And maybe at the time it wasn't as sensitive, right? At some point, that kind of shit did become like a point of contention, and what people would do to like mock people, right? So I am seeing that from the perspective of being in 2024. So I thinking back to March of 2020, I'm like struggling to remember.
Not really a big change for me or Jean as well. The sheltering in place is just kind of like a normal thing for us. So luckily, it isn't affecting us adversely. I've been eating some bread and some other things that I shouldn't. Not necessarily, I haven't had no fast food, but the higher fat foods combined with the carbs has just not been working. So I have been trying. No, I haven't been trying. Let's stop, Jennifer, just be honest. I haven't been trying. I've been half-assing it, as I said. I need to either make the commitment to do keto or don't do keto and get on some other kind of a food plan.
That's the hard part about keto, is there's very little flexibility.
So I've decided that I am sticking with keto. I do feel the best when I'm on keto. I've lost the most weight with it that I have sustained. So like I said, the last time I weighed in was February the 28th. And at that time I was 542 even. I weighed in on Sunday, and this is my weight for Sunday, March the 15th, 2020.
537.4.
I bet, Lee.
And that is a total of 3.
I remember Lysol spraying my groceries. Yeah. Keto has almost zero flexibility. I mean, I would say zero flexibility. Yeah, absolutely. So West Virginia, I think I already addressed that. I can't believe we made it through the COVID era. What a weird ass time. I know, that was crazy. I mean, COVID is now part of our everyday reality, right? But the COVID era, I know what you mean when you reference that. Absolutely.
0.6 pounds down since February 28th. Disappointing, very disappointing. It could have been a lot more, I know. But 3 pounds is good because it's not 3 pounds that I've gained. So I guess you got to look at a silver lining somewhere. Yes, I do get out of my wheelchair.
And like, I'm certain, like, during COVID, I did not give a fuck about weight loss. That was not one of my priorities. I was trying to survive during this time frame, like day to day. I was in survival mode, hardcore. I can imagine how hard. I mean, I think for some people that would have been a great opportunity where like you're stuck at home, you can't focus. But for some people, I would see that being a time of like a lot of weight gain, the stress, the fear, the isolation, the being stuck with everyone in the house, depending on your living situation. I myself was isolated in a camper in a family friend's front yard for 7 months during it started like, I think I moved into it in like, I want to say April of 2020. So like the height of COVID. was a very lonely experience for me.
Yes, I can move around, and yes, I can walk. Do I walk around as much as I should? No, I don't. And I need to work on moving around more. And that is what I'm going to be doing the next few months. I have said I was going to do better for long enough, and I'm just tired of being this way. And it's time to do better. I've had a physical therapist a couple times who has helped me with movement. My biggest fear is my fear of falling. I am totally terrified of it. And then I have neuropathy in my feet that makes it difficult to walk.
Once again, Jen began to focus on things which were unrelated to her weight loss journey.
I will put this out there. Amber Lynn Reed has reached out to me and we spoke. I have apologized to her for my hasty opinions about her life. I, like a lot of people, formed my judgment on what others had to say. And I didn't understand how YouTube was until I became one of those people on YouTube who have had lies told about them. I can't even begin to tell you the lies that have been told or the opinions that have been formed about me that just aren't true. Sometimes when you read comments, you like to pretend like, oh, the comments don't hurt, but there are some comments that do hurt a lot. That's why we've just not been reading comments. I've gotten so many comments since I've started YouTube about people saying that you look like trash, you look horrible, you look like a hot mess. People are so concerned that because I look unkept that I'm unhygienic. I shower daily. I smell really well.
Girly pop. What? That's weird. I think that especially around ALR, right? Like there's so much speculation. There is a lot of like, I feel there is some like unfounded conversation around especially like her weight and other parts of her that are like people are doing too much, or like the conspiracy theories around her and her life are people doing too much. But she bred her community to be what it is over the course of 10 years and has never shown a level of accountability into how she founded that. And I would say that in the past year or so, there have been small things to me that show some level, like certain levels of growth, but also not really. Because there's a lot that she's never held herself accountable for. And there's a lot that she's never acknowledged. And there's a lot of like things that have been definitively shown. And there's so many patterns of behavior when it comes to her that like I've had her contact me as well. And there's been proof of her being manipulative to other reactors and people in the DMs as well. And I feel like that's what happened there. Like you don't, yeah, that's so weird. That annoys me. Like I don't understand why she backtracked that. Like it's like she took, because she gets hate in the comments, that means that all of the hate that Amber, because like Amber will portray herself as getting a bunch of hate when it's like, yeah, she gets hate, absolutely. Everyone on the internet gets hate, and I would say she gets a heightened amount of hate, but she gets a lot of genuine constructive criticism that she does not acknowledge properly, that she deflects from, that she avoids. So it's like, that's weird. I don't understand that. I don't know if there's like context that I'm missing, but that's weird.
I get compliments all the time on how good I smell. I issued a complaint with YouTube over copyright infringement of my work. my uploads. This was done at the advice of a family friend who is an attorney, and they assured me that this is definitely not the kind of fair use that people like to claim that is fair use. There is no false striking going on. I've always made it known that I have
Wait, what?
no problem with people doing reactions.
Hold on, I missed
The
something.
opinions that have been concerned that because I look unkept that I'm unhygienic. I shower daily. I smell really well. I get compliments all the time on how good I smell. I issued a complaint with YouTube over copyright infringement of my work, my uploads. This was done at the advice of a family friend who is an attorney, and they assured me that this is definitely not the kind of fair use that people like to claim that is fair use. There is no false striking going on. I've always made it known that I have no problem with people doing reactions to my videos.
Here's my real name. I'm not afraid to take you to court. I'm serious. 8 tonight Eastern Standard Time. It's back, or I start taking action. +2 can play at your game, Jen. I know people ready and waiting to copyright strike your channel. That's a threat. I just have to give them the okay. Ooh, that's yikes. Consider yourself warned. Take the strikes off. We can play nice. I don't know this situation because, like, I'm very anti abusing the copyright system as a generality. Let me catch up with the chat real quick. This is, like, a little confusing to me through the documentary's lens of, like, whether she was in the right or wrong, honestly. It was awful for everyone. Yeah, COVID was rough, yeah. I did move to night shift for social distancing purposes, yeah. I was in full PPE gown, glove, wielder, mask for 9 hours a day. That must have been so hard on you, Scrange. People like you were so important during that time. Yeah, very misleading, Brooke. Had to switch accounts, gotcha. It must be, yeah, sensory-wise, I can only imagine. I don't know, was the cancer thing with ALR in 2020? Or was it before or after the bedbound time frame? After, right? I don't know. I didn't start watching Zach more regularly until like 2021, 2022, 2021, sometime in 2021. I suggest watching what Snowflake has done. Oh yeah, I have. I've watched all 18 parts or whatever. And then I have also seen Victims of an Empath. He's working on the Destiny episode. Okay. No, I don't agree with sharing. Yeah, no, you should never share someone's real address and name. Did she do that? Did I miss that? Because that's doxing. Wait, did Jen dox? Did I miss that? Because if that's the case, fuck that. Fuck her for that, frankly. That's horrible behavior. That's inexcusable. Like doxing someone's like phone number or address, like that's crazy.
They were using my entire
Or was that this person? Did they dox her?
video. They weren't just reacting to it. They actually did a screen record and kind of a sloppy screen record at that, and recorded the entire video. And they just talked over portions of the video. That is not fair use. And I stand behind my decision.
Well, what was the percentage of the talkovers? Because then yes, it is fair use. The issue of fair use is like when it's non-transformative. If it's transformative, because like at the end of the day, it's like I'm gonna bring something else up. When that happened, when Yaba reacted to me and all that happened, and I like kind of moved on from it or whatever, and then I witnessed her have a complete like meltdown, freak out on Twitter, and started copyright striking anyone that used her likeness on Twitter or on YouTube, even if the content was completely transformative. My jaw hit the fucking floor because I'm like, you're sitting there calling me a death fat. You're making fun of me for the way that I look. You're like actively seeking out ways to make fun of me for exercising and shit. You're saying really disgusting things about me for like hours at a time. You're speculating, spreading like false information about me, but you're gonna have a bitch fit when people talk about you, period. Like, if you're a reactor, copyright striking transformative content, that shit's crazy. That is bad shit to me. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not. But it's like, when it comes to copyright, and this is like something I've talked about heavily on Twitter, actually, is like, I would not copyright strike her. She has a right to react to me in that way. Like, unless I'm being doxxed or like I'm having my content ripped, like, I'm not gonna copyright strike people. Like, unless it's like someone literally uploading my content in full, no commentary, or it's like one of those things where like maybe they make like slight minor edits that are not deemable as transformative. If the content is transformative, it is protected by copyright. And abusing a legal system is just deplorable behavior. June 4th, 2020 was when the C video started. Okay. Oh, Kiwi Farms did it to Jen. Oh yeah, no, doxing is horrible then. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because Bedbound was in 2019, if I remember right. I also think the fake text-to-speech stuff is stupid, yeah. Reactor striking reactors is actually crazy. Like, get some thicker skin, man. You're gonna sit there and lash at people and say really gross shit for the super chats and views, and like fucking take it when it happens back to you. Like, especially if you're messy. Like, come on. Jen's channel grew. More and more people, as her channel grew, more and more people would become invested in her life, some of which would become too invested. Seriously, I think that happens in so many communities for so many channels of so many different sizes. Absolutely.
And a lot of people have been asking about Gene and his employment status. Gene is working, as a matter of fact. And this is the internet. People like to stalk. People like to try to figure out.
Y'all ain't ever going to know who I'm employed by. I'm scared to even talk about the industry because some of y'all are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Not my subscribers, but some of the people watching are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm not going to be sharing that information.
Information about you, about where you live. Most people, it's well known on the internet where I live, and that's not a secret anymore. But I'm definitely not going to give away what Gene is doing for a living. Another person had said this is going on. This person had left the comment as a response to that comment using Gene's first name, his given name. They were calling him Vernon. His legal first name is definitely Vernon. So this person was.
Why'd you confirm the docs? That wasn't a good move.
Like dropping his name like 3 or 4 times in the comment, like they were dropping some big bomb that nobody was supposed to know. It's not a secret. It's just not the name he goes by.
Some viewers would discover the remains of Jen's first YouTube channel. Oh.
I never really told the story about how I got from being shut in my room for 4 years, not leaving, to the point I am now, out of my room. 2 years ago, my mom was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and her walking had become difficult. Prior to that, I still hadn't left my room. I was dealing with the anxiety.
That's another reason why I don't want to fuck with copyright striking and shit, because it gives you like full legal information because it's a legal act, right? That's another reason. I had this guy harassing me over email saying it's his third strike and I'm going to delete his channel, and I'm thinking, you did this, you're pretending to be me to sell. Whoa. That's crazy. Diary. Sorry, I'll get to that. I didn't finish reading the other comments. I just read the first line. They shouldn't give your email to the person to bug you. Exactly. Rose, quit playing. We know you're working at that Trader Joe's that's going to open. We know you're going to be getting that employee discount. You got me, Diary. You got me. You got me. I need to become a trader hoe from the inside, please.
And the depression and my weight issues and feeling bad about myself. Her walking was extremely difficult, and she had a very hard time. She used a cane, and then it quickly escalated from a cane into a walker. My mom wanted so bad to take care of me that she would literally, it would tire her out so bad, but she would bring my food to my room to make sure that I would eat. As much as I love my mom, and I don't blame her at all for, I'm going to say this, but I don't blame her at all for me being overweight. I'm the one who put the food in my mouth, but she was very much my enabler. Whatever I wanted, she would get me. She just wanted me to be happy, and she knew that the way I was unhappy, and she did what she thought was best.
So this is the old channel. Okay.
And she got me what I wanted to make me feel better. As the months went on, her walking became more and more difficult, and it was to a point where she would pack up, like, and this is very embarrassing, but we would have one hot meal a day, and then the rest of the time we would have like snack food or sandwiches, because she just couldn't climb the stairs 2 or 3 times a day to bring me food. So that's where a lot of my weight came in, because we would be eating pizza, or she couldn't stand to make regular meals, so we would have fast food, whatever we could order in. I knew that it was getting to a point where things were going to have to change, because she just couldn't walk the steps anymore. So we had beds set up downstairs because I wanted to be with her. I didn't want her to be downstairs by herself and me upstairs by myself. And I knew that I was going to have to leave my room eventually. But I kept putting it off and putting it off. And she kept saying that it was okay, she could still climb the stairs. So the day before she went to the hospital, we made the decision to come downstairs, to move downstairs, our beds downstairs. Her walking was so bad at that point that to get down the stairs, she had to sit down the stairs and scoot down them. It took everything inside of me. I knew that I was so afraid of her falling down the stairs that is what gave me the courage to finally leave my room. We came downstairs. We were down here for one day. She wanted me down here so bad and out of my room. And I really, truly believe she held on and held on until she just couldn't hold on anymore, because she wanted me out of that room. She knew there was no future for me staying in that room. We were down here for 24 hours before she fell, and she went to the hospital and she never came home. But I believe she held on until I was out of the room, so she knew that as long as I was down here, I was going to start living the life that I needed to get better. She basically gave her life so I could change mine, because I was so content in having her do things for me that I probably wouldn't have changed. Sadly, it took this happening for me to wake up and see that I needed to change, and I needed to do things on my own for myself. I can't let her down.
It's hard to feel purely sympathetic for this. I think there's a part of it where, like, I feel some level of sympathy, but, like, I don't know. She's definitely weighed more than I ever did at my highest, but we were in the same weight class, right? I've never lived the situation of having someone that I needed as a caretaker. I've not lived that life. The closest I came to that was when I fractured my foot, and that was for like a month because I was 500 pounds with a fractured foot. I've talked about that openly. And I hated it. I hated every second of it. I hated it. I've never wanted to be that reliant on someone. I don't feel content or good about that. And that feels like unless like you have a medical issue where like you're actually like physically unable to, when it's something like outside of the extreme weight gain, right? When we're talking like you're missing a leg, you're paraplegic, you know, an extreme medical situation. Being content with that is, I don't know, doesn't sit well in my heart. Of course, I think if you're in that situation because of something outside of your control, like 100% in that way, then yeah, you know, obviously I think it's important to get to a point of content, to understand that that's the service you need, and to live your best life with your highest level of care. But to get in that kind of situation and that level of a toxic codependency that seems to be not perpetrated, but like is like being in perpetuity with the partner that you have, like you're still enacting the enabler cycle on a lesser extremity, right? A less extreme degree, but it's still happening. And like the cycle is still happening. You're just making the choice to be a little more you know, mobile and all of that, but I don't know. This is hard. This part's hard. I feel a little icky.
Down. I won't let her down. She gave that gift to me, and I'm going to make her proud.
Jen did have
Today
a
I want to
tough
talk
life.
about something that has been.
Jen did have a tough life, and like the way that her mother, like the issues, it's just like the fact that she was okay with being content with her mother waiting on her when her mother was suffering. I don't know. It feels like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not even trying to be disrespectful or mean about it. It just feels icky. I don't know how else to word that. It just,
been brought up a lot recently, and I wanted to set the record straight. This is about the fact that I have a second channel. Well, actually it was the first channel. This is technically my second channel. I started that channel over 10 years ago, and I posted some videos. I made a few introduction videos talking about my past, and I just left that channel there. It was never my intention to hide it. I didn't privatize any of the videos. I've even commented with a link to some people who started asking a few months ago about that channel, that people had found it. It was never like it was hidden. So there's things from my past that I'm not proud of.
that's valid. I mean, I had a childhood username that my like first YouTube account was that childhood username, but I never posted videos. I just like commented shit, right? And then at some point during like my first Instagram account era in like 2013, 2014, I made this YouTube channel. And then during the height of like the Reddit stuff, I attempted to post some videos and I got hate bombed. I got so like an overwhelming amount of hate because r/fat people hate existed, and like tons of like KYS comments, like just vitriolic hate, like, ooh. And it was that was hard, and like I was just like bombed, and I was also, I feel like I did recently click on I think one of the videos and watch a brief part of it. It was really hard. I didn't even finish it because it was just like I could tell I was masking so hard, and I was trying to present how I wanted to be perceived instead of presenting myself, because I was far more insecure. I was far less, that was like before I did any of my trauma therapy. I can look back and I can just see parts of myself in that way. And I've not like those videos are just sitting not unlisted but privatized, like they're in my YouTube account. And the editing was god awful. It was worse than my editing has ever been currently. But yeah, I mean, I gave a brief go at YouTube, but also not really, you know.
But I am
Maybe I could do reactions to those videos now that we're doing this. Oh, that's an idea. I'll think about it. I think there's one where I talk about my high school bullying experiences. That one might be interesting because I did want to talk about those experiences. And I'd love to see what I said.
Certainly not ashamed of anything that I have shared. I think that she would agree if she was here today that our relationship.
What were they that shitty at you over? So r/fat people hate, quite literally, it was just dedicated to hating fat people. They would literally take photos of strangers and just fat shame them. If you guys have seen my We're All Insane podcast interview, I talk about the stalker that I had. My stalker led the charge on the cyber stalking. And so, like, for example, one week on that subreddit, there was 7 posts in the top 25 of the week were me, like my photos from my Instagram. And I'm of the opinion that not all of, but a lot of the postings of me were from multiple fake accounts from my stalker. And then that was amplified by other people within that community. I also just had a lot of disdain for me for being a fat acceptance, body positivity, fat person, that I was I was on the much heavier end of things. And by the time I ended up deleting that Instagram account, I had 10,000 followers back in like 2014, early 2015, which is like a lot of followers for back then for like a random fat person to have, you know what I mean? And so a lot of people had disdain for me. I was immature. I had a lot of untreated mental illness. I was an oversharer. I was just someone that, to put it bluntly, that they viewed as like an LOL cow. Like, I was posted on those forums. I was talked about in that light. And so that's just the reality of what that was, right? And I didn't want to be seen that way, but I was a lot more combative. I was like pushing the fat acceptance agenda. So I'm sure that at some points there was like valid critique of me. Most of the time that wasn't on r/fat people hate or the forums. Like they made those were probably more so in comments and in other ways, but the majority of that stuff was just like purely vitriolic. And it's just weird because like I wish I had a better memory, and I wish that I didn't that I wasn't put in the position of deleting that Instagram in the way that I did because of being that heavily targeted. My ex was in legal proceedings regarding the custody of his child, and when those forums were forwarded to his parents by one of his exes, the lawyers got involved, and they told us that like we either had to break up or I had to fuck off the internet, and I chose to fuck off the internet, and that's what I did. So yeah. And so I entirely deleted the Instagram account. I wish I hadn't, but I wish I had found a way to like privatize it instead or something, but everything happened for a reason, and me getting off the internet as long as I did was in the long run way better for me and my health and my mental health specifically. And I think just me being able to grow and mature as a person, I think my life could have gone very differently. I wonder sometimes, like, if that had not had happened, would I be as adjusted as I am? Would I have as many like positive attributes, I guess, from having that time away?
It was on the toxic side. It was codependent, and it was not a healthy one as the years went by. A lot of people were saying that I forced my mom to bring me food when she was ill. I guess in a broad sense, she was forced to do it because there was no one else to do it. I didn't demand things on her, but she knew she had to take care of me. But people are twisted.
And putting her in that position wasn't okay, dude. Like, let's just call a spade a spade.
Those facts and making it sound like I was a dictator and I was telling my mom what to do and telling her.
You may have been like trying to be grateful and not act entitled, right? I can see that, but like, yeah, I don't know.
to bring me this and forcing her to crawl up the stairs.
Like, in one sense, I was forcing her, but I wasn't forcing her to crawl up the stairs. But I wasn't. Like, what?
In addiction, there is manipulation and control. I would go on and on and on because I didn't have what I wanted, which was my food. And my mom would say she would just give it to me to shut me up.
That's an active contradiction, right? Which is kind of the point of the editing.
And they made it sound like I was a to my mom. There was a time when I was a teenager that I did and I'm not proud of it. I was going through a very rough time emotionally, and I did hit my mom.
Okay, so she hurt her mom when she was a teenager. I don't want to defend that, but I do want to say being a teenager and being reckless, and I don't want to defend that, to be honest, or either way, but I don't know. I think finding out that she was a teenager when it happened does kind of slightly change it for me. I don't know. It's still uncomfy regardless, and still not the move. Not the move at all.
Not proud of it. I'm very ashamed of that. I have repented many, many times for that.
I'm curious why she's even sharing it.
You actually want to put that out there?
I already did.
Oh. Are you sure you want to put that out there? That's a great question, Jean. Shit. Yeah, you can see that she's lost weight in some clips. As Jean was struggling with her addiction to food, or as Jen, I keep saying Jean instead of Jen, as their names are too similar for me and my dyslexia, man. As Jen was struggling with her addiction to food, Jean would have a relapse of his own. Oh, that sucks. Especially because this is like midway through COVID, right? So that doesn't surprise me. A lot of people relapse during COVID.
I began to fall off the beam, so to speak. My balance in life got more unthankful, more lazy. It's always nerve-wracking to take that first drink again, because I cleared over 3 months. It was 3 months and a week, and but then I went to go get some whiskey. Anyway, so then after that, I continued on, and I started trying to hide it from Jennifer. So, getting back on track, it's never easy. So I don't know what to say because I am not on track.
Neither am I.
Have AA lined up, I have all my locations where I'm to go, and I have gone to a meeting, and I am looking for a sponsor. However, right now I'm just in a place where I'm going to need, some extra assistance because it's in my body, it's in my mind, and that's kind of the only answer. I feel like I'm just...
No, you're not. You're talking from your heart.
Cut again. I don't know really what to say.
It's just hard for when you struggle.
No, don't. I don't want you talking for me.
I'm not.
Help talking through this. Like, what the fuck do I talk about?
How you feeling?
Hang on, sorry, I just read
How
chat.
I'm feeling.
Hang on. People acted like Jen was personally letting them down because she wasn't losing weight. Yeah. She didn't go down the stairs. Even allowing her to do that was wrong. Yeah. How do you still have a voice after this many hours? Girl, do you know how much I run this yapper, please? When you know someone can't say no or won't say no, so you ask for things you don't really need, that is manipulation, bestie. Literally, Abby. She looks a lot bigger in this clip. You can see. Oh, I think I missed some of the chats when I read that one earlier. It's far more understandable for a teen to hit their mom in an argument than for a full adult to hit an elderly parent with cancer. Yeah, Lee, I in that sense of the context, yeah, I think that's kind of the point I was trying to get at. You worded that very well. Yeah. Gene's stories about his substance abuse were brutal. Yeah, it sounds like, I don't know. I think that's what we're about to get into. I don't know a ton about those stories, but it's just kind of interesting how much he ended up like opening up about those things. I wonder if he just, because he had a platform he could use to share those experiences, if he felt like he was helping in some way or something. I find that interesting. Or if it was for the attention of it all. Like, I'm curious. Like, and I'm not attributing anything either way towards him. I don't know. But I find that a curious thing.
I feel like
We do look forward to getting back on track because we were having a really good time making our healthy recipes. And Jane has been reaping the spoils of eating unhealthy. He's gained a little bit of weight. To sum it up, February has been a rough month for us.
So he relapsed, you've relapsed, and your relapse is affecting his health too. That's what you're saying in code, babe. This is rough.
Both of us together. The one thing that is not rough is we are committed to each other for the long run, because I can't.
He cares about her. It's interesting because I definitely feel like, just based on body language and the visual evidence I've seen, like, she's very clearly, I would have the opinion, far more in love with him than he is of her. But I think they do love each other. And I think he has his own demons, right, that are very evident in this.
See my life without him.
I feel maybe it's not even the love. I think she's far more dependent upon him. Maybe the better terminology.
My best friend, and he is worth, no matter how much we've struggled. The good part is I know he's my best friend, and I've never felt more comfortable with anyone in my life than I am with him, and I am not afraid to be honest with him about how I feel or all my
He had a
things
channel
that I'm ashamed of. I'm not afraid to tell him, and I know he feels the same way.
Hello.
Man, they really do remind me of me and my ex. And that is just like hitting a nerve I don't want to feel.
541.0 pounds.
Girl.
I've gained 9 pounds. Definitely not as bad as I had thought. I was expecting.
I can totally understand, from the perspective of a viewer, how exhausting this would be. And I also can understand, as the person, how much more exhausting it must be for her. But I don't know. I don't want to say the same things I've been saying for the past 7 hours.
Expecting a lot more. I was expecting between 20 and 30 pounds. I'm very glad that it is no more than it is. But now it's time to turn it around and get back on track and get it moving downward again. This is how it all starts for me. I'll be doing well. And then I think, well, since I'm doing well, I'll just have one thing that I like, say, I don't know, pizza or some kind of fast food. I'll order it once. And then I feel bad about the one time, so I'll just do it again, and then I'll get back on track. And then I feel bad about the second time, and then I'm like,
but I feel bad. It's like, yes, you got to figure out how to work through therapy to block those feelings and make the conscious decisions to compromise and do things like order a pizza by the slice, or order a small pizza, or you live with someone, so order something that can be shared where you have a predetermined portion. And if you can't control yourself with the leftovers, make sure there are no leftovers, and add the salad, the vegetables to it, the whatever you got to do to honor the craving, but maintain the health goals. You see what I'm saying? But if she's also doing keto, then you don't even have that flexibility, because pizza's off of that and would disrupt the flow of the ketosis.
well, I might as well just have it again because I'm already off the wagon, so I just might as well go ahead. And the longer that continues, the worse I feel about myself, and the more into the food I get.
And the falling off the wagon might as well mentality is something I purposefully work extremely hard to not let happen, because it's like I will have a day where I'm like, you know what? I call them fuck it days. And I have a boundary with myself. If I have a fuck it day, we're not staying in fuck it days. I recently had the worst situation I've had in a very long time was I had 3 in a row. And it was due to the hormones and stuff that I was dealing with my cycles. And then eventually I was like, once I could feel that lift, I was like, okay, we're back. Because you cannot stay in that mentality. That's how those weight gains happen. That's how those situations really end up reoccurring over and over again as a cycle.
And the more off track I get.
I would say for my entire health journey, 3 days in a row has been the longest I've done that. For like, since I've been documenting it for like the past year, I should clarify. Two years and 5 months until Jen's death. The pair would continue to make videos together, of which few documented Jen's weight loss progress. Her viewers would eventually be met with some crushing news.
On Thursday, April the 2nd, my sweet little piggy crossed over the Rainbow Bridge, and I'm positive he was greeted with open arms by my mom, who is now giving him endless
R.I.P. Piggy. Well, that was the cat earlier I said was like her Rocky. Oh, man. I couldn't even think about getting another cat for like literally 5 years.
cuddles and love, and keeping him company until I can be with him again.
Papa loves you, sweetheart.
Earlier she did talk about going to therapy. It seems as though she didn't stick with it for super long. I mean, I think she probably stuck with it longer than some of the other people who document these kinds of journeys, but it just, I don't know, it seems like it did help for a time, but it was like, it seemed unclear to me if she was receiving the kind of therapy she truly needed. Because it seemed like her therapy was making things worse. So it's like, was the therapist giving her the proper tools? Was she doing the work correctly, the ways it was being instructed? Like, there's a lot of like confirmation bias in how that is presented from her skewed perspective, right?
I'll see you again soon.
Poor piggy. Okay. All right. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast. It's gonna be like a couple minutes. I'm gonna get some more liquid. I may or may not grab a final little snack for this last little bit here. And then I will be right back. So everybody else also, if you've been like sitting or whatever, take a little bit of a standing break, stretch a little, do something for yourself, because this live's been going on forever. So I'll be right back. Okay, so real quick before I turn my camera back off to enjoy my snack, I just wanted to show you. I have like a snack slash meal adjacent. But because I didn't want to like put in the effort to make a whole ass meal and like the time because we've already had a couple long breaks here. But I just wanted something with more protein in it. And it's like I don't think this is enough to constitute as a whole meal, but it's also a little too much to be a snack. So it's kind of in that weird limbo. Girl dinner, if you will. I have 2 servings of chicken pineapple teriyaki meatballs from Adele's. These new yogurts that I tried from the discount store, I got a great deal on them. Strawberry granola. And my new current hyperfixation is I got these these rice cakes from the discount store. They're like literally salt-free, no flavor soup. They're like quintessential cardboard rice cakes. But they were super cheap, and there's been a couple recipes I wanted to try with them, but I tried this recently and I genuinely really like this. It's low-key like a deconstructed Rice Krispie treat, but with no butter. And I actually genuinely like this. So I've been eating this a lot recently. And so I'm a sleep risk right now because the puppy cuddles, but I'm going to fall asleep to this. Thanks again, Rosie. Thank you so much. Yeah, and again, anyone can always come back to watch the replays or, watch it at your own pace because this is going to be a really long replay. Clio bars? I don't think I've tried Clio bars. Let me go back up. Ooh, fruit salad. Ooh, with lime and mint juice. Lime juice and mint. Interesting. Okay. So let me pull up this, and I'm going to turn my camera off for me to eat my snack. It's I mentioned it in a past video. The marshmallow cream. Yes, that's what this is. So it's like a deconstructed Rice Krispie treat. It's actually so good. Tastes high protein, tastes like cheesecake. Ooh. CLIO bars. I'll look into that. That sounds like my jam. Oh man, I forgot my honey Dijon mustard.
Life after death. I believe that our soul never dies. I believe that we are made up of energy, and that energy just shifts to a different realm.
I believe that too. Honestly. Two years and 5 months until Jen's passing.
Here's my.
Hold up. I like rice cakes with chocolate chips and marshmallows heated for a couple seconds. So delicious. Brooke, I'm on it. That'll happen. I have all of those things. Oh, yeah, peanut butter too. I've been wanting to make like a peanut butter fluff sandwich, but with rice cakes. I feel like that'd be delicious. Clio bars are too pricey for me, but I hear good reviews. Okay. Well, you know what? If you're hungry, go get a little snackety snack. That's what I told everybody to go get a snackety snack. I've also I'm literally 80 ounces in, maybe even like 120 ounces of water in at this point. I think this one's either going to be 120 or it's going to be literally 160 ounces of water in 8 hours, which like good for me. I do drink a lot of water, y'all.
Smoochy cat. Here's my smoochy cat.
Oh, baby. Oh.
I knew that I was going to have to call the vet and have him put to sleep because he...
Wait, is this the second cat? Oh my god. They both passed that close to each other? Oh no.
Keeping him alive was only prolonging the inevitable. So now here I am trying to figure out what my new normal of life is without him. For almost 15 years, he's been in my life and a constant. It was just time.
That's a lot of pet death, man. Ugh. He really did nail this with the title. Her life is tragic, man. I hate saying that.
It's his time to rest. I haven't gotten him back yet. There's a pretty little wooden box on Amazon that I want to get. So I plan on putting his little lashes in the box along with I did get his little collar. He wore this collar for 13 years.
Man.
With his little spoiled heart. Everybody always thought he was a girl because he had a pink collar.
Oh.
I always felt like he had a girl spirit, even though he was a boy. He just had a soft, sweet, gentle spirit. So, where do I go from here? I don't know. I am going to start uploading again and get back to some type of healthy eating. There's no excuse for eating like shit, but I just did. I regret it. Of course, I always regret it when I do it, but it's what I know, and it felt good at the time. So I plan on spending the next 2 days trying to work on myself and figure out what comes next. I'm gonna say goodbye. Tell everyone bye-byes.
Hello. It's ready.
That scale's gonna haunt me in my dreams forever. Anyway.
551.8 pounds.
Every time I see these moments of the weigh-ins, all I feel is frustration. I don't know if some of it's projection. I mean, I'm not currently experiencing like these weight gains, or it's just like, I don't know. It's just like, I guess more so just frustration that this all went the way that it did, you know?
Very heartbreaking because I'm creeping back to my original 570s that I was when I very first started a couple of years ago. I've only maintained like 20-pound loss in 2 years. Like I said, 551.8, and that is a 14.4-pound gain.
Maintained a 20-pound loss for 2 years with, I don't feel like that properly acknowledges the level of yo-yoing that's happening. And I want to point that out just because of how dangerous that yo-yoing is to your overall health. On the kidneys, on a lot of the bodily function, overall is just really bad for your health.
Since March the 16th, just over a month. So,
because if it was maintaining, then it wouldn't be going up and down. So I feel like that in and of itself is like, I feel like she's not misrepresenting it to the audience. I think she's misrepresenting it to herself, you know?
Very disturbing, to say the least. And so you might as well say 15 pounds in a month is crazy.
Like, I'm sorry. Those are not fluctuations, though, Sandra. Like, those are regains. Like a fluctuation, I could say even up to 20 pounds could be considered a fluctuation. You know, I'm almost done eating, by the way, guys. So I'll have my camera back on in a minute, but let me scroll up for a second. Rosie, dang it, now I'm gonna cry and mess up my makeup. Sorry, chicklets. She was 5'9". She was 3 inches taller than me. Oh, at least 5'9". Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know how tall she was. I don't know. I feel like the way my stomach like hung on myself at that weight, though, I don't know. It's just interesting because it's like, I mean, yeah. I mean, if she's a little bit taller than me and was also a bit heavier than me, yeah, I guess that would weigh out. Bug is very soft and sometimes sweet, but also bites me when I'm not petting her correctly. It's not. Oh yeah, no. We had a spicy girl cat. Her name was Natasha, but she was more my sister's cat than mine. About how ominous the scale was popping up after the cat part. Yeah. Maybe she didn't have hardwood, unless it was showing both. But yeah, I mean, it is better to have it on a hard surface. I think she had lymphedema. Okay.
And I there's no excuse why. I mean, I know why. I've been eating shit. I am restarting again for the probably millionth time now my weight loss journey. I have hired somebody who is going to help me. So actually paying someone to help me, I think will motivate me more, that I don't want my money just to be going out for no reason. I know I haven't had any long-term success, but the success I did have has been with keto. But the person that I am working with, my professional, my coach, is informed me that probably isn't what I should be doing. So it's going to take me a while to get used to a different pattern of eating.
Though Jen believed that Jane was a positive influence on her, he was struggling with his own addiction.
His drinking triggers me. You would think that knowing that he drank, that it wouldn't trigger me, or I just wouldn't have gotten into a relationship with someone that triggered me. But love doesn't work that way. Love doesn't see the flaws.
I relapsed, as you guys know, and then I had about a few weeks of clean time, and then I relapsed again. Can't really call it, I don't know, call it relapse. I started drinking again. It was just...
That is the definition of a relapse, my man. It probably made you uncomfortable to say that, but that is a relapse.
It's hard as hell to get off the ride. I mean, and so, you know, there was one night where she said, you need to leave, get out now, go find a shelter. And so then I was like, okay. So I started Googling the nearest bridge.
What the fuck?
I did start going to AA, but when I did detox, I started drinking again. It was just hard as hell to get off the ride. I mean, and so, you know, there was one night where she said, you need to leave, get out now, go find a shelter. And so then I was like, okay. So I started Googling the nearest bridge.
I'm gonna let him finish.
I did start going to AA, but went into detox. Not that I really needed to detox. I just needed to get off the ride and get my mind back into recovery mode.
The drinking had definitely become a problem when we were fighting. He needed to go. And
I need more clarity on the bridge statement. Was that like a passive aggressive admission of like suicidality? Was that saying he was going to go live under a bridge? What did that mean?
Be in a place where he could come off the alcohol in a safe place medically, and then just be in a place where he wasn't readily able to get alcohol. So when he did get back, he was sober for 3 weeks, and it was...
Yeah, I think Jen liked keto because she could still eat bad foods. Yeah, like You can eat bacon, butter, cheese. Those are draws of keto. Absolutely. I mean, I eat bacon on a regular basis because a serving of bacon is 2 slices and it's only 80 calories when you buy the kind with absolutely no added sugar. There's no additional carbs to it. It's delicious. That honestly works great for me. You just have to be mindful of that. It's like, because when I was eating at my worst, I would make BLTs with, God, I would make 2 BLTs and end up using half a pound of bacon. And that was normal for me. So, and that's the kind of behaviors that like get people to this point. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the sandwiches smacked, but it wasn't worth my health. I think he thinks relapse is too fancy a word for it. Interesting. Yeah, I can see that, Lee. I can imagine it would be hard to be with someone who also struggles with addiction, because like at that point, addiction transfer can happen between 2 people. Like you can trigger each other, you can enable each other's addiction. As you can see, like the stress of COVID, that's kind of how that played out. No, chiclets. That's kind of the point I was getting at. I'm not taking up for him, but I wonder if his stress over her made it harder to stay on the wagon. Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons like people say you shouldn't date within like if you meet someone in AA or in like psychiatric therapy settings, like those types of things is where you end up enabling and hurting each other more than helping. I don't think he wanted to sleep under the bridge. Yeah, Abby, that's what I'm saying. So that's like, if it's not the sleep under the bridge, then the other option, while it may or may not be genuine, like in his feelings, it lands as manipulation, you know? Sometimes you need people to set hard boundaries, like you cannot use and live here. Yeah, and I mean, I respect Jen for doing that, quite honestly. That's something I respect heavily, because that is a hard choice to make. When one fell off, the other used that as an excuse to fall off. Yup.
It was wonderful. We got along perfectly. Then after 3 weeks, he started drinking again from morning to night. And so
it's weirder to me to have her sharing this stuff now that he's a fixture on the channel. You know, it's weirder because like it's like at that point the audience has a relationship with him. At that point you've been defending him and a lot of people don't like him, and then now you're giving them more reason to dislike him by unpacking all of this publicly.
I just told him that he was going to need to pack a bag and leave. I thought that he was going to go to detox. Lo and behold, I didn't know that he went and checked himself into a hotel, and he was going to live it up and party it up for a whole day, and overnight. Like the addict that I am, I use that as an excuse to use. And
someone just predicted that in my comments. That's crazy. One fell off, so the other used that as an excuse to fall off. That is exactly what she just said.
I was very upset. I just didn't know what the answer was. I didn't know if he was ever planning to go to detox or not. The next morning, he got up and then went to detox, and he was there for a week. It's really hard watching somebody ruin their life. And sometimes I just stumble through my addiction and I don't think about what I'm doing to other people until I think about what he's doing to me and to himself. It's been a very turbulent weekend. And
am I crazy, or does she look like dramatically bigger in between these 2 clips? Hold on. Maybe it's just because she's wearing a tank top. Ah, shit. Okay, I think it's just
our addictions. And like I said, I'm not blaming him, just him. My food is not good. Just last night, I ordered Papa John's pizza, and I ate brownies and pizza and breadsticks and soda. So I'm not blaming just him. This time he's not coming back. Unless
he came back.
And until he gets help. I'm ignoring my own health. I'm ignoring my own addiction that I need to work on. I'm ignoring myself because I'm pouring all this time into a relationship.
And that is why two addicts being in a relationship is generally not a great idea unless you are both fully in and committed to recovery or have entered the relationship already recovered. But you have to be willing and able and ready to sacrifice the relationship if they are going to threaten your sobriety, you know?
Him and focusing on that instead of focusing on myself and fixing myself. If we want to move forward and have a healthy relationship, we have to get healthy, each one of us. And I know that it's probably not a good idea for two addicts to live together, especially when they're still in the throes of using. I get that. That's just not what we chose to do. And I don't know what the future holds. Right now, he is in detox.
Shit. Sorry, guys. Hang on. That's the first time I've done that. So that's impressive. We're almost 8 hours in. And hey, Carmina, it's really good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, it's a lot. I also wept the first. I've seen this before. It's been many months. I think that's the reason I'm not crying. Calling, overeating, using is too much for me. How? Can you elaborate on that, Belly? He did have a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, and yeah, she's a very self-aware person. That's why I find her the most relatable out of like all the quote-unquote girls, in my experience. You know, this is why active addicts dating is so bad. Yup, she's always gaining and losing, and I ultimately think that's what led to the end of this. You know. It takes 21 days to break a habit. He should have been in detox longer than a week. Absolutely. I'm sure he also had to do some like bathing of her, etc. when she was ill. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not sure if that was ever disclosed. Damn, has it really been 8 hours? Yeah, we're about 9 minutes away from 8 hours. Yep. Yeah, you've been here from the beginning, Ace. Thank you. I've never done anything this long ever. My jaw is hurting a little from the yapping, but we're here. We're ready. We're in. We decided near the end of part 2 to lock and load because everyone in the chat was like, "Let's do it. Let's do it." I was like, "You know what? If y'all are gonna stay, fuck it. Let's go." As the Zachary Mike would say.
Doing.
I guess I'm all right.
Hold on, I'm about to choke. I breathe wrong. God, I fucking hate it when I breathe wrong. Oh.
Considering,
What's happening? What did I just do? What the fuck? Oh, I went full screen. Okay.
You look good. You look healthier.
Oh, okay.
Well, you do.
Well, thanks. You and I had an agreement that if you were to start it.
Oh my god. Wait. I need that on a t-shirt. Master's degree in yapology. Abby, respectfully, can I make that into a t-shirt? So sorry. That just hit me right in the giggle dick. Oh my god. Whew, this is too serious to be getting into all that. So I'm sure she would get so disappointed to see him drinking, then want to eat. Because, yeah, like, him failing is a trigger of that, right?
Rosie?
Hold on. We streamed so long, my brother is going to bed, so we need to close the door. I talked to him earlier, but obviously I'm going way later, so my house is really, really hot. I've had the door open for a while, and I talked to him before I did it. Because we have the AC going on like 76, and our house has been sitting at 82 degrees today. So I have quite literally 3 fans on me. And if I want my room to actually be cool, I have to keep my door open and have a fan that's in the dining room pointed to my room. So there's actually cool air to be circulated. So I'm probably about to get hotter as this live goes on. Tonight I might, and I just can't sleep with my door open anyway, like for trauma reasons. And I'm not going to get into why, but like it, and I know that sounds a little ridiculous without context, but unfortunately it's true. I just can't fucking do it. The hypervigilance is too much. So it is actually pretty cool in here right now, so that's good. Giggle dick, yeah, I swear, didn't I get that from Jenna Marbles? I think I got that from Jenna Marbles. I've been saying it for years. I feel like that's a quote from one of her videos. I don't know why they didn't keep this part private. Honestly, Belly, for real. I'm still not over a master's degree in yapology. That's funny. Speaking of, I'm not kidding. My jaw does hurt a little.
life together, and I was going to come up here, then I would have to be sober.
But I am kind of being a hypocrite, and I do. Somebody made a comment yesterday and last night, and it made me think.
Because there is a level of this where you have to acknowledge that the like level of exploitation of these topics for her YouTube channel is an aspect of this. You know what I'm saying? Like that you have to like at least take note of. And I mean, it's up to the person what they're willing to exploit, right? That's very much how I feel about myself. Like I would never, and I mean never, ever actively choose to exploit children on the internet or exploit people that I love outside of their own boundaries, right? And it's like, that's why I protect certain people. I show very little of certain people. I make sure I gain consent first, etc., etc. And it's just, it is interesting because she makes this choice. And I mean, I would say it's very clear he's a willing participant in it all. But I guess I feel like that is something worth noting here.
I don't expect the same from myself. Like, why should I expect you to remain on the wagon and sober if I'm not doing well myself?
Right. I mean, that's, it's
I feel you, Belly, on that.
it's a viable.
And I agree with that.
concern.
I agree with that.
It would not be long before Jean returned from detox and the pair would continue to make videos together.
Hello, YouTube fam. We are now going to go over questions with answers.
Well, no, we haven't started yet.
I just did.
But we didn't say hello.
I did. I said hello, YouTube.
But I was messing with my hair.
That's
Exactly.
what's amazing about the
Why on earth would she leave that clip in? That's a weird decision.
negative comments. It's like, I already know this about myself. This is why I drink.
I can
It's also
choose.
keyboard warriors,
Right, but I
There's a lot
can
of keyboard
choose.
warriors out there. They get real tough.
But you have
Nice
to.
and tough when you're back there doing this. But in person, it's what you call two-faced. In person, hi, you're so nice. I'm coming to agreement with everything that you say. But behind the scenes, you grow some teeth. That's what you call trolls. Yeah. Hide underneath the bridge, right? Out of the light, out of sight, right? But when you come out in the light, then you're all happy.
I don't want to come down on her because I get it, but it seemed she tried to shine him in a bad light to us in the audience. And chicklets, I think in the beginning it was the opposite, but as I'm like watching this, I'm like, yeah, like that was like there was a weird tension in this clip, right? It's just weird. It's weird. The tension is so thick. Like there was shit going on behind the scenes in this clip before, during, after. Like there's just, this is weird. The decision to keep it in is weird. Like weird vibes. Going to order a neck fan off of Amazon on Prime Day. Prime Day is next month in July. Boy, if that's before my first paycheck, I'm gonna be pissed. I want I want to know. Her face looks bigger here. Yeah. It's hard to tell, honestly. She does fluctuate so much.
Nice and
Or Yeah, I guess.
Christian or whatever, right? Act like the good little liberal that you are.
Ew! What the fuck was that? I'd break up with somebody over that kind of conversation. Ew. Ew.
All right, so here's how I'm going to describe how my business involves social media. So if I want to do all this, I can do all this because this is my business. And y'all can't get into my business. So if I want to come over here and
What the fuck is this?
gain 50 pounds, not healthy, not.
Does she mean my business as in like my personal business, or my business as in the operator of the YouTube channel? Because trolls bottom equals feet. What the literal fuck? What is this?
Good, but if I want to come over here and do that and speak my mind, I can do that because not your business.
That seems indicative of like how he's rubbed off on her over time. That like condescension. That's not what I've seen in her from the past clips of her. That was wild.
Gene on the road to recovery. On the road to recovery, I mean, I'm struggling, honestly. It just, damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Ah, shit. I won't have my first paycheck by the 16th or 17th, I believe. Damn. Unless I get paid weekly. I just don't remember. Damn. Yeah, I heard he was QAnon adjacent earlier. I don't think they touch on that in this video, though. And she does put her business on social media. Absolutely. That was a weird fucking clip. I used to hang out in leftist spaces. Yeah. That I briefly forgot liberal was an insult from the other side, too, right? Same. Yeah. Don't forget to like and subscribe, people. Show our girl some support. Thank you, Carmina. It's when the trolls started intensifying, like they'd call Gene a hobo, drunk, etc., and call Jen all these names, like thousands of comments. Oh, they called Gene some other gross things related to alcohol as well. Okay, yeah. I mean, and who knows, in the future I may have moments like that, like I can't sit here and say I'm never going to fuck up and I'm never going to address negativity. But the truth is, not engaging it is the better option. It is. And sometimes as the person receiving it, that just feels impossible. So, but just I guess out of context, because we don't have a narrator to explain what was happening off screen, that was just kind of weird.
Am I on the road to recovery? Yes, I'm on the road to recovery. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes involved, and I don't know. Yes, I am. I want to be. My spirit wants to be, but it's just tough.
The stress of Jen's relationship had taken a toll on not only her emotional health, but also her physical health. I think because Jen chose to prioritize Gene over herself. And that's a choice. And one of the biggest things I learned from my breakup was that I was never going to again prioritize other people over myself. I prioritized being like a full-time stepmom to his child like over myself. I prioritized him over myself over and over again, and I felt like I owed it to him for certain reasons. And that was a choice I made. And I will never make again. I am determined. One of the main reasons I'm still single. Let's be real.
Ready?
Oh my Jesus.
570.6 pounds.
I fooled myself. I always fool myself into thinking if I'm not eating fast food or junk food, it'll be all right and I'll lose weight and I won't gain any weight. But I'm not counting my calories. I'm not being careful of the types of foods I eat other than not eating fast food, which I guess is a step in the right direction, and not drinking soda, which is good. I have had soda a couple times, but not on a daily basis like I was. I don't want this to be the rest of my life. I don't want to be stuck here, literally and metaphorically. I don't want to be in this apartment for the rest of my life. I don't want
Oh
to
my
be in this
gosh.
situation for the rest of my life.
Carmina, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh my goodness, thank you. They called him Jin. Oh, that's mean. That is mean. That's low. They used to do Bible study videos which put people off because of other. Oh. Again, it's interesting the things that Snowflake chose not to include. Bible study videos, yeah. Whenever you enter like the religious space, things like that. I mean, if that's her beliefs, that she has a right to speak on them. But again, I just want to thank you, Carmina. That was very sweet of you.
And I've already spent 10 years doing the same thing over and over again. And in the broader sense, I've already spent most of my life going through the same cycles again and again and again. And if I don't break the cycle, it's either going to end up with me over 600 pounds again, or it's going to end up with me dead from either cancer or some other obesity-related illness, disease. I'm going back to keto. I know that there are a lot of people that have strong opinions both ways on whether keto works or it doesn't. It worked for me last summer. It helped me lose 60 pounds.
I don't know, this moment, it just made me think that cliche saying of like, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Keto has not been sustainable for her. And she keeps going back to it, you know?
The only reason why it stopped working and the only reason why I gained the weight back is because I stopped doing it. I'm going to attempt to do a 16-hour fast. I'm also going to attempt to do some kind of physical activity 5 days a week, some type of movement and exercise. I'm not the type to just lay in bed and do nothing. I'm always up, even if it's just the smallest of things or going downstairs or going outside. I'm always usually up doing something, and I've been sleeping a lot. Then yesterday morning on Thursday, I woke up and I was getting dressed to go outside, but I was putting on my bra and I touched a place on my breast, on my right breast, and I was like, that's sore. Why is that sore?
Oh, God.
I decided I was feeling tired with the whole depression thing and I needed to sleep, and I was getting undressed to put my pajamas back on. And
hey, Jenna Rose. We're actually on part 4. We're currently 8 hours into a live because I'm insane. Part 4 of The Tragic Life of Life by Jen. We're about 4th way through. So if anyone has made it this far, first of all, like in the replay, kudos to you, but this is something that you guys can definitely like watch over time, catch up on if you missed parts of it, whatever, if you feel inclined to do so. I've been sharing a lot of different takes regarding Jen and her experiences shared here on camera versus my lived experience. Because Jen, in case you don't know who Life by Jen is, Jenna, she was someone associated with Girl World and passed away in 2022. I keep saying 2002. It was 2022 from complications of her weight. is my understanding. We haven't gotten to that point yet, so.
And I noticed at that time that I looked down and there was a big area of my breast that was red and kind of puffy.
That's scary.
And it kind of felt like a cross between a sunburn and something that was itching. So I went to see my doctor, and sure enough, it is cellulitis on my right breast. So I got a prescription for an antibiotic and then a prescription for a steroid. It just seems like it's one thing on top of another, and I understand that it's more than likely my weight. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Every time something happens, it's always my weight.
Despite the multitude of illnesses she would experience because of her weight, she would continue to make poor food choices. I won't lie, the lack of follow-up on like the cancer side of things is just like, it's weird. I don't know, it's just weird. I'm not claiming she's faking anything, it's just weird. Like, genuinely, not even trying to be shitty. It's just like, if that's not going to make you get it together, then like, what will? You know? Rightly, that is luckier than what I thought too.
So I said it was going to be my goal to fast every single day for this next week. And I did not fast every single day for that week.
Jean being the leader of the Bible study stuff feels very culty and weird to me. That's weird. I'm not saying it was culty, but that is weird.
So I failed that little mini goal for myself, but I'm going to reset that goal for myself for this coming week. And that's my other goal for the week, is to track everything. I haven't been tracking the calories. I haven't been tracking my macros at all. We decided to order something. I tried to make it as kind of healthy as possible. It's not that healthy. This is mine. I got the taco salad. Pretty little taco bowl. And then Jean got
Burrito grande.
ooh, that is grande. Chips and salsa. And we got this to share. I won't defend my relationship, my choices, my food, my diet, anything like that ever again. I don't have to. Like I said, I'm not that unique. There are a lot of people who struggle with the same things that I do. No matter how many times you fail, it's not about failing, it's about getting back up and keep trying to push forward. Kind of doesn't feel like pizza without pop, so we just got the Big K. I think it's Big K, yeah, the diet root beer. And then I got, for my treat, since it is date night, treat night, I got 3 different Quest bars, chocolate chip cookie dough, chocolate peanut butter, and these cinnamon roll.
Wait, she was going to eat all of those in one sitting? That's a lot of supplemented protein. I don't know. I don't know. Am I being nitpicky by critiquing that? I don't know. Regardless of their struggles, the pair continued to plan a future for themselves together.
Being you are professed Christians, are you planning to get married soon? Both of us are very much open to marriage.
Even if you wanted to get married tomorrow, I don't want to roll down the aisle in my big wheelie. I want to actually walk down the aisle.
Do you and Jean enjoy traveling? And what is your dream destination?
I do enjoy travel. Well, I haven't had the opportunity to travel, but I would love to travel. That would be something that we would love to do together. Dream destination? Hawaii.
She's not going to go to the beach, is she?
So this is Luna. This is our little baby. I knew that I eventually would get another cat, but we just didn't know when, what time.
That cat is so damn cute. Oh, fuck. The aggression is real.
That would be, and I wasn't in a rush because Piggy was a huge part of my life, and I loved him more than I could.
I want to adopt a cute older guy. That's what I want to do. Kittens are cute, but I don't want to deal with kitten energy and the stuff that comes with the puppy kitten energy.
Even
and kittens are in higher demand. I feel like I would rather rescue an like older. I would say is 5 and up. You know.
Describe.
Okay, this is cute.
Oh, kitten on the key.
I feel like a next longer clip of that moment would do well on TikTok. Oh my goodness. Baby.
Do you feel like Gene holds you back from weight loss or enables you or could help you more?
He definitely does not hold me back. As
I don't know if you're being fully honest with yourself there, but okay.
As far as enabling, does he enable me? Honestly, yes, he does. I enable him. He enables me.
How is enabling each other not holding you back? Come off it.
And it's very easy to do. And is there codependency between us? There's definitely a lot of codependency between us. He mirrors me very well, and I can see myself in him so well, and I learn a lot about myself through him. Even though he doesn't have a food problem, a food issue, an eating disorder, I can see my addiction in him, and I'm sure that he can see his addiction in me because they're so closely intertwined that I have learned so much from just having him in my life, and such a positive influence. You would think it would be a negative, but it definitely has been a positive, opening my eyes.
But what if the truth is that it's both? What if it's a positive thing to have someone as a support person, to have someone that loves and cares about you, to have someone that you love back, to have that mutual relationship? And it's also bad for you to have someone who enables you, to have someone that fuels each other's addiction cycles. Though those two inherent truths can be true at the same time.
As to the reality of the situation in my life. I know when you have an eating disorder, a lot of people focus on the health issues. And yes, I have a lot of health issues. I have a lot of things that if I don't lose this weight soon, that could very well kill me. But what is more than that, that aside, is the emotional issues of what this eating disorder.
But that aside, it's the emotional issues. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that because, like, in part that's true, but again, you hit a certain point, and I guess it's just interesting the dichotomy between the fact that like she's like 44, 45 at this point. I'm 33, so I still have more youth on my side. Like I'm not young, right? I'm not in my 20s. Like it would have been better if I could have gotten my shit together sooner, but that wasn't my reality, right? That wasn't what happened. That isn't what's happening. And I'm still in the efforts of getting my shit together. I definitely would say I've had wins, right? And I've had success in some parts of it. And I just have such so much more of a long way to go. And the reason I've had a lot of those success was the fact that I put in the building blocks towards the emotional sides of things. And I just was in a relentless pursuit of figuring out how to get even as far as I've currently gotten. And, you know, I just want so badly for her to have been able to win her battle. And it's just heartbreaking that she didn't, like this is really just sad. And Not to be cliche, but like tragic. It's truly tragic. Ooh, I feel like most people, for most people, their 30s are for recovering from the mistakes of their 20s. Hi, welcome to me. I understand Jen's story up until she enters the hospital. After that, I'm lost as to what went so wrong leading up to her passing. I wonder if that gets covered at all. Probably not. Probably because, like, the only real information we have would be from Jean, right? And I do hope Jean has the cat. I hope the cat is safe and happy. Yeah, I respect other people's beliefs, but I don't go in depth about my spirituality online because I keep it's so sacred to me in my heart. I've occasionally shared a little bit, like on my members, I did talk a bit about my spirituality in a video. I felt safer to open that up within the members only community. But yeah, as people are saying in the chat, Lee, 100% true. Yes, absolutely. I want to repeat it. I feel like for most people, their 30s are for recovering from the mistakes of their 20s, especially for people who are actively in pursuit of improving themselves and bettering themselves.
I'm going to show you what I honestly eat in a binge day.
Girl, no, you don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. Let's find out if I'm about to skip some shit, because you don't need to do this.
So that was 420 calories. Creamy potato soup, and it is the most delicious soup I'm going to make.
I will say that brand of soup, my mom used to use that to make this incredible loaded potato soup. I haven't had it in a long time, but it has a lot of nostalgic memories for me. She would use that as the base and add even more to it, like bacon and other things. I have not had it in forever, but my God, that soup was chef's kiss.
Fats, have it with crack.
In the context of the binge, this sucks, but I'm just saying that I think it's called Bears Creek. That label is very familiar to me.
And start sipping on my Dr. K.
Like, if you're gonna buy soda, just buy the diet, girly pop. That is just.
I'm just gonna take the big old bottle into the room with me.
That is exactly what not to do.
So I can just chug it at my will.
This is irresponsible content. It just is. This is irresponsible content. This comes from an unhealed, uneducated place of how this behavior impacts other people. This is irresponsible to the people that perceive you online.
This will be gone by tonight probably, or at least most of it will be. So yeah, Jean has been actively drinking for, at this point, 2 weeks now. I have to figure out what I want out of life.
Same, Vicky.
If I just want to give up, I mean, nobody is forcing me to get better. Nobody's forcing me to lose weight. I guess.
Abby says, this goes to show the power in owning the choices you make. Absolutely. I don't think she was a victim of a tragic life. Like, her relationship with her mom is a huge blessing, which is why her passing was so hard. Yeah, I can see what you're saying, Abby. I feel like she was stuck in a victim mentality. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like in a lot of ways her life was tragic. And even people with tragic lives can have blessings and like positive highlights to it. You know what I mean? And 40s are for reminiscing about your 20s. I don't know how much. I mean, there were parts of my 20s I think even currently, like, I that I got to live that in a way kind of helped heal my my trauma from like high school. Like I had a core group of friends and we would go like on joy rides and we would like go fuck around at Walmart at 3:00 in the morning. Like, side note, one of the worst things about COVID is that the younger generation can't just go fuck around at Walmart at 3:00 in the morning, because that's just a lived experience I feel like everyone should be able to have. You went back to college at 28, you got your master's at 34. Lee, congratulations. That's sick as fuck. She does not have to show. Absolutely. Like, you know, and there was a moment where I absolutely, like, I showed the behind the scenes of a binge, right? That video I referenced earlier in this live. But when I did it, I purposefully did not eat on camera, and I showed an isolated incident, and I showed how I was like fighting the binge. I was showing like how the binge was more of a mindset than what I ate, because my binge was actually like only 400 calories worth of food. It wasn't an uncontrolled wild binge, because I think that that would be irresponsible as hell to show on the internet. Fuck, I keep coughing today. Yeah, and seriously, Vicky, I prefer diet soda. It's not even about the calories. It's how I grew up. I know some people can't do the fake sweetener. I can't stand seltzer, to be honest with you. I get what you mean, and I try not to show binges, but it can be helpful, to be honest. But there will be people who watch it who have EDs. Did she put a trigger warning? I don't know, Belly, but here's the thing. It can be helpful to talk about your EDs, to talk about the binges. But there's a way to conduct those conversations that is not reckless and irresponsible. This is reckless and irresponsible. Binging on camera is reckless and irresponsible. I mean, thankfully, she's not really eating, but earlier in this series, she recorded a binge. That shit's irresponsible. And miss the 24-hour Walmarts too. At least it's not a mukbang. Yeah, so she was never a mukbanger, right?
If there comes a time when you have to ask yourself, is this really what I want? And if it is what I want, why am I not doing it?
Yeah, exactly. Imagine an alcoholic taking a bottle and saying, I'm gonna go chug this now. Yeah, honestly. I'm on the train of like, these conversations are helpful. They are important. Hi, welcome to my channel. You know what I mean? Welcome to this live. You know what I mean? But like, there's a, for me at least, there's like a code of ethic almost, you know? I try my best to do it ethically. And again, it's like one of those things where like, if I'm not, I want to know and I want to reflect and I want to do better, right? It's just like, this is unchecked mental illness is what this like I'm not commenting on her appearance in a negative light to say like she looks bad, but look at her appearance. I know what this looks like. You know, she is coming across as in a depression, as in almost, I would say, almost crisis mode. You know, maybe not necessarily full blown crisis mode, but like, this in and of itself is a cry for help. It's hard to watch, man. But there she is eating, right?
Yesterday. I thought Jean liked Rice Krispie treats.
She's eating on camera through a binge. Like, that shit's irresponsible as fuck. And I'm gonna keep repeating that.
And then he informed me that he didn't.
And she's venting about her partner actively being stuck in addiction. I mean, come on.
So, I mean, I was making them because I wanted them mostly, but I thought he liked them as well. But I guess he doesn't. So, they'll all be eaten by me. She says, do you think you'll finally regret letting food limit you from living a life?
I'm going to take a real quick 1 to 2 minute break. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast and also just kind of stretch. I need to get up. So I will be right back. Everybody else, I recommend doing the same. Take a minute to stretch, especially because a lot of you have been here for a long time. I will be right back. I've had an intense amount of water. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, let's get back to this. No, I will not get up and stretch. My kitty is sleeping on my legs. Lee, you get a pass. You are the only one, though. Did everybody else stretch? Come on, guys.
You actually enjoy when you are on your deathbed. They'll all be eaten by me. She says, do you think you'll finally regret letting food limit you from living a life you actually enjoy when you are on your deathbed? That's kind of morbid and kind of a realistic hello. I don't think I have to wait till I'm on my deathbed to regret it. I already regret it. I regret every single day of my life letting food limit my life.
Well, it sounds like Carly P is not has no issues with addiction.
No.
Because the reality of it is that us addicts regret on a daily basis what the hell we're doing to ourselves. Okay, it's not like this is some hobby.
Jenna, you can always do stretches in bed too. You don't have to get up if you're in for the night.
You know, it's not fun. It's really not fun to destroy your own life.
He's right. It is not fun. This shit's not fun. And there are parts of it where, like, yes, you make certain choices, but you are still dealing with addiction, and addiction is not a choice. That is a staunch opinion I have. The addiction itself is not the choice, but choosing recovery is. Whether or not you flounder, whether or not you mess up, continually choosing recovery is a choice.
All right, so we have decided that we are going to do keto as a couple.
Yep, doing keto. I'm doing keto too.
And I'm going to do keto too.
We together
are going to do keto. As many people have pointed out, I've gained a lot of weight. I'm going to try my hardest to stay away.
It's been interesting because I've been like hyper focusing on how he looks at her. For some reason, I just find that interesting. And as these videos go on, like there's been moments where you can tell like they've been fighting or whatever. But like I would say here, it's like over time, like you can like see a genuine care in his eyes for her. I don't know. I don't know why I keep pointing. I don't know why I'm so interested in that point, but it's something I've just been hyper focusing on during this series.
Away from soda. I'm going to try to give up soda completely.
If I'm doing this, you're doing it too, baby. So yeah.
Yeah. He says and I have no reason to doubt him because he knows his body, that for him, he needs honey to transition off of white sugar.
Done this many times, you know, as far as fasting. So anytime I've come off of sugar or white sugar, rather, highly processed sugar, crap, junk sugar. Then I have really bad headaches, migraines, and so if I use honey, which is more natural or is natural, I notice that my body transitions a whole lot easier. So
I think that's super valid, and I feel like that's kind of the approach I had in the beginning, was like kind of those swap outs and like taking things slowly so that way it's not a complete shock to the system. I don't know. I think that's totally valid.
anyways, I do that for 3 days and then I come completely off of sugar, and it works for me. There's so many people on this planet thinks that all 7 billion people have to be like cookie cutter, but this is my experience. So
I co-sign that. Shit.
Gene isn't obviously doing this for weight loss. He has gained about 30 pounds in the last year and a half. A year and a couple
6
months.
months actually.
But-
So we are going to do keto
Oh,
together,
shit, diary.
out of support for her, and also
Oh shit, diary. Yeah. Tiny Blues rubbing off on you, Rosie. What do you mean by? I mean, I watch a fuck ton of Tiny Blues, so that doesn't surprise me. But I also take that as a hella compliment. Thank you, Lee.
out of so this is my reasoning, my personal reason. Support.
I find her content so engaging and interesting, and it's made me realize that like if I could afford college without getting a lot of debt, like anthropology would be a very interesting field for me to enter. I would love it. It's much like psychology, you know.
And to hopefully reverse this pre-diabetic thing I got going on,
yeah.
to lower my sugars, to bring my body back into a healthy.
You're 100% right. Yeah, I am looking out for body language and things like that. Yeah, you're so right. That's so funny. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
State.
Right.
She's a great influence in that way.
And I do agree they probably put stuff in processed food.
Did she get that dress from Sanctuary? Because I swear to God, I would love to see her in that dress, or to see what's at the tank top. The way that's sitting on her looks exactly like a dress I own, and it's weirding me out a little bit, actually. Like in that color.
Food to keep you addicted to it out.
And I think I bought it around this time. Did she ever talk about Sanctuary? People may not know that, but maybe she didn't talk about where she got her clothes. Again, I don't know. But that looks like a Sanctuary tank dress to me.
It would not surprise me a bit.
No, it wouldn't surprise me either.
It's
So
like McDonald's. I really don't like McDonald's. I really don't. They are evil. They're just junk. You can let a hamburger sit out, French fries for like a year. Damn thing doesn't change.
but here's the
Like
thing.
that's nothing. That's fake food, man.
Well,
It's
yeah,
like plastic food.
I agree. It's not healthy for you at all. But you don't like McDonald's at all. But he surely did not have any trouble putting away a lot of McDonald's this past year.
That was toxic. That was weird. Why is she saying that?
Because I was being nice. I said, sure, Jennifer, you can have some McDonald's. And there was this demon that came out of the French fries and grabbed me by the face and
Okay, that's a little funny.
pulled me in.
No, he was enjoying the McDonald's as much as
This is that toxic codependent shit. Look, they're like picking at each other. They're like shifting blame back and forth. Ick. I don't like this.
I was. There was even a couple times where he was like, I'm craving just a
Yeah, I'm the addict, but you're the addict. But I'm the addict, but you're also the addict, and it's weird.
good old American classic adult size hamburger. And then I think he's going to eat a piece of this pepper. I don't.
She did throw a decent amount of shade, and it's like I think that is like that's kind of that self-hatred coming out. And it's like, you know, you do try to show yourself in a better light, but it's like she is like kind of like picking at him and knocking him down a little. Probably because she is insecure. He is thinner, you know, like, and if she has an opportunity to like show him as like, see, he does it too. See, like it is an act of deflection.
I don't know. He said he wanted it. And now I'm not sure if he still wants it. I fixed it because he said he wanted it.
Of bites. I'll have a couple of bites.
I fixed it because I said, do you want pieces? And he said, yeah, sure, fix it for me.
Yeah, I get the food is not plastic, but it is mid as hell. Y'all know I fucking hate McDonald's. I definitely used to eat it back when they had I mean, I will be honest with you. If they ever re-release the cheesy bacon fries again, it's going to take all of my willpower and remembering why I'm boycotting them to not go because them shits were delicious. But outside of that, their food is so mid, it's so shit, it's so not worth it. Especially now with how expensive McDonald's is. The main draw to me with McDonald's was the price. Like, yeah, if I wanted to eat some cheap fast food, then let's go to McDonald's. Nowadays, it's like I spend as much at McDonald's as I would at Wendy's. And Wendy's is so much better. And so is a lot of other fast food places with drive-thrus that don't fund bullshit, that don't have weird marketing practices, that don't do weird shit with their app and online privacy. McDonald's had fajitas? Really? Yeah, and there's no more dollar menu. Like, the fuck? I don't know. Y'all know I'm always here for McDonald's slander. Their fries are like the only notable thing about them. Other than that, it's not even worth it. It's just not anymore. And frankly, I've had enough McDonald's French fries for a couple lifetimes, so I can say with full confidence I'm not eating at McDonald's again in my life. It's not gonna happen. If I do, I want y'all to roast the motherfucking shit out of me. Clip this. Clip this moment. Fucking girl, Jenna. Why are you eating at McDonald's? Girl, come on now. I love you, Jenna. But, girl. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. So I'm just joking. I mean, am I? But let's see. Yeah, with the invention of an air fryer, nuggets are just so much easier to like get cheaper and on your own. No, I'm saying never for like the reasons of like I'm boycotting because of Palestine. I'm not doing that. That's a stance I'm not going to change on. I'm sorry. I'm not. Within this capitalistic society, we have so many options. And in my area, I will also say, like, I have options that are open late too. So it's like, for me, that's just not what I'm going to do. Oh no, disappointed is worse. Yeah, no. I get it. It's a personal choice. I'm not trying to pick on anybody specifically, to be very clear. But yeah, I do feel strongly about that. I've talked about that on my channel. That's not news to anyone. And unlike some people, I am making that choice out of conviction and not anyone. And when I say some people, I'm not referencing to anyone in my chat. I'm specifically referencing Foodie Beauty, to be clear. It has that is coming from a place of conviction, you know. There is, I think Walmart sells like the distributor version of those nuggets. I forget what brand it is, but you can buy a brand of nuggets that are the McDonald's breaded nuggets. Like there's some distributor. I'd do an image search for the McDonald's fajita. Oh my gosh. I bet they were not good. Or were they? Or they might be like good in the terms of like trashy fast food.
I just want the meal to be simple because this is a part of my problem. I'd rather drink my meal than like do all this. I can't stand eating.
I mean, I've not eaten Chick-fil-A in years. And I boycott that for a different reason. So like I know that when I say something like that, like I've got permanent beef with Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, and Starbucks. So when I say that, like I fucking mean it. You know what I mean?
Eating is not my thing.
Well, no, your McBelly says otherwise. You enjoyed eating this past year.
The main trigger
Here she is. Pick.
is it's preparing. It's highly annoying for me to prepare because there's so much you have to touch. There's so much to have to look through. It's not easy. It's annoying. It's annoying as hell. I mean, I almost
Chick-fil-A, they funded organizations that quite literally like fund the conversion therapy and like foundations that are pro like the unalive of gay people. And then they said they would never do it again, and then they did it again, and then they said they would never do it again, and then they did it again. So I don't trust them for a lick of salt. And that was like way before this other recent stuff.
Just want to take it out of the fridge and just throw it away. And just
Ooh, okay. So Diary shared it's there. So the Pilgrim's brand, something tempura nuggets. So Pilgrim's tempura nuggets. I believe the packaging is blue. Like I have a vision in my head of a picture I've seen before. I'm not boycotting McDonald's because I've only eaten there like 7 times in the past 5 years. Yeah, exactly. They're anti-LGBT. Yeah, don't eat the bigot chicken. Exactly. You haven't eaten at Chick-fil-A in over 15 years? Wow, good for you, Vicky. He's not overweight. He does have more of a stomach than I think. I think he was very lean. But like when you're in active substance addiction, like alcohol or other substances, that can make you leaner when you're just drinking and not eating, you know what I mean? Or because I don't know if he had any other drugs of choice. I don't think that's been referenced. So even like people who are full-blown sometimes being an alcoholic means you're drinking a lot of beer, and so you might have a beer gut and you might be overweight because you are like drinking and eating. But for some people, it's like the alcohol is just like the main thing they consume and they don't really eat a lot. So that's something worth noting.
be done with it. That's how I feel about it. So yeah, I mean, to get on DoorDash and to order McDonald's, that's real easy and it's fun. It's
like an added dopamine hit because it's like, ooh, let me shop for my food. Let me pick exactly what I want. Let me get this and get that and scroll through the menu. And it's like it hits the shopping addiction. It hits like the same kind of dopamine responses you might get from like other types of apps, you know what I mean? Like it being digitized in a way, I feel like for a lot of people, myself included, like it hits that mark. It hits the mark of obviously the food addiction. And I would say for me, not necessarily for Jen, but for me, it's like other added layers from my past in feudalism, right? So and just like the level of power and control I felt that people were like fanning over me and wanting to send me money to go spend, and then like taking those screenshots and showing them to those people and bragging about it, you know, like for me there's even that added layer. That's not everybody's experience, but that was for me once in a blue, like once upon a time, not once in a blue moon, but once upon a time, you know what I mean?
completely opposite end of the spectrum.
Ooh, yeah, I bet they are amazing. Though they both enabled each other's addictions, it was clear there was no separating Jean and Jen. Yeah, that also described that. God, this really does remind me of me and my ex to a degree that I'd like to fucking forget.
We have grown a lot in our relationship.
I'm going to address the chat. They are amazing in an air fryer, I bet. Yeah, coating them in a sauce too. I bet they'd be delicious. They're now called Country Pride Chicken Breast Nuggets. So country, if anyone wants to not support McDonald's but have one of their best things, yeah, bye belly. I agree. But I get, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where like I just think it was interesting because the cat thing was presented like there was no other option when there in fact was other options. There was other people trying to rescue the cat. I mean, I think it was like a double-edged sword where like there was good intention, but there was bad intention too. And again, it's like one of those things where there's a duality there. Both can exist at the same time. Diary is just given all the facts. If you're interested in getting those nuggets, she's got you guys. And high key, I might go looking for it at some point because whenever like the things that I would quote unquote miss the most from McDonald's would be the nuggets and fries, like because I think everything else is replaceable and mid as hell. So I'm glad to boycott that from here on out. I've got lifelong beef with them
In the past year.
Absolutely.
Also, I can think of 3 separate occasions where I was served raw fucking double quarter pounders or not double quarter, just quarter pounders. I didn't like the doubles. It was too much meat to bun ratio for me. 3 in like at least 2 or 3 separate locations too. And I'm like, I had to go up through the corporate ladder and everything to report that shit because that is just crazy. And it icked me out from double quarter pounders, like at one point officially. Like I just stopped eating them. Because it was just like by the third time I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. Now, of course, I did used to eat fast food at a much higher rate than the average American, I'd say.
Which then brings us to our announcement.
Follow.
That ring is pretty. It's a dialectic in response to both can be exist at the same time. I feel like Tiny Blue has said that. Oh wow, so the price of like 120 piece is for 1.75 pounds of the nuggets too. The family members of one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims was upset after Ariana Grande admitted on a podcast that she once told a young fan that the convicted serial killer was her ideal dinner companion. Listen, Ariana Grande is an odd duck. That's all I'm gonna say. A cheeseburger bowl with Thousand Island dressing. Yeah, I like to make the In-N-Out sauce. I'd rather go In-N-Out. Yeah, I actually, guys, future content, spoiler alert, I made onion grill drop Flying Dutchman for a video with homemade In-N-Out sauce, so y'all can wait for that to come out. They bullied her over the ring. God, I fucking hate the internet sometimes. Gee, what? What do you mean? Oh, I can already see the comments because her finger's slightly indented. So they're probably thinking it's super small. I don't know. I'm of the opinion I like the smaller, daintier ring look. Like for me, I wouldn't want a square cut. My ideal would be even a thinner band than that. With like, I would love to have a silver ring because I think white gold is obnoxiously overpriced for a look that's slightly less than silver. I don't like gold jewelry. My dream ring is a large ruby heart with like kind of some delicate placements around it, maybe a couple smaller ruby hearts next to it, and maybe some like other kind of stones surrounding. That would be my dream ring. You know, this isn't my dream ring, but I think it's pretty. People will find fucking anything to hate on.
Fall of 2022 is when
I love rubies. They're
my
childhood like obsession. I wanted to change my name to Ruby so bad. My childhood username had the word Ruby in it. I named my first hamster Ruby. I've always had an upset. I wanted Ruby to be my birthstone. I have that hideous, like, piss yellow gemstone. Fucking hate it.
Say where? I mean...
Oh. Around the ocean.
Hang on, I missed that. One year and 5 months until Jen's passing. We're getting closer to that, guys. Despite things looking positive in Jen's life, they would ultimately take a turn. Oh, of course. I feel like I've struggled to see like a huge win in this entire series, you know? Like there was, I think, a couple moments like when I think she lost like 80 pounds or something, right? Like at one point she was down like 80 pounds, like when she hit, was her lowest 492? Wow. I think that was her lowest. And if it wasn't, I don't think it was much lower than that. she struggled to break out of the 500s with any real finality. Oh, man. So as Vicky says here, she really didn't have wins. And like, dude, I think that's what makes this tragic. Earlier, someone was saying, like, you don't really think she had a tragic life. I think, like, the lack of wins, the lack of, ooh, sorry, my ring is very thin with a thin band with a pear shape. That sounds gorgeous. Yeah, honestly, I'd be down with not getting legally married, but like having a little celebration and all of that. Like, I think legal marriage is, that's like, there's reasons to enter into it, but I feel like you can do all of that without the paperwork. You know what I mean? All the deaths too, exactly. Like, she lost so much. She had so many lows, and I mean, I can relate to that in a sense of having a lot of lows, a lot of pain, a lot of tragic events that have happened, you know? But I can also say I've had a lot of highs, a lot of wins, a lot of experiences that I just don't see from her. Like, even before her YouTube channel, like, she was bound to her room. She was basically bedbound big. Like, you know, she did get out of that realm, and that in and of itself is a win. But I wouldn't say it's a huge win because of, like, the fact that it never really kept that trajectory. Was she overweight as a real young child, or did she gain as a teen? I don't know if that was fully discussed by her, chicklets. I think she's always been large, but I don't know at what age she hit that, like, 500-600 pound range. Didn't even get to go to Hawaii. Tom was diagnosed with his cancer at that time. Oh, your partner didn't want to leave you with your debts. Gotcha. Yeah, she was actually abused as a child, and yeah. And again, there's so much I relate to with Jen, and that was my experience as well. And my experience was that abuse manifested through a significant eating disorder. And yeah, it takes way more paperwork to get the legal protections benefits without marriage. And again, that's the thing, is like, there are pros and cons to it. So it ultimately just depends on, like, a lot of factors with that.
My father passed away a week and a half ago. When I first heard the news,
That's complicated as hell.
I was kind of just in a state of shock.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to feel. I didn't feel anything like I thought I'd feel. For many, many years as a teenager, I haven't seen my dad in 30 plus years.
Wow.
I imagined for many years as a teenager, I imagined him dying. I even plotted out ways that he was going to die.
That's like a genuine, valid way of coping with that level of abuse.
I had, because that was a happy thing for me back then when I was fresh out of being abused.
It's a way of knowing that it will never happen again, because even if they're no longer around, especially when that first happens, it's that fear of them showing themselves again. I thankfully had never interacted with the person who abused me after they left our home. I never saw them. My parents made sure, because this person was a family member, and they made sure that everyone knew. I mean, I think if that boy had crossed my father's path, he would have ceased breathing.
I heard I wasn't happy. I wasn't sad. I started feeling very mad. To other people, he was a great person. He was, to his new family, he was apparently a great dad.
I will say, high key, that was not my experience. The person that I'm referencing, I've shared his mugshot actually in the past, and he truly looks like the quintessential, like, PDF file. You know, like, you think of, like, the picture definition of a creepy PDF file. it's his face. Ugh. You know, I interacted with him when he was 12, though. Yeah, but I had not seen him then. But as he grew up, and his mugshot was, he married a 16-year-old around the time I was 16.
That's not the man that my mom and I knew. That was not the man who sexually abused me for 11 years of my life. Then I wonder why, like, he couldn't just apologize or admit to what he did. There's a whole different part of my life that has opened up.
I'll never forget my the person who abused me when he was arrested for creating and producing child CSAM, for producing CSAM off of a Nintendo DS. I think the headline was a handheld video game, but my mom was the one that told me it was a Nintendo DS. And there's an article that's no longer around. At some point I was able to find it on the Wayback Machine. That article got taken down for some reason, but there was a few articles written about it. And when I had initially researched about this, I think this happened in 2016. It might have been 2015. And in this more detailed article of, I think, a reporter who was in the courtroom, because this was like he got caught in a huge Fed bust, basically. And that's how he got caught, for trading around material. And in the courtroom, the exact quote he said was, "There was others." And prior to the sentencing, I mean, I was obsessively Googling that whole situation for a year or two. And I was like calling around. I begged the district office to let me come and leave some kind of statement, be involved in some capacity. Cause I really thought it would be a way of healing for me, but they had so much damning evidence. They did not need me. And they didn't follow up. They intertalked with me a little bit, but they didn't really follow up with me. And I hated that. I wanted to be a part of the proceedings so bad. I wanted to be a part of putting him away for life, which 30 years is basically for life. And I was angry about it, but I got over it. And I get that anger. I understand the core of her pain. I understand how she got to where she got to. I really do. I understand it in a way that I think a lot of people can't. I understand how consuming this is, and how there is this desire to lead to your own self-destruction based on the evil actions other people put onto you. But at some point, you do have to grow up. You do have to leave the victim mentality. You do have to want better for yourself. You do have to figure out how to love yourself. If you just stay there forever, then this is what it comes to. You know? I'm shocked it's gotten this far before I've gotten emotional, but like, I've said this before in this live, but it's just the truth. This is truly fucking tragic. That was a little bit of a trauma dump. And I have talked a bit about the story in the past, not in this much detail, but I share this to say that, or the reason I did feel motivated to react to this, to speak on this, to share this, is there is so much parallel in my life to hers. Not exact, but there's so much parallel. And you have to find the strength to overcome it, or you will succumb to it. It's hard. It is the hardest thing in my life. And I'm aware that every pound I release is me releasing an aspect of my traumas, an aspect of the things that I held on to protect myself mentally, physically, emotionally, what have you. It is so much greater than just putting down the cheeseburger. It is so much greater than just eating less. It is so much bigger than that. And it's just really hard to get people who do not understand, who do not care to understand, to empathize with that. Before I unpause, I'm going to check the chat. I've been purposefully not looking at it so I could talk for a minute. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you can relate to that, Diary. I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor. Absolutely. Prison is very dangerous for men who do those things, and guards will often let the other inmates know who hurt a child. I fucking hope so. I'm low-key sad that he's still breathing, but there's, it is what it is. Can't let that consume you. Got to choose yourself over and over again. Exactly. I wish you could have had some more happy times. Me too, Chicklets. Like, when I go back to comparing that to myself, it's like, I think to like most recently, the Fairy Festival thing. I wish she had had more experiences like that. I wish she had been able to branch out more. I wish that she had been able to give that gift to herself. You just seem so much happier in general than her, Rosie. And that was with a lot of effort, and I get what you're saying, and I don't know. It's just like, I feel like she didn't allow herself to be happier. She didn't allow herself the space for good things because she truly believed deep down that she didn't deserve that. And I was once in that space too. But I clawed myself out of the trenches, dude. I clawed my way out of those trenches. So anyway, I'm going to stop yapping. Let's get back to the video.
I feel freed in a way. I feel like a burden has been taken off of my shoulders, that I'm not carrying around this negativity anymore. Although I know I will always carry that with me. It makes me part of who I am. The worst part of who I am.
Yeah.
I started this channel about weight loss and my attempts to lose weight. But somewhere along the way, it just hasn't worked out. There's always an excuse why. The reality of it is that it doesn't matter what food plan I do. None of them are going to work unless I commit to it and stick to it, and I just haven't. I'm going to be turning 45 in less than a month. I don't want to keep failing at this and looking like an idiot in front of everyone. I want help. I say I want help.
I don't want to keep looking like an idiot in front of everyone. And I think she listed another reason, both external. And that's kind of the source of the problem here. That external focus is, I will say for me, the focus on the external of things in terms of my healing path was the massive parts that were holding me back from enacting the changes within myself. Being able to go through therapy and shift those perspectives, being more internal and inward, was one of the massive key things that helped me.
But I don't actively seek help. I stop going to therapy. I don't take my medicine. I don't do the things that are required of me to get better. I don't want to go into my 45th year at 600 pounds. And I am very close to it.
That's wild.
621.8 pounds.
No, there's more than enough foodie reactions on the internet. I'm not planning on platforming that bigot. That took the wind out of me, dude. Fuck.
I have had kind of a hard life. I didn't ever set out to be a shut-in. I didn't set out to be a person that did nothing with their life. And
oh man. Fuck, dude. You can really see the weight gain too. This is sad.
And you just sit and look back on your life and be like, I'm 45 and this is where my life has gotten me pretty much nowhere. People can leave some.
Oh yeah, this was after her dad's death. That is a fair thing to know, honestly. I honestly think if she had had weight loss surgery in this, I honestly don't know if she would have survived weight loss surgery. I mean, obviously she ended up passing anyway, but her addiction is so out of control. I think she could have quite literally ended up eating herself to death through the surgery. That was originally one of the reasons why I was so afraid to get it, because my shit was so out of control at certain points that I did go through the process, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I get why you say you wish she had. I think she would have potentially benefited greatly from Ozempic, because I don't know. I feel like there's something about Jen, and maybe again this is production because I do relate to her in a lot of ways, that like she would have at least stayed continuing taking on the shot. Maybe she wouldn't have. Maybe she would have cycled through that too. Maybe that's being overly optimistic, but I would like to think that, you know. She just never leaves her apartment. Yeah, I've been in that phase where I haven't left my room, my home, my dwellings for extended periods of time. But I would just sit there. I would have such bad FOMO. And at times when I was struggling with that, I would have friends that would kind of drag me out of the house too. And I did just have such a desire to experience the world, to be like, I think I get it from my mom, like just to have that freedom that, you know, it was just that desire to experience all of that was so much greater than to just choose to not pursue what I needed to let myself leave the home, you know. She really would have probably possibly benefited from inpatient, but the problem is, if I don't know what her views were like, you know what I mean? So like if she wasn't making enough money for that and she was on like government assistance and she was on government insurance, like, you know, I don't know if her numbers did like ALRs, you know what I mean? I don't know if she was, I actually don't know what her numbers were like. You got WLS 2 years ago now on Zepbound. Work. I use mine for accountability. I'm not sure. I'm not. Oh, you're Ozempic for accountability? I think that Jen was in a situation kind of like Tammy, where I think inpatient could have actually saved her life. Shout out to Tammy. That is some impressive shit. She lost what, like 400 pounds? And not only that, Tammy had like an attitude shift. She had a mental shift that is so palpable that when people still use her name, as like an insult, I just take it as a compliment because I'm like, that bitch did it. She did the damn thing. She did it. She won. She's an example of someone who fucking won a battle that so many can't. And it's incredible because it wasn't just a weight loss. She didn't lose weight and as far as I know, she hasn't transferred addiction. But even still, it's like she didn't lose weight and stay miserable. Like she clearly did the work. And that is so admirable to me.
Hateful or hurtful comments.
Oh, using the channels for accountability. Same, actually. Hi, welcome to me. She didn't make a whole lot of money and was on a pension. Okay. Tammy has come a long way in her personality. Absolutely. In fact, in the recent history of the show, it's been like Amy that's kind of been going through it, which I find that dichotomy fascinating because it's really kind of like Amy was holding it together for Tammy and so worried about Tammy. And then when she didn't have to worry about Tammy anymore, she kind of unraveled a little bit and her world unraveled, which was just kind of, it's interesting to watch that play out on television, you know? I'm going to go back a little bit because I was talking over her for a bit.
About the way you look. Life, and you just sit and look back on your life and be like, I'm 45 and this is where my life has gotten me pretty much nowhere. People can leave some hateful or hurtful comments about the way you look. But let me tell you, as hateful and hurtful as some of those comments are, they aren't nearly as hateful and hurtful as the things that I think about myself.
She, unless this was an editing choice by Snowflake, she does not focus on the positive comments like ever. Right? We're in part 4. I feel like maybe in the beginning, here and there, she would be like, you know, the love and support is great or whatever. But she does not make an effort to practice gratitude towards the positives of her YouTube channel, especially later on here. And I mean, she is truly living in misery if she's gained upwards of now being almost like 630s. I think it was 621, right? So that's a little bit of a high rounding up, but she was like 621 and having gained all that excess weight. Obviously, she's going through it. She's not taking the death of her father well. And she's reached a new high since her YouTube channel began. I don't know if she was heavier like prior to her mom dying at that point, but we're talking like she's all the way back to the beginning over a course of 10 years. That's a lot.
I have given up on life and just waiting to go because I didn't feel like I had it.
Hold on, you pay how much for your Manjaro? Jesus, $350 a month for your Manjaro vials? Congratulations, 120 pounds over 7 years. Like that's great. Honestly, slower, sustainable weight loss is the way to go for me. I was on metformin for PCOS. I was told that if you were on metformin before, they can consider semaglutide for it and obesity. And yeah, I mean, personally, my decision, I got off metformin, but I'm like, my A1C was pretty low in terms of the diabetic scales. Like my highest ever recorded A1C was 6.8. I'm currently in the pre-diabetic range unless I got checked. But so I felt like doing both was overkill. And then my blood work ended up proving that to be correct. I'll say for me, that was my experience. I appealed the decision and insurance said it wasn't covered unless diagnosed diabetic. Yeah. That's how it is for sure. If you're not a diabetic, it is much harder to get. I would pay out of pocket if I could, maybe one day. I hope you get the option too. 6.8 is good diagnosis for DM. Is DM diabetic medication? I'm not sure what DM stands for. Medicare won't cover injectables for me either. They'll only cover the surgery. That is crazy, diary. That feels like a level of classism and bullshit. Mounjaro's not covered for anything in Australia, only Ozempic for diabetics. Really? Oh, diabetes. So the technical term for it. Gotcha. Yeah, it is a good. I caught it early. Like, and honestly, even at 6.8, I was having crazy symptoms. Which, like, if we're gonna take it back to foodie for 2 seconds, like the fact that that woman eats the way that she does with her, I don't know how she functions. I was falling over sick from eating breaded chicken nuggets with some barbecue sauce with nothing else. I could barely walk in a straight line. I was throwing up. Crazy. I don't get it. But anyway, I gotta get off that soapbox. But when I watch that shit, it just boggles my fucking mind, dude. I don't know how out of control diabetics function like that. Maybe they are just less symptomatic than I am, but I don't get it. Yeah, I feel so bad for you all. I'm in Canada and we get 100% free medical. Well, why don't you just flash your Rolex harder, Angela? I'm kidding. We have public health care in Australia, but Mounjaro isn't a medication on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme for cheaper meds. Gotcha.
Anything to offer anyone. It's been years since I've had this channel, and even more years before I even had this channel, that I've been fighting this unsuccessfully. But that does not mean that someday it will not be successful. I still have hope, and that's that.
Booty exists through spite at this point, I swear. Honestly, Lee, yeah. I think the spite is what is keeping her alive. Truly. Her body was so adjusted with the sugar, you can tell she's compensating. Yeah. Honestly, that's a fair point. At some point during the feederism stuff with me, my body started falling apart. And like, so when that initially happened, well before like the height of everything last year, was when I like stepped back and I kind of had one foot out of the community, but I still had a foot in, like emotionally speaking, for sure. And still wanting to engage in the addiction of it all. Yeah, I mean, I can relate to that portion of it because I started like healing from it just by making better choices. I wasn't trying necessarily to lose weight, but I was just trying to not feel so horrible because my diet was just so crazy. Like the way I ate was fucking bananas. It just was. Like, I won't get too into it right now, but it was a little batshit. And yeah, I feel so diabetic with pre-diabetic numbers. I mean, yeah, with certain other comorbidities, I think I do feel it very intensely. Possibly a pact with Satan. Oh my God. You know what, Lee? It is what it is. Yeah, Jenna Rose says, thanks for the helpful tips, guys. Definitely. I love that y'all are able to support each other like that. I've had to start paying $20 to see my doctor as I don't have a healthcare card, and that's okay, but that's okay. Yeah, that's a low copay when you have insurance in America. $20, like, I mean, and that includes paying the whatever amount out of your paycheck every month. I actually just read through my benefits of my new job, and they're pretty solid. They're actually really comparable to the job when I worked for a healthcare company. I think my old benefits were slightly better, but not really. Like, they're pretty damn comparable. It's a different source of healthcare. So I'm excited. I'm basically SOL until the beginning of August, but I'll at least have healthcare again. So that's good. Yeah, I got priced out of like my healthcare is essentially on pause because I've been priced out and I'm stuck with so much medical debt. It's just so shitty. It's so fucking shitty. But my healthcare starts at the beginning of the following month of employment. So like I'm starting it earlier in the month in July. So I'll be eligible for benefits by August 1st, essentially, is the way that works. But, and then the other shitty part about that is from August to December, everything I put towards my deductible will reset in January. So financially speaking, I'm probably not going to be pursuing anything aggressively until starting in January. Plus, I'll be able to focus those months because like the training process is a 3-month long process with this new job. And so it'll be better for me to get acclimated, and then of course I'll have the insurance if like I have any emergencies. I can do some general like practitioner follow-up, but everything's going to be super expensive and none of it's going to matter when January comes around. And it's just fucking American healthcare is a scam. Regardless of what Jen would tell her audience, it was clear that she was not doing enough to fix her health. In that way, it's like she is living in a delusion of, in a sense, like, or assuming that she's not purposefully lying for the means of attention and for the means of how she's being perceived, right? I don't want to assume the worst in someone like her. I just don't.
I'm in no way, in shape, or form eating healthy all the time. There are days that I eat very healthy. My eating has improved quite a bit. I'm still drinking mainly water. I have went back and I've had a few sodas. A couple days I've had more than a few sodas. So I'm trying to work on that. I am, and I am doing better. Not perfect, but better, and I'm still working on it. I do have some other medical conditions that are being looked after at the moment. I guess you could say one of them is the possibility of being diabetic, which scares me. But I should have known.
I am shook that she is 46, had this much weight history, this much of an issue with binging, and she wasn't diagnosed with diabetics sooner. Not in like a hateful way, not in a like shitty way, but just based on the documented behavior, you know, and given the age.
That it was coming because of my weight. I mean, you don't get to be over 600 pounds and have a clean bill of health, obviously. I am committed to trying to get away from the processed foods as much as I can. It's not going to be an overnight thing, but I am working really hard to eat more fresh stuff. Jean is even committed to eating more fresh stuff.
Y'all, I'm so sorry. I've drank so much fucking water during this live. I have to use the restroom again. I will be right back. Y'all know my bathroom breaks happen quick. Sherry, yeah, I definitely agree. I really wish things could have worked out differently for her too. Oh yeah, the constipation was real on Monjaro for me. My God. Definitely keep track of your symptoms and share with your doctor. Absolutely. I've had, oh fuck, I left my door open. Damn it. Actually, this is empty, so I need to go refill this anyway. But I was gonna say I've had like 4 or 5 of these today, and 3 or 4 of them have been on the live, but I need to go get more water. So I'll be right back. And I have to close my door anyway. We are getting close to being done, and I'm going to try to shut up and get through the last little leg here. Have a good night. Bye, bye, Belly. I hope I didn't miss you. Yeah, you've been here. You've been a trooper. We're almost done here. Binging is self-sabotage, 100%. And self-sabotage is something I've struggled with a lot. Flush those kidneys. I actually have surprisingly very healthy kidneys. My doctor was impressed with the blood work that she ran. And this is kind of like a slumber party. That's what someone else said earlier, too. It's 1:30 in the morning for you, too. Yeah, I'm in Florida, so it's 1:30 for me here. Hey, Sherry. Work, kidneys, yes. Yes, Queen Slay.
Because his diet isn't the best either. He has some medical issues. A lot of people have said that they think he's a feeder. Kind of the other way around. He ate.
I don't get that vibe. I really don't. Genuinely. I don't. I feel like his behavior on camera parts, like, enabler and feeders are different things.
Pretty darn healthy when he lived at home.
They can be together, but they can also be mutually exclusive.
And since he moved here, it's been fast food, junk food, and he's gained 30 pounds.
621.0 pounds.
Congrats, Sherry. Wait, isn't that the same weight? Oh my God.
I have not weighed in since my last weigh-in, which was a couple months ago.
You took a nap during
I don't know if I've lost any because
I'm so sorry. You took a nap during the live. That's funny. I believe he would have been so happy for her to actually have lost the weight. I honestly agree, Sherry. I don't think he's a feeder. I've literally dated a closet feeder. I don't think he's a feeder.
0.0 pounds.
I have not weighed in since my last weigh-in, which was a few months ago. I don't know if I've lost any because I have been eating a lot better for like the last week has been a lot better. I was craving a candy bar, and I was like, I needed a candy bar. Like, I was on the verge of like hunting it down and devouring tons of candy. I will deprive myself. I'll fight the urge, fight the craving for so long, then I will dive headfirst into tons and tons of whatever it is I'm craving. So today I went and I got a candy bar out of the vending machine, but
I wish you had had a living arrangement that didn't involve a vending machine. That would be hard for me to have such easy access. And it's like, I do have a few questions because she's in a wheelchair. So it's like, was it on her floor? You know, like, I mean, I'm assuming she probably had an elevator. So I guess it was just a simple elevator ride, right? And when you are in this weight, when you are with this addiction, that is not a huge barrier to entry, especially if you're willing to leave your front door in any of those states, because you're not actually leaving the building. So if you're willing to let your neighbors see you in any whatever state, especially when you're battling with depression, I could definitely see that, you know? And it's just like, that's such a low barrier to entry to have access to full on trigger foods any given moment. Like, imagining that my back porch has a vending machine with cookies and chips and chocolate and candies and gummy candies, you know, like, that would be so hard. And like, the only thing that's stopping you is like some quarters or some or like I'm assuming possibly even like a card reader, you know what I mean, especially in today's day and age. Yeah, it has to be hard.
only eat half of it. So that is a huge improvement of what I used to do. Also with the soda, I have had a couple regular sodas here and there, but I'm mostly drinking, and I don't have them every day.
2 of you took a nap. Yeah, oh my God. I have been live for getting close to 10 hours, so there is that. It is literally a setup for failure. So Lee, are you like working on a dress? I'd love to see photos. Feel free to email them to me if you'd like. I'd love to see what you're working on. Yeah, I will say, Sherry, though, that sometimes mutual feeder-feedee relationships also exist. There are feeders that also want to be feedies as well. So that's not necessarily something that's mutually exclusive. I was not interested in people that were also feedies when I was in that realm. I had no desire to be a feeder of any capacity. That did nothing for me when I was in that world. Oh my God. Strawberry print with a white... Lee, will you make me a dress? That sounds so cute. That does sound so cute, though, for real.
But when I do, I have a diet soda, or I've changed to juice.
Wait, she changed from diet soda to juice?
I have had a couple regular sodas here and there, but I'm mostly drinking, and I don't have them every day. But when I do, I have a diet soda, or I've changed to juice.
Calorically speaking, there's no fucking difference between a glass of orange juice and a glass of soda. If we're talking like full sugar, regular ass orange juice, there's like almost no caloric difference. Maybe there's less sugar, sure. That is not even a lesser of two evils. That's a parallel. God. Yeah, sure. You're getting some vitamin C. You're getting some nutrients that exist in fucking fruit. But you're not getting the fiber. You're not getting the parts that would benefit from just eating a goddamn orange. Of course, listen, and when I went on my little vacation, when I met up with London Boy, one of like the highlights of like the food part of the trip for me was I did something I would never normally do, and that's I ordered like a $6 glass of like 100% hand pressed orange juice, like fresh fucking orange juice. Tasted like like they were from Tangelos, I think, are what they're called, or tangerines of some kind, or a mandarin. It was so delectable. To me, that was like a bigger treat than the biscuits and the other things I was eating on vacation. Because juice is fantastic. and for me, it was like the equivalent of eating like a slice of cheesecake, because that's how rare that kind of thing is for me. So like as a treat, go for it. Have a glass of juice. But if you're thinking that you're doing something good by swapping full sugar soda for juice, you're not. You're not. I'm so sorry, you're not. You're not. Fun fact, the majority of fiber in apples is the skin. Well, I'm glad I've gotten to the point that I can eat the skin. I used to really hate it when I was. Carbonation has no calories. Right, like if you have carbonated water. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Let me scroll for a second. I could have slept 9 hours and woke up. You're so right, bestie. Nerfies did. Yeah, you did email me. I will look into that when I'm able to. The juice had me go on a tangent. I should actually put some of my stuff on Instagram or something, shouldn't I? You should. There's like a whole crafty community. Find out what those hashtags are. You could make some friends. And maybe people who will like trade projects. You know what I mean? Like if there's stuff you want to make but don't necessarily want to keep. I bet there's people that would make something you would want that you don't know how to make or don't want to make. You can also just water down juice if you really want to or need to cut the calories. Yeah, like if you really, really do want to have like a glass of juice, they do have like the 50 calorie, like reduced sugar orange juice, like Tropicana. Like that shit is actually really good. And like if you're gonna have juice in your house, like, and you want to have a glass of that a day, that's really not killing anybody. You know what I'm saying? But I don't do, again, that's something I wouldn't buy all the time. And again, with all my electrolytes and all my water flavorants and stuff, it's just not necessary. Sometimes I feel like some of the girls are just not educated about nutrition and how to know which food liquids are bad for you or like have healthier choices. I agree. Like I do think a lot of it for, especially earlier on for some of the other ones, it's like lack of education. But also, I mean, at a certain point, like you're 40 fucking 5, you know what I mean? Like, and you've hired people, you know what I mean? You're not. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's referencing Sherry. I've been talking too damn much. Metamucil is made from fruit husks, basically the skin of the fruit where the most fiber is found. Oh, the more you know. Insert rainbow here. That's actually really interesting fact. Thank you for sharing, Sally. Yeah, see, interesting, Sally, exactly. I wish I could sew. I really wish my granny had been able to teach me before she passed. It just never happened. She passed when I was 15 years old. Juice gives you heartburn. Oh, R.I.P. Oh, joking about the juice. Gotcha. Metamucil gummies is my jam. LOL for constipation on the semaglutide. Oh, yeah. That's probably a really good one. Don't know if it's uneducated or willfully ignorant. Yup. Especially when you hit your 40s at that point, it's like, are you uneducated or are you willfully ignorant? You know? Hell, even your 30s. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy, 11 months until Jen's passing. Ultimately, the many years of neglecting to get her health under control would finally catch up with her. That is so scary to me. That is so, so scary to me. I would be interested in sewing. Honestly, Lee, my barriers to entry are my chronic hand pain, the lack of space for adequate sewing in my home, and time. Like, if I ever got to be like a full-time YouTuber and I had the time to like turn those kinds of hobbies into content, you know what I'm saying? Like, or to do things on the side like that, absolutely. I'd be very interested, and there would be like an emotional connection to that for me. And it's just been hard because like I've wanted my mom to teach me, but my mom kind of stopped when my granddie died. And that's kind of been a sore point for my mom. She's just really never been able to fully get back into it. Like all these years later, it's still something that is hard. So it's like, if that's something I were to do, I feel like that, like, while my mom is here too, like it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm not sure. Maybe it would motivate her to get back into it more. Maybe it would hurt. And that's one of those things, like, and that's very specific to sewing, right? And embroidery and things like that.
I'm Jennifer.
Gene.
And this is my journey to better health, to mobility, to weight loss. My journey to weight loss after trying and then not trying for I don't know how many years on my channel. But we'll get into that in a little bit. So
It's been 39 days now that we have been here. Jennifer has been here.
yes.
I have been here every single day with Jennifer, anywhere between, well, mostly about 10 hours a day.
But I appreciate everything that Gene has done for me. He has done more for me than anybody would. And he's went above and beyond. And I appreciate that so much. I had MRSA. I was septic. And I've had 2 UTIs since I've been here. And I'm still dealing with some abdominal bowel issues still.
And
Hold on, my arm's on. Can you reach around and hold it? Because my arm is getting...
oh no, let me see if I can set it on something. Jeez.
And like, I maybe this is nitpicky due to the level of her health, but like, why is she not editing these parts out? I don't get that from like a creator standpoint.
Oh, that's a little better. I was going to be released after 2 weeks. Week and a half, 2 weeks. Then I had been in bed so long and I had become so weak that I could not even sit up on my own. And which is extremely scary. It's scary enough when
I'm 48 and just started to actually be intentional about my weight loss and health. Congratulations. At any point, it really doesn't matter how old you are, truly. At any point you want to make the choice to turn it around, you absolutely should. And, be proud of that fact, I was 315, I'm assuming 315 pounds just a few months ago. I have learned a lot watching your content and a few others as well. I avoided it. Well, thank you, Sherry. I really, really appreciate that feedback. I'll be 44 in October myself. I want to live until I can become a Futurama head in a jar. Same. Does anyone know what the actual cause of death was for Jen? I think there's been some speculation, and because I don't know if Jean fully explained it or not, but I believe overall it was infection related. I just want to say real quick, thank you for doing the stream and not being like on your phone chewing loudly. Just being here with us and having decorum. Chat has been largely respectful as well. Thank you, Vicky. And I'm glad that like the eating noises when I was eating off camera like didn't pick up. I'm genuinely really, really happy about that. Cause and that is such beautiful feedback. Thank you so much, Vicky. And there's some amens and agrees. I really, really appreciate it, you guys, all of you. I appreciate the fact that there's been a solid fucking 35 of you for 9 fucking hours. It fluctuates a little bit. There have been 35 of you. That's a lot of people. We're like 12 minutes away from 10 hours, you guys. Also, if you're on the replay and you've gotten this far, thank you. I don't care if it took you 4 days. Thank you. I don't care if it took you a week. Thank you. Like, this is a lot of fucking content to get through. Y'all will be fed over the weekend. You are fed. You are you are just simply stuffed. This is why HFC on antibiotics all the time made me stop watching her. These stories would be shared. We would have so many things pressuring us to be sad and unhealthy. Oh wow, that's interesting, Abby. I've been scrolling on TikTok recently, and all of a sudden, all of these like, there's like I think a specific account that keeps clicking like clipping all her mukbangs, and then they speed it up slightly, and it's just like based on my background, it is so uncomfortable for me to watch because she just does these like little moans, like, and knowing her background, knowing that she was / I don't know if she currently is, but definitely was an adult creator in that world, knowing for a fact through people in this sphere that she transferred out to try to get away from that world, but to move into a more PG format while openly like making sounds and moans and things that are like, it is so uncomfortable for me. It's so triggering to me. And like, she is a more likable person. Absolutely. She's a much more likable person than a lot of other people. But, you know, it's just, and just knowing that she has chosen her YouTube paycheck over herself, like, that shit's hard. That's hard for me. I'm so mad I just found you were live. Sherry, feel free to hit the replay. Don't worry about that. We are Rockstar. And, you know, definitely, I don't know if I've even said this enough, but honestly, I hope Jen is resting easy, resting in peace. I hope that, I believe, based on everything I've seen thus far, that she would want people to have her story be something that they can use in their own healing, you know, regardless of how it played out and how harsh it is. I would believe, based on how she expresses herself, that she would, and I think that was like kind of the intention of her channel. Whether or not like that's how it was playing out in real time is also debatable, but like, in terms of, I feel like that was her goal. She wanted her story to be something inspiring. I think it ended up being inspirational in a way that she wouldn't have wanted for herself. But in a sense, this has inspired me to be a healthier version of myself in the sense of what not to be. And I feel like I say that a lot in reference to other people with a little bit more of a negative connotation. And I don't mean that with Jen. I don't. I am largely overall more pro Jen than against Jen, right? And I don't feel that way about other people. But and also, side note, the whole carnivore thing, let's just to divert topics for a second. Ugh, that's how I feel about carnivore. Yeah, FB with the moans too. It's too much for me. Like, because it's gotten to the point where, because I think sometimes when you take a bite and you go like, you make a sound or like a little noise, like that is normal for the most part. But due to my history and due to who I am actually am very actively like editing out those things. Like when I'm trying food on camera, y'all see how much my jump cuts are, because I'm like, I want to talk about my food. I want to show what I'm doing. But I don't want me around food to be sensationalized or speculated around or whatever. Like in this live, I purposely turned off my camera while I was eating. I think partially, for one, out of respect for the topic at hand, you know. But I've been live for fucking 10 hours. I needed to eat during this time. I wasn't, gonna just not eat because I'm live. But let me get back to the chat for a second. More of a warning than an inspiration. Yeah, that's a good wording for that, Lee. You can't spend FB's videos. I watch reaction. I've never raw dogged her channel, not once, ever. Really proud of that fact. Will stay that way. We know you're genuine, Rosie. Thank you, Sherry. Educational purposes, absolutely ace. Funny thing is, I was once on HFC's video and put this. My husband walked past and thought I was watching adult content. Wow. Oh, so you had the video on and you thought, yeah, I mean, the audio is kind of crazy for her videos. And that is something I struggle to, I hate to say it, but something I struggle to respect. You guys know my stances on feederism, and it does feel like that she moved outside from behind a paywall, and that content is still very much derivative of that community. It just is. And it's not even that a fat person is eating on camera. It's how she's eating. That's the problem. And it's just, it's curious to me if that's intentional or not, or if it's just she was in that community for so long, if it's just how she eats, you know? I find that interesting. It's time for me to hit the hay. Thanks, Rosie, for your company in these past couple hours. And thanks, everyone, for all the info and advice. It was a pleasure meeting you all tonight. Till next time. Absolutely. I hope to see you again, Angela. Yeah. I'd rather hear Rosie curse than FB Mo. Motherfucking shit. That's right. Sorry, guys. I had to say it. Okay, let's move on.
I have the knowledge that I can't walk freely like other people do, but that's all self-inflicted. I mean, I know I've done all this to myself.
I was literally gonna pause to say that, but yeah, dude, you weren't even like that at the beginning of this documentary of you documenting your life. That's something you've lost over the course of your channel.
So I'm not complaining too much. But
yes, she had the chair, but she was mobile. She was able to walk.
But being in the hospital such a short time, I had no idea I would lose my mobility so quickly.
You don't use it, you lose it.
It took 3 days for not getting up.
To lose it.
When you're that big, yeah, absolutely. It was really hard to recover from fracturing my foot because I basically was for a month I was immobile. Pretty much. Like, I had to use like all types of mobility aids. And then once that was all said and done, the recovery for that was hard. I had lost so much stamina.
Yeah. PT's been working with her. Pretty good. Kind of a hit and miss.
I think today was I hit a milestone for
I definitely have a mouth.
Pretty successful.
I was able to sit up.
I make sailors blush. Let me go back. I would keep pausing.
On my own without assistance. So when I came in to lose my mobility so quickly.
It took 3 days for not getting up.
To lose it.
Yeah. PT's been working with her. Pretty good. Kind of a hit and miss. I think today was I hit a milestone for very
me.
Successful.
I was able to sit up on my own without assistance.
Wow, that's bad. Wow.
So when I came into the hospital, I weighed 657, which
I don't remember the numbers from watching this the first time. Dude, she was getting towards 700? This must have been so hard for her viewers. For the people that cared about her. For Jean, even. Did she have anyone else besides Jean? She has not mentioned another human being besides Jean and her parents. That's interesting to know. Like, did she have friends?
which was unbelievable because at home my scale was saying 621 at the highest. So I was off a bit, my scale was. 2 days ago, they had me up and they zeroed out the bed and they weighed me again. And I now weigh 577 pounds. So I've lost.
She lost almost 100 pounds. Wow.
A total of 80 pounds since I've been here.
She can't wear her.
That in and of itself is proof that she would have thrived in an inpatient setting.
Ring, so I had to take it back home.
Yeah, I can't wear my engagement ring. It keeps sliding off. The first 2 weeks I was on a carb control diet. But then they moved me to a non-restricted diet, so I can order anything off the menu. I can have Jean go down to the cafeteria and get me whatever. I could order DoorDash. I'm going to give myself some credit too, because I have been making healthier choices. When I came in, they did find out I was diabetic, and I have been on insulin. Thankfully, most of the time now, my numbers are controlled by my diet, and I don't have to get shots that often. Since I've been in here, I have totally lost my appetite for sweet stuff.
Being a diabetic will do that to you, man. For fucking real. I feel like shit when I eat the sweeter side of things. I have a completely different perspective. Like, I mentally and emotionally miss eating the like pellet bag candies. That was like a habit I had of going to a gas station. I loved them peach rings. Oh my god, so good. Now, it was a long time ago the last time I tried to eat that stuff, and I hated it. The experience sucked.
Jean has gotten a piece of cake or something from the cafeteria. Like the other day, he got a piece of chocolate chip pie. And I was like, like the dietitian told me, there's nothing that I can't have, but I just have to fit it into my carbs and fit it into my calories. So I was like, I'll just take a couple bites of that for something sweet. But then when I tasted it, it was way too sweet. I'm very happy with the direction my weight loss is going. I'm very hopeful that it will continue. I try to remind myself there's a reason for everything. And if the reason that I have been put here for 40 days, 39 days, is because I need to lose weight, if that was the reason to kickstart it, to get me to realize that I was in severe denial.
I guess her having pretty out of control diabetes would also lead to that weight loss, because that lack of appetite, that's probably what, that plus being in the hospital, plus being on a carb control diet. I'm surprised they took her off of it at this point. That's surprising to me, because it was working for her.
About my problems, about my condition, then I'll take this. It's just boggles my mind that I am almost lost. Hello.
Hello, honey.
Just making a video.
Huh?
Just making a video.
Oh, you're fine.
No, you're good. We don't have a tripod, so we were using Ensure.
So did she like not edit her videos a lot? Because again, why are you not editing this out?
All right.
My normal?
You're normal.
Oh, good.
All right, honey.
Gonna live another few hours.
Oh, no, how 2 more days.
Yeah.
Long time from now.
Yeah. Everything is looking really positive, except I was supposed to go to rehab this week. Things fell through, and now we're back at square one, looking for a place to go. Between my insurance and my weight, they were having a hard time finding someone.
I never went to rehabs, but trying to find a place for the psychiatric inpatient care that I've done when I had private insurance after the very traumatic experience I had in 2020. That was not easy. They had to kind of find a workaround, honestly, but thankfully they were able to find something that was actually suitable care.
More that would take me.
This has been the hardest thing I personally have ever gone through. I think I can say that for Jennifer as well.
Aside from losing my mom.
Right.
Aside from, loss. Yeah, personal. Yeah.
There were times I didn't know if she was going to make it, quite honestly. I mean, she went, I don't know if it was hospital delirium or there's times when she just
Zone out.
Zone out.
That was probably from the unchecked sugars. My cognitive function was extremely negatively impacted when I was an undiagnosed diabetic and I didn't know it. I don't know how I survived, honestly, some of the time. Like, I'm glad I kept my job long enough to get on that short-term leave, man, because I'm scary.
There were several times where they came running to the my room because I was like there but not there. Like I was underwater and I just couldn't make myself answer or interact.
Yeah. I don't know if mine was as extreme or as frequent as what she's describing, but I've experienced that before.
I'm still at the hospital, and today is day 44. I've been crying a lot more. I want to go home. I want to go home to my babies. All right, let me show you what I'm having for dinner. They call these keto cups. And no, I'm not doing keto. That's just what they call them. Gene got me that from the cafeteria before he left. Also from the cafeteria, because that's not available on the menu to order for my room. I also got one of these Amish brand meat sticks. It's really good. I've had this a couple days, and
I love Amish branded food because generally it's almost guaranteed that there's like not a ton of like preservatives or like weird things in the food. They're pretty whole food based. And my produce shop has an Amish brand of like salsas and jams and stuff that's really good.
very good. From Thursday until today, which is Tuesday, I've lost another 7 pounds. So I'm down to 570 now. A very skinny 570. It's amazing to me how quickly I'm losing weight and how I could have been doing this the entire time if I just watched my portions. So I'm having that, and then a bottle of Diet Sprite to drink. And some more water. I got another little protein cup from the cafeteria. We got a piece of, let me see the top, sugar-free chocolate pie, pudding pie.
Yeah, because I think when I experienced delirium, especially like I think that was more so in Omaha too. So for me, that delirium, I think what happened in Omaha when I was dealing with my other like my foot and stuff, I think I got a really raging UTI, some kind of infection that wasn't properly treated or and I wasn't fully aware of. I think I experienced some crazy mental symptoms because apparently you can experience delirium if a UTI is bad enough. And yeah, the forehead thing that Tammy did. Yeah, I think you're, especially when she's laying down too, like gravity wise. I get what you're saying there.
We're gonna share. I'll see how that tastes.
This is so unrelated, but I've been craving pie recently, and watching this is like I just had that thought, and then my immediate thought went, "Oh yeah, no, we're not doing that. Not with this. Not with this. Like not with where I'm at and what I'm trying. The pie can wait." And then this does say 8 months until Jen's death.
I've had a long ordeal of being in the hospital, and now I'm in rehab.
Skilled nursing
Rehab. Since I've been here, I have had a couple of setbacks. I was doing really well with physical therapy. Then I came down with COVID. I tested positive for COVID.
That sucks.
So then I was put back in isolation for 10 days.
So she lost a lot of progress. And yeah, Lee, I honestly can relate to that a little bit.
I did lose my sense of taste and smell. And then another lovely side effect that I had, my hair started falling out. And we all know that I have very thin hair to begin with. And it started coming out really bad.
My worst nightmare.
Jean would brush my hair, and the brush would just be full of hair. I just decided to cut it all off, which is why we're wearing the pretty little beanie here. I was going to start back with physical therapy. Then, lo and behold, I've developed some lumps in my stomach that are very painful. We don't really know exactly what they are right now.
that has been holding her back from doing more PT
because of pain.
We could really use your prayers. She needs some good prayer.
So first,
this has been a very hard, tough road for really the both of us. And she would be very close to coming home. She'd be doing excellent physically wise, but now between COVID that put her out, and then now the pain that she's having it's just one setback after another, and it's just been very
unsettling.
Yeah.
Am I being nitpicky by saying he made that about himself a little bit? Am I being nitpicky? I mean, it is affecting him. I should be fair about that, but that felt a little weird.
My sweetheart has been gone for way too long.
You totally thought that too? Okay.
But she is home.
I'm not a fan of oatmeal in general, so I don't even really make it with or without milk. Y'all will see I did make some bomb ass oat bars. That's another thing I made in a video that's gonna come out. Six months until Jen's passing. Wow, a lot happens in like a short amount of time with her. And that's like a bit of common theme in this series.
I have had the longest, almost 7 months of my life.
She was in the hospital for 7 months? Am I understanding that right?
I need to get back on track. The last few months have been very discouraging. I'm laying down because the bed that I got is not working correctly, and they were going to have to get me a new one. The past few months have been like a complete nightmare. The good part about being in the rehab hospital, I worked extremely hard on my eating disorder, and I'm happy to say that I am now in recovery from my eating disorder. I haven't binged in quite some time. My blood sugars are under control. I'm losing weight. Oh, there have been people that have said, like, they've left comments on my TikTok channel, I expect you to have lost 100 pounds. Well, there's no reason for anyone to expect anything of me.
Why are you focusing on that?
I'll lose my weight at my pace and in my time. I'm not here to answer to anybody, to explain myself to anybody about.
In real time, was she getting in general like more support in comparison to like ALR or FB? Was it like a little more similar to like a lot more hate than support? Like I'm genuinely curious about that.
Why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm just here to share my journey. It has been a long and very frustrating 7 months. So aside from what I've been going through personally, Jean and I have been having some difficulties in our relationship, and we did separate for a period of time. Then we came back together.
Bro, the parallels be crazy. It was me going through a medical crisis that made me realize my ex was never going to truly be able to be there for me like the way I was for him. Like the way that I was able to move, I would like do anything and move mountains for him, that I would carry so much like of the emotional burden within the relationship, the ways that I would like take on like certain roles. Like he was not willing, even for a short period of time, to truly step up. Like I will say he tried, but like the parts that I haven't fully gotten into online are the parts that were like where he was just really not okay to me when I was very vulnerable. And it's like partially how I ended up with additional medical complications because I did not have insurance. So I wasn't able to stay in the kind of care that I actually needed at the time. And I had Medicaid I had basically government insurance at the time, and I needed a certain level of care that I was not able to get. I wasn't able to get access to it. I wasn't able to get the kind of help that I needed. And when he said he would step up, you know, it was things like I was trying to be healthier and had been trying to be healthier, and I would ask for like him to make me a bagged salad or something, or some kind of protein or something like that we would have in the house. And he would just be like, I don't feel like doing that. I'm going to make macaroni and cheese. And then he would like give me an entire bowl of like an entire box of macaroni and cheese. And I would be like, I don't want this, but like, that's a benign example because I'm not going to trauma dump. There was a lot of other shit that went down with that. And so I can only imagine what she didn't share, you know, because ultimately that experience is what led to us breaking up. Like, I was the one that I basically strong-armed him into admitting he didn't want to be with me anymore, because I did not break up with him because I was so like dedicated to the relationship. I was like, I'm not going to be the one that gives up. Like, he was treating me so horribly, like with so much contempt. I could see it in his face, and I was like, just fucking admit it, you know? And then he finally did. And there was other layers to the breakup outside of the medical side of things, but for me, the way that he treated me, the way that he made me feel so guilty for just needing like basic levels of care for something that was short term. It wasn't going to be forever, and he was acting like it was forever. And it was just really, really fucked up. And that was kind of like the biggest nail in the coffin for me in terms of the ending of our relationship. So, yeah. It sounds like, again, there's so many parallels. Like, he was being selfishly minded in that conversation. He was making it about himself and the inconvenience it was for him when someone he's supposedly in love with is like possibly dying and like really struggling. And like, I can also understand the frustration on his end, and like the fact that this was led up to through like weight and other aspects that, you know, there's a bit more of control in terms of the behaviors that led to that moment. But in the same breath, it's like he stayed in that relationship for that long, and like as soon as that shit gets hard, that's when he wants to back out, you know?
Because we love each other and we want to work things out. And also because he wanted me home. He didn't want me at the hospital any longer than I had to be there.
Sorry.
And he was willing to.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. I was just reading the chat. Rosie, at this point, my kids have had breakfast, lunch, and dinner now, and you're still going. We're almost done, guys. I swear. Oh my gosh. It is a good relationship test, man. It really is. Mine failed. And he was probably drinking a lot to cope. I would not be surprised. Overheating during sleep can be a medical thing. I don't want you to worry, but talk to your doctor about it. Ooh. Yeah, I do overheat in my sleep sometimes, but I also live in Florida. Do your anxiety meds creates crazy dreams? Shit. That might be why sometimes I have those crazy dreams. Weird.
Take care of me until I can get up on in our relationship. And we did separate for a period of time. Then we came back together because we love each other and we want to work things out. And also because he wanted me home. He didn't want me at the hospital any longer than I had to be there. And he was willing to take care of me until I can get up on my feet again and more mobile. Gene had been with me pretty much, well, every single day that I was in the hospital for 2 months. There was a shortage of nurses.
That must have been, I will say, not like to be a Gene defender or whatever, but I must say it must have felt like a lot of pressure to feel like, to like know she had no one else. What friends does she have? True, and I'm not even trying to be mean. Like, there has not been a single mention of a friend. She talks about her parents and Jean. That's it. Of course, that could be different in content not shown, but I feel like if that was the case, Snowflake would have made some mention of it. Because it's just, he was her world. And that must have been a lot of pressure.
I just required more care than they were able to give me, I felt. That's why Jean and I felt that he was needed there to help take care of me, and he did help take care of me. The food there, I was supposed to be on a diabetic diet, and come to find out that the only small difference is you don't get real sugar packets on a diabetic tray, you just get sugar substitute. You couldn't choose what you wanted to eat. It wasn't like the hospital where you could just call down and order off the menu. This was just, they brought you what they were having that day. The food wasn't terrible. It just wasn't the healthiest.
That was my experience at the psychiatric inpatient. Like, that was my exact experience. I think she's at like a rehab center, those types of places. It's actually baffling how they don't have any genuine focus of like improved nutrition, because it's about the bottom line. It's cheaper to do it that way, and that's gross.
And it was a balanced diet. I mean, it wasn't that it was like unbalanced, but it just wasn't what I was hoping for a diabetic diet. I could have people bring me food. I did order DoorDash.
Diabetic diets like that tend to be more expensive because they are protein heavy. There's more meat, there's more vegetables. Like, the carbs are filler, they're cheaper to produce, they're cheaper to make, they're easier to store.
Dash a couple times, and then the one time I was craving avocado so bad, I had Jean bring me an avocado because I thought I was gonna go insane if I didn't have an avocado. It took 2 weeks before they even started PT on me. I'm not sure why it took so long to start. I believe I'd be further ahead and I would be back up on my feet and better than I was before if I had to come home. It is my fault that I'm where I am right now, and I take full responsibility for that. What I am not taking responsibility for is not receiving the proper physical therapy that I needed when I was in the rehab facility. For the system, the healthcare system, to treat people the way they do is ridiculous. It's just unfair how obese people are treated, not by any one individual, but just by the system itself. When I was sent to this facility, I believe that it was in the intention of the facility and the insurance company that I was going to become a long-term care patient, and I was probably never going to come home.
She had me in the first part, she lost me in the second part. I don't know. I feel like there were parts of that she said that are totally valid, real, true. But there was some like deflection and a little bit of that like fat acceptance rhetoric sprinkled on top. However, she's not wrong about the fact that within the structure of healthcare, there are aspects in which obese people are not treated 100% fairly or in the same vein as those that are not. And it's like, it's a hard blind for me to walk here, because there are parts of it that I think are valid and true, but there are parts of it in this scenario also specifically where it's just like, there's some questions, there's some critique, there's some concerns, but also I feel like there's also this option of like, there may have been more that happened that either she needed to go in more detail about, or that Snowflake for some reason chose not to feature. And that could go either way, right? 4 months until Jen's passing. You're like the third person to say something like that. BB was like, I just woke up and you're still live. We're almost done. They talked me in about 4 hours in to see all the way through 4 parts, and here we are, 10 hours later. I do hate our healthcare system too. I have 3 fans on me at all times during the summer. This third fan is new. Last year it was 2. This third fan is saving my life, honestly. It's keeping my body temperature a lot cooler. Oh, with Jen still in bed recovering from her many health problems, Jean would help her with almost everything, including making videos. That codependency be going crazy at this point.
Welcome to a new grocery haul. If you're not eating sugar, then these are pretty good. This is the only kind they had. However, this is our favorite. Jennifer's been enjoying these.
He's so uncomfortable with this. You could tell. What? He's a... What?
We have been enjoying these. These are actually really good. Refilled on the Minute Maid Welch's fruit snacks. They're on up there with the...
What the fuck is that Minute Maid about? When you're at this level of a situation, why are you buying that? Fruit snacks, okay, fine, whatever. If you're portioning them out, not having more than one a day, sure. But like the Minute Maid juice, come on.
Those Russell.
Even the Simply juice is like better than that. You shouldn't have either when you're in this situation.
Overs, however, this actually does have sugar in it, but it's a little on the healthier side. These are on sale as well. Kombucha is very healthy. Got a little buy drink. It's very.
You're still drinking calories, but like it's better than the other options. That's a reduced calorie drink, sure.
Good, and they're pretty healthy. 1 gram sugar, no artificial sweeteners. It's not too sweet. Coconut water, very good, very healthy. Jennifer had requested a 6-pack of the Diet Dr. Pepper, and we're going to spoil ourselves tonight. We're going to have a little pizza. It was very stressful. I thought I was going to lose my woman. I did not know. I was praying fervently, and it was very heartbreaking to see her go through all this tomorrow. And not knowing exactly what was going to happen, and just trying to prepare myself. I
woke up, like I had a really tough time sleeping last night. I was up and down a lot, but I woke up from my final little stretch of sleep like 20 minutes before this live. I also had some caffeine earlier in one of my waters. I use some of the caffeinated strawberry pineapple, so I'm good in terms of that front. But I will be looking forward to when this is done, laying down and like letting my shoulders take a break. That's the only problem I'm having, and that's why every time I get up, I've been like doing neck stretches and shit.
It could happen, and how am I going to handle it? And that was very tough.
Yeah, I don't love the my woman type of like that feels like a PG rated version of my bitch. You know what I mean?
It's like, I don't think I would be able to handle it very well. Any physical therapist, good physical therapist should know that you're going to take a person's baseline, so to speak, work on that in order to graduate them to the next baseline. So then now we have a new level of improvement, which now we have a new baseline.
I will say, when I saw a physical therapist during my foot fracture, I met with the woman, and because I was doing a lot of self-assigned physical therapy, and literally the only other thing that she taught me that I wasn't already doing was like a specific foot stretch. Other than that, it was the biggest 30 minutes waste of my fucking time. I was like, it might have just been like, that's my only experience with physical therapy, but I left that experience being like, physical therapy is useless. Obviously, as a whole, that was kind of probably an over dramatization of a reaction, right? But that was kind of how that experience, that's how I felt leaving that experience.
Take that one, you work in order to improve to the next level. It only makes sense. It's common sense. I mean, you're not going to just do bed exercises for the rest of your life, right? So, however, anyways, very frustrating process with physical therapy in general. all the way through this entire experience has absolutely been frustrating, infuriating, even when she went to the so-called skilled nursing facility. It's crap, just crap. Absolute garbage. She was making progress.
But why was it garbage? I hear him venting and saying, like, coming from a place of anger, but what was the problem? What's the garbage? What made it garbage? I don't understand.
But they would be on their phones, and anytime that Jennifer would mention something about her life, they would be like, oh yeah, we blah, 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 and talk about their lives and all that. Honestly, when people are going through a tough time, we don't give a shit.
Wow, real Gene's coming out. That's building rapport. What the fuck is this?
About your vacations or about your kids or about who you almost really are. I didn't give a shit. I didn't care. It just seemed
I believe that.
really selfish on their end, getting on their phones, talking about themselves all the time.
Well, I will say this, like, I could see, like, if they're not using what she's sharing to kind of revert back to how they're helping her, then yeah, I could see that being a concern. And if it was like a constant thing where it's just like gabbing about themselves, that is something that can be a negative with medical professionals. I should be fair there, but I think his delivery was kind of making me go, ugh.
Who cares about your phone? We're working on PT. Put your focus on the moment.
Yeah, he's trying to find something external to blame. That's that. Yeah, absolutely.
Whatever. Just go with the flow. Then she caught COVID. It was like,
I do notice, at least so far, it's like I haven't really seen him blaming her, which is both a good thing, but also an aspect of the enabling, you know?
that's why I wanted her to come home right after the freaking initial hospital, because I was thinking, all right, you can catch anything in these places. But there was some kind of hope that there would be some actual professional skilled nursing and real improvement to go on. Well, no, there really wasn't. Then the physical therapist actually had the goal to put down on paper that she wasn't willing to put in the work.
Huh.
The hell? She was putting in the work and putting forth effort, desire. So that was frustrating. And I corrected them. I don't know if they corrected on their little paper, probably not.
Huh. Despite their disdain for Jen's treatment at the hospital and rehab facility, she continued to receive physical therapy at home.
So this is what Jennifer's done today. This is kind of just a rough record here. We have 9 times of stand-ups, and we have 6 times of moving from bed to chair to bed.
No, 4.
Well, it's 6, what you just did just now for the grocery haul.
No, I did 2 was here. Once after he left because we went down the hall, and then once just now. So 4 times 2 is 8. Don't short me 2 transfers.
She must have gained more weight. This is hard. This is hard.
The minute I laid down, she was up on my chest, belly, whatever. Is it a video? My little Luna bug finally loves me.
One more good one. You are gold for today.
Two.
Breathe out, Mamacita. Yay, Jennifer! Reach back and waist one hand. Beautiful.
A
little dizzy, Lizzie. What
just
were
not dizzy, just a little floaty, but
what were the pins like? How'd you feel?
not too bad. Before I didn't feel like I was my weight, but I feel like I'm my weight now. Like what?
3 months until Jen's passing.
Hey guys, long time no see. I haven't posted in over 2 weeks, I think. I did briefly read through the comment section last night, but I see that there are the usual comments of I've been hospitalized, I'm dead, all the comments that have always happened when I've kind of went off grid for a while. But I would encourage everyone to not listen to any kind of rumors like that. If something like that does happen, if I am hospitalized or if I do pass away, God forbid, someone will inform YouTube at some point in time. In the next 2, 3, 4 months, life's gonna be changing big time. I don't know exactly how yet, but it's gonna change a lot.
That's crazy. That's actually insane. That's a lot. Fuck. Oh, hold on. On September 10th of 2022, Jennifer Gwen Ann Armstrong passed away at Wheeling Hospital. She was 46 years old.
My ultimate goal is to get to heaven to be with my mom and my grandma.
Jen's life was one filled with much suffering, and she would ultimately be relieved of it by the very thing that caused her that pain. Her lifelong addiction to food. Though Jean's intentions were to help Jen, together they fueled each other's addictions.
If my message can touch somebody, whether it's physically, emotionally, or spiritually, and it opens up a door for them, that would make me feel so good about myself and my place in this world. Sometimes happy endings are kind of boring because they just are predictable and sometimes they're not a reality. A lot of times life is not about happy endings.
The Tragic Life of Life by Jen. The end. The rest is just credits. I've been ignoring the chat for that last little bit. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised. I didn't break down sooner than this. And before I go and read it, I guess I just want to say that this series initially took me days to get through. I cried a lot throughout it. And I've put in a lot of work since that time, you know, and obviously I've seen it before. And so I knew in a sense like what was going to happen, even though I'd forgotten a lot of things. I hope more than anything that stories like hers and stories of other people who have lost their battles are going to be the things that help me and help people like some of you who watch these things to live a healthier, fuller life. And it's a big choice to make the decision to watch things like this, to watch things like my content, to watch other kinds of content that address the uncomfortable realities of food addiction and the uncomfortable realities of making choices that are in the long term so like unhealthy, and not to moralize anything one way or the other, but just to know that like it's never too late until it is. I probably have a lot to catch up on in chat. Give me a second. I'm slightly torn on Jean. One hand, the percentage of men who leave their partners during serious illness is awful. The bar is so low, it's in hell, truly. On the other hand, if he's relying on her for housing, not so noble either. Yeah, exactly. Jean has to realize PT shows the exercises, then you have to do it yourself on your own multiple times a day. Yeah. Effort and desire are not equal. Yeah, absolutely. And that's something I think a lot of people don't get. You can want with all of your heart, but nothing happens without effort. Yeah. Thank you, Sherry. There are no happy endings because nothing ends. Yeah. Your story is going to have your story is going to have a happy ending, Rosalind. Thank you, Vicky. It really is sad and scary. I kind of wish Jen never heard of keto. Yeah. I think there are important lessons though. I appreciate that Snowflake let Jen pretty much tell her own story. No, he didn't speak a single word. You know, he did text to kind of introduce things, provide the timeline, but she did tell her own story. Oh, fuck, Scrange. I hope Jen is in Hawaii too.
She never did get to go to the beach.
It was good storytelling on Snowflake's part. So we made it to the end. We're almost 11 hours in. There are a lot of you who stuck out through almost all of this, or maybe came in, back in, left a couple of times. I thank you. If you are this far in the replay, holy shit, good for you. You deserve props in the chat. You should leave some you should leave some kind of like waves emoji or beach emoji. Yeah, I can't believe we're at 11 hours. I just got a signal that my connection looks low for the first time. I don't know if it's that is affecting you guys. Wow, I'm sorry. What are we not watching next? Sherry. Girl. What do you mean? Yes, Ace, definitely. You guys have made it to the end. I'm impressed. I made it to the end. I'm impressed I made it this long without breaking down, honestly. Oh. I was like, maybe I won't cry. Maybe I'll get to the end and I'll just be like, well, this is sad. But no, that's not what happened. I'm in chatting. I'm not. I'm gone. I'll chat with you guys for a few minutes, but I gotta stretch out this neck. I think I need to get in the pool actually and stretch out my whole ass body. It's been a hot minute. I might need to take a chunky dunk. You know what I'm saying? I tease. This was awesome. Thank you so much. You know what, Lee? Thank you. You guys, Lee and Vicky and Jenna Rose and Ace, Scrange, Diary. If I'm not saying your name and you've been here for the majority of the time, BB came back in and out. Hell yeah. I'm sorry if I'm not naming you by name. Sally popped in every now and then in the chat with some great insight and feedback. I think I already said Sherry's name. Abby. There's a whole lot of you. I'm glad you caught the end too. And of course, you guys can always come back for any parts you missed in the replay. I cannot believe I'll at least stay till hour 11 hits. We'll chat for another like 14 minutes because you guys, the people who have been here, like truly, I am impressed at the fact that you guys have stuck with me for this long and that you want to be around me for this many hours. Of course, I had some friends in here earlier. I had different mods popping in and out. I don't expect anybody to sit here for 11 hours straight, you know? This is going to be a big chunk of content to choose through. I have no life, lol. Yeah, I've definitely been there myself. You did take a nap. Hey, absolutely. You know, there was like 3 of you that napped during this process. There was someone that fed their kids 3 meals during this live. I mean, you are pretty awesome. Who, me? We love you, Rosie. Thank you, Sherry. We'd probably spend all day with you, LOL. Well, or LMAO. You know what? This has made me realize that I could possibly try a 24-hour stream at some point. That would be a wild time. We could queue up some content. I can test my laptop and see if I can take it into the kitchen. I mean, we could like do a cooking segment. We could do all this shit. I don't think I could take you guys out to the pool. My laptop probably doesn't have a super long battery life, but I could bring the charger out with me and figure out a setup there, you know. What do you guys think about that? Maybe like when I hit a certain landmark subscribers, I could do a 24-hour stream. That'd be cool. People can just like come and go as they please. That would be really fun. Actually, I like that idea. It was crazy that I had like this much fun on a live with such a heavy topic. You know what I mean? That's just kind of how I am as a person, though. Yes, we should do this at least once a month. Yes, in the kitchen, aka your laboratory. Honestly, though, it definitely is like my lab, my experiment. It goes crazy. I do some wild shit sometimes. That melted Greek yogurt smoothie situation was wild. Wow. We've made it. We've made it. We did it, Joe. Or whatever that quote is. I told my fiance I just loved your channel. Everyone's nice. You respond to chat. It's so chill over here. There are only a few people I'll watch live, honestly. To that, I will watch for this long. Thank you. I'll do a 12-hour live with you anytime I'm not working. LOL. Fair enough. Hey, Cozy. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I'm into. I mean, and of course, like the 24-hour stream thing could just be like, again, where things would come and go, and then it would be like a challenge for me to stay awake for 24 hours. But I do that shit all the time anyway, so I could just weaponize my insomnia. Hey. But then y'all would meet like delirious me. Imagine me like falling asleep on a live. I'm actually kind of surprised I have the energy to keep talking. I might need to do some like jaw massages. I haven't chatted much. I've been having you in the background. Hey, Cozy, I'm just glad you're here. I think there's been a lot of you that have just like had me in the background and not really been in chat. See, there she is. Kiki, just saying, I've been here, just quiet. Hell yeah. I'm glad to have you. I know I saw you a bit earlier in the chat. I honestly, this is helping my jaw. As soon as this live is done, I'm probably not going to speak for like 14 hours. Knowing me. It's good to see you too, Kiki. I don't know if y'all can, you probably can't hear my foot, but my foot is making some crazy clicking noises. I'm really about to be going into my pool and doing a little dip at 3 a.m. I'm going to stretch out and float. I think that's going to feel real, real good. And then I'll probably shower after. When did I shower? Was it last night or this morning? It was last night. It was last night. Am I going live tomorrow? That's a great fucking question. I wasn't planning on doing this long of a stream. Guys, heads up, I might delete tomorrow's live. I will wait and see. If I have it in me to clean my kitchen and wake up in time, we might go ahead and move forward with the cake celebration. I know in the top of this live, I said I wasn't sure I felt like celebrating. Tomorrow, actually, no! Today is my 1-year anniversary on YouTube. It's currently almost 3 a.m. It's right now. June 29th is my 1-year anniversary of uploading my first real YouTube video. Woo woo! Pool does sound nice. I'm so jealous. And a side note that there's no Aldi's around me for those salmon burgers. I feel for you. I'm so sorry. Because they're bomb as fuck. Oh, snap. Yeah, dude. That's so cool. Sending love and light to you all. Thank you, Cozy. Back at ya. I think it's more than okay if you don't go live. We did a lot today. Exactly. I'll say how I feel. I'm going to gauge it that way. I probably will just go ahead and make a community tab post. Oh my gosh. So side note, I tried those new fucking shoes and I got 2 gigantic blisters on both of my pinky toes. I think they're still a little, when I say, I mean like they bubbled over like fucking crazy. Okay. They hurt so bad. And I can actually still see like the back of my ankle has a little bit of that cut still. I think I'll have to like wear shoes. Oh my gosh. Hi, Ace. Thank you for becoming a member on my channel. I really appreciate it. Kickboxing Queen. I miss kickboxing. If I get to like make more money, I will probably rejoin. I miss it. Do a live stream, but like 15 minutes. Did everyone drink their water? I'm literally on like number 5 or 6 of these motherfuckers. Yeah, Lee, I commit too hard. Like if I'm going live, I'm going live. I might keep it to my normal like 2 hours, but yeah. Cool deal, Pickle. What's up? What? Pickle? We got about 8 minutes. So does anybody have anything, like any takeaways from this experience of watching that series, rewatching that series for some of you? I think some of you it's your first time. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. for me. Does anybody have anything that they want to say? Any questions? Anything they want to share with me? Thought I'd ask. Because I'm glad I did that rewatch. I'm glad that I have this live. I do feel like I shared a lot of perspective and a lot of my thoughts and lived experience. I'm finally tired. I learned a lot chatting with everyone. Well, I hope that this emotional roller coaster of a live helped me tire some of you out for a good night's rest. I'm really, really happy that so many of you chose to ride this out with me. That was, I was like so excited when I realized that people wanted to stay. I was like thinking in like content form, I'm like, 4 hours is such a long live. Like, what if people don't want to watch that? But the fact that there are like so many of you that sat here with me for 10, 11 hours, crazy. I'm left-handed, so I'm evil. I'm sorry, you guys. Ugh, how dare you? How dare you do that to us? Your left hand, disgusting. I'm kidding. I remember my dad saying he had to deal with a teacher that was like that because my dad's left-handed. I'm right-handed, but I think I'm like slightly ambidextrous. Not really, but kind of. So it reminds me how our decisions affect everyone in our lives. Also, that it's never too late to start taking care of myself. Yeah. Good night, Jenna Rose. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to be heading out in the next 5 minutes. So, yeah, it affects everyone around us. I shoot left like in hockey, batting, and gold. Yeah, sometimes like I think it's either left or right for me. I don't remember. And so like I will purposefully like I'll figure out what that like difference is. And so I'll aim off about that. And then most of the time I hit the target and it's really funny. Oh, golf, not gold. Gotcha. I never knew much about Jen before. It's just a sad story. I wish she was able to get to a better place. Me too. She's someone I would have rooted for. I would have been gutted if I had been a subscriber and watched that play out. You know, I would have been gutted. Thank you for your commentary. It's so much more meaningful to me, at least, to hear the perspective of someone who has been in similar circumstances but is getting out. Thank you, Lee. Thank you. In sports, I'm a righty. Everything else lefty. Nice. I'm starting to finally feel tired too. I think the crying helped that accelerate that. I was really hoping I'd get through that without a breakdown moment, but I definitely did there at the end. I think one of the things that I like about live streaming through StreamYard is that if I'm in another tab, I can still be live and I can like block out the chat and I can focus on what I'm talking about. I can stay on a stream of consciousness longer. So I'm not being influenced by other comments or having like an ADHD squirrel kind of moment. You put in an 11-hour shift, girl. Oh my gosh. Click. This is an awesome thought for Atlee. Yeah, definitely. It's a hard story. Jen deserves some tears. I cried way longer and harder the first watch through. I was also still like healing and like in the very beginnings of my awakening, and the timing of that series was good for me, I feel personally. You deserve some overtime. Yeah, any of you that come back to watch the replays, that's helping make sure that happens. But seriously, I deeply appreciate it. Jen frustrated me, but I didn't think she'd die. Yeah. I was getting frustrated watching it through the documentary. I get why people were frustrated with her. Absolutely. When the scale got back up to, it was like 630, not 31 or 21. I was like, what the fuck? Coming from Gore World, I've seen a lot of negative stuff. People really have lost everything. Yeah. With reactors, it's negativity on top of negativity. It's too much. I'm ready to leave that and watch a win. Thank you, Vicky. The thing about Girl World right now for me is someone who has been a spectator for some time, because I feel like Zach does in a way like his content, and I would say even like Tiny's too. It's like it's different in the sense that they're not like there's not like the meta drama with them. Like there's I think reactors in like different classes almost. Like there's the people like them, and then there's these other people that like through the cycles that FB and ALR have, they have their own cycles within that, and they have their own behaviors within that, and it's this like weird symbiotic relationship that just feeds each other like a never-ending hungry monster. And I think it's a fascinating dichotomy, right? And I think it's another example of like interesting human behavior. And there's like and it's like these weird codependent relationships between there's like two reactors I'm thinking of. Actually there's three reactors that I'm thinking of that have a very weird codependent relationship parasocially with the person that they react to. That like why is someone having a mental breakdown about someone losing their channel, or possibly not being able to react to them anymore? Like why is it are other people having like extreme fit rages over someone eating on camera? You know what I mean? Like it's just bizarre. Yes, I talked about Tiny earlier. So Tiny Blue Anthropologist is pretty much like my favorite reactor. Like her and Zach are constantly battling for my favorite spot. They're pretty on par with each other, to be honest with you, which I say is an extremely high compliment to Tiny. Tiny Blue Anthropologist reacts to Girl World from the perspective of an anthropologist. What do you think of Zach personally? I think that Zach is one of the most high integrity reactors out there, and I hold Tiny to that same standard. I have not had as much personal discourse as I've had with Zach, and I've talked about this briefly in other content, but there was a time when ALR reached out to me, and I was considering like talking about her in a more public forum and like addressing her and hoping that like maybe I could say something that would help her in some capacity. And I actually asked, and I don't think I've mentioned this ever actually, but I asked for her consent to do that. And she basically told me like, you're welcome to do whatever you want with that, whatever. And I talked to Zach about it. And he was like, honestly, I don't think that's a good idea, because you are trying to distance yourself. You are trying to do these things. I don't think that's in your best interest, was essentially what he told me. When his best interest would have been like, yes, Bestie Slay, make that video. That would have fed his content wheel. I think Zach is an incredible human being. I think that they are just a person of integrity. I think that they have a fantastic moral code. I think that, you know, as much as I can know someone parasocially, I hold them in high esteem and regard. Yeah, ALR reached out to me back in like October. It was a long time ago. And I'm surprised. I've mentioned it here and there. So like people who've been watching my content for a while know that. But she reached out to me. She told me she loved my content. She told me that she thought I was really pretty. And I responded by being like, I mean, thanks, but I'm a Zachary Michael fan. And we talked briefly after that. And then we never really spoke again. So she knows that I exist. And that's really the extent of that. Oh, I know for a fact ALR likes to reach out to reaction channels. Amber does bring out some ugly in me, but she reminds me of my biological mom and her behaviors. I'm sure that can be triggering for you, depending on that relationship. I'm making assumptions at that point, but Girl World is strange. LOL. I don't understand the drama reactors commentary channels get into. It gets super meta, weird, dark, and too much. So I'll get catty about Amber, but that's so I don't outright flip my shit. I'm fairly new to Girl World and started with watching Jordy because he's hilarious. For me, his style, meh. But I checked him out a long time ago. I haven't seen how he's acting recently. I agree about Zach. Would it be upsetting if any of those same reaction channels reacted to you, or do you think that's likely wouldn't happen? So I found Tiny because she reacted to me. That was how I was introduced into her content. Zach mentioned me for the first time on his channel like a week ago. I would never expect or ask Zach to react to me. We have been mutuals on Instagram since before my YouTube channel. He has recently, I've noticed, like, he watches almost all my stories. He's recently mentioned that he's been watching a lot of my content. Those were his exact words. I'm of the opinion that I would be honored if he reacted to me, even if it was critical or negative, because I respect his opinion and I would take it under advisement and consideration whether or not I agreed with it. I am someone who wouldn't handle reactions in the way that some of these other people do. I am of the opinion that a lot of people that have reacted to me from the lens of, we need to find somebody to fill Foodie's spot because she's quote unquote boring. Well, no quote unquote, she is boring, but they need to find someone more engaging and interesting, and they're trying to shove me, a full rectangular, into a triangle shape. And it's just not working. Because most of the time what ends up happening is a lot of people end up coming into my channel and they're like, actually, I really like this girl. And then they subscribe to me and they become a subscriber. And of course, there are people that are always just going to see me as like a fat person to mock. That's always going to be the case until I'm like, 200 pounds and have had the skin removal surgery. And even then, there's a lot of people that will have negative opinions of me based on different reasons. And based on mistakes that I have made and based on lies that have been said about me, right? Which is why I tend to not focus on those lies and I try to not really even speak on them, because it's like, yeah, if there's this narcissistic person who's spreading shit about me and I know it's not true, I don't feel the need to like endlessly try to defend myself. I recently, in the past year, I finally just had that moment click where I just like, I need to learn to let that shit go. Because initially I didn't have that perspective and I do now. Is it ALR a Zach fan too? That is a toxic love-hate relationship on her end for sure. I mostly watch Zach's Twitch re-upload channel, which is awesome. Where he reacts to questionable cooking and Dollar Tree hauls. It's a bit lighter. It is a bit lighter. He also gets a lot more chaotic there. Yeah. I need to watch more of those. Shakira reacted, so there might be more girl chatter about you. Shakira reacted to me. Was it good or bad? I actually didn't know that. I've heard of her. Wasn't she the one defending her steroid use? I don't know if she actually was. I'm not saying that. I'm not hating. I'm genuinely asking. Genuinely asking. I became emancipated from both my parents. They weren't together when I was 16. I haven't seen them since. I talk about it in places in my videos. Oh, wow. That is amazing, really. I hope Zach decides to react to you, but definitely not as a FB replacement. I don't think he views me like that, I don't. So you and Foodie are two very different personalities. Yeah, I agree completely. She looks like it anyway. She did what? Oh, okay. But was her reaction to me like, who's this fat bitch, or was it like more sound? I'm not saying she had to kiss my ass the whole time, but if it was like Yaba-esque, I don't want to fucking acknowledge it. You know what I mean? Gotcha, Ace. And her reaction on you wasn't horrible, but she has been extra salty lately, and I finally had to unsub. Okay. I found a reaction channel that I was watching unrelated, and I scrolled through their content, and I was like, oh shit, she made like 2 videos about me. I think her name was like Mama Goob or Goon or God, I don't know. And I this was like a little while back, and I clicked on it and I realized very quickly that she has a shtick and she's sticking to it, So I was like, yeah, I didn't think it was horrible. Is it worth me watching, or do you think it would not be good for me to watch? Because maybe I'll look it up. Was it a dedicated video or like a live stream? I've heard a lot about her recently, like on the Twitter sphere. I've like her name's been coming up a lot recently. I can't stand the way Shakira talks. I can barely understand her. I don't know anything about her, so I don't have a opinion either way. Yeah, she has some good pointers if you get past the salt. What does that mean? Was she just like really negative? Was she name calling? Like, what does the salt mean? I don't think it would serve you to watch it. Okay, Vicky, I'll trust you on that. How does it feel to have people react to you, your life, body, personality choices? It seems like such a crazy thing to experience. It is a crazy thing to experience, you know? Again, when it came to like Tiny, I loved it. I felt like she gave me a chance to show her who I am, right? And she had perspective and she said things that I didn't agree with, things that I knew weren't true. But the bottom line is when people are reacting to your content and they're perceiving you, they're perceiving the content, not you. And they may not know everything. And like if you're not properly like laying out every tiny little detail, they will have to run on certain assumptions, right? But even when I didn't agree, it was like very level-headed. She makes good advice, like what she does for glitter and lasers. Okay. Like she just said, Americans have big food. Oh, is she one of those types, like the European type that like just like judges Americans as a whole? Yeah. Yeah. English is definitely not her first language. Oh, okay. Okay, although I'm not sure what is. Oh, that might explain a few things of what I was reading in the chat. Again, I have no personal perception of her, so yeah, but in terms of how it feels to be reacted to, like in the context, it's in the context of like who's reacting, because it's not fun to be reacted to by people with like internet brain rot. Like it's not fun to be reacted to people with an agenda. That's not fun. That's not fun at all. But I really do like it when people are coming in like with their own perspective and are giving like genuine commentary, and they're not just here to like shit on people, right? There's a lot of different reaction styles, and there's such a great variety that it's like kind of hard to differentiate. Like, no, actually it's not. It's actually the opposite. It's really easy to tell like the style of the reaction is going to really create a different response. You see what I'm saying? She's very critical of food choices, and because of her professions, it's like borderline ortho. Oh yeah. Oh, she's food policing. I don't want to fucking watch that. She's coming on with reactions as a bodybuilder. Yeah, and that's cool. Like I like to watch Will Tennyson. I think he's great. And like Lean Beef Patty. I think they're both great. I think they come from a perspective where they're not like just shitting on people, and they're not like in their content's not reactions, right? But it's like in their bodybuilders. That's why I mentioned them, and they make like health related content. And like I really love Will Tennyson's concepts. He makes great content. Apparently she speaks Dutch and Swedish and lives in the UK, so it's an interesting mix of accents. Oh yeah, that is kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't sound like the worst, right? Like she doesn't sound like one. Like there's far worse reactors out there. But I'm not a fan of food policers, period. I think that's not helpful to anybody. It's one thing to commentate, but to be a food policer is just my response to all food policing is I just say get a job that pays. And you know what? If she's food policing on YouTube and getting enough AdSense and it's paying her, she figured out a way to monetize food policing, and like I guess good for her. Seems odd to have morbidly obese women reacted to by most of the same creators. What do you think? Does it feel anti-feminist almost? So many people consume the reaction content to just girl world. That's a very fascinating question. It is a niche, right? Because I come from someone who's been not only reacted to, but is the reactor's audience. I'm both, right? That's a weird place to be, right? I feel like I'm one of the only ones. Like, yeah, like FB and ALR will watch it, but they're watching it out of a place of like self-obsession. I'm watching it about other people. You know what I mean? Like they're not talking about watching girl world reactions about like glitter and lasers to learn from it. They're watching these things to be like, sometimes as a form of self-punishment, sometimes as a form of ego inflation, you know? But does it feel anti-feminist? I don't know. I feel like I need to chew on this question for a bit and really think on it. You know what I mean? I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like it's like almost not a case by case. Maybe it is case by case or like person to person basis. I feel like there's certain archetypes there. I feel like there are some people that watch this content to learn from it. People who once related to these people who don't want to support them anymore, who are frustrated by the negative behaviors and other things. And so they're consuming it through the reactors to there and not support the creator, but they still have a vested interest in the storyline, right? There's also people who I think there's this weird segment of like, specifically, I won't even say gay men, but queer men, like queer men that react to and engage in that content in like a very specific catty style. And for that sense, I'm not involving Zach, but there are a few people that come to mind. And it's just interesting. Like, it's interesting. I don't necessarily, like, that's not a negative or a positive. It's just definitely something I've noticed. And I've tried to kind of unpack that and understand that, and I just haven't fully been able to, I guess, intellectualize that and I guess figure out the anthropology of the behavior. But Will and Lean Beef are enjoyable to me, and Shakira is not anymore, so make of that what you will. But to rope you and Glitter and Lasers into, yeah, I know. A lot of people, like, I briefly, do I want to even acknowledge this creator? I don't know. Fuck it. I did briefly engage, so after, I was in a Skinny Queen React live, and Yo Mama came in and trolled in the chat. And then he was like asking me about London Boy. And I was like, wait, you know who I am? Like, that's what I literally said. I didn't even know he knew who I was. And he was like saying he was a fan and all of that. And I'm like, and everyone in the chat was like, no, Rosie, he's trolling you. And I'm like, okay, bet. So I stopped engaging entirely. He's come into my chat. I don't engage with him directly, and I never will. But after that happened, I had never seen a stream of his. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go form an opinion. Like, all of these people are telling me something, and I've learned time and time again that if I base my opinions off of some things like that, it can really not help me. So I went and I looked and I scrubbed through. I didn't watch any other reactions. I went to he reacted to part 2 of my London Boy vlog, and it was interesting because there were parts of it where I was like, fuck, this is genuinely like a little funny. And I was like, shit, I didn't want that to be the case. But then there were other parts where like I was actively being fat shamed, and like he was saying shit that was really shitty. And I was like, oh, this isn't helpful for me. And I would skip ahead. I can understand why he has an audience. I can understand why people find him entertaining. But I personally do not enjoy trolling for the sake of trolling. And I don't think it's a plus that ALR and FB like him. That's not a win. That's not a good thing. It's just not. You know, that's indicative of something, right? And they like him because he shits on reactors. I didn't watch any of that. I saw him reacting to Zach, and that made me nervous. I didn't even want to watch it because I was like, if he's shit talking Zach, I'm gonna be mad. That's so interesting, honestly. Thank you for your perspective. Thank you, Ellie. You're asking very insightful questions. I appreciate it. To be honest, I watch ALR because I relate too. Yeah, and I mean, that's the bottom line of it all, is like, I related to Amber Lynn, and it took me a couple years of watching Zach to really begin to understand how to unpack parts of my own psychology and my own relationship with food and my own self-delusion and my own cycles. And that's one of the reasons why Zach has such a soft spot in my heart, because of how he's been able to do that for me. I feel so seen also, and also to learn, like, I didn't know about food noise until Girl World. Oh, wow, yeah. It is interesting the types of people that choose to react and the people who are reacted to. Thank you, yeah. Rosie has taught me so much. I don't get Yo Mama, me either. Amber, yeah, and there you said Amber and Chantal like him. That's all I need to know. Literally what I just basically said. Your mama is funny and I don't hate him, but sometimes he just needs He just doesn't know when to stop. And I can't exactly like him either. That's a balanced opinion. Listen, I was cackling when he zoomed in on the hotel bed of his reaction. I was cackling. I was like, fuck, like, this is too fun. This is not, I hate how funny this is. Right? Like, I just have to admit that. Like, he earned a giggle out of me. But there are parts of that it's just like, I'm not going to engage in his content again. I did what I do with most reactors is I go in and I gauge their style. I gauge how they approach me. And then I don't re-engage again. But I won't lie to you. I was cackling. And I was mad. I was like, shit. That shit was funny, though. Good for him. I am 20 minutes over my 11-minute hour mark, and I'm still chatting with you guys. I don't even want to end the live. Who am I? It is fucking 3:20 in the morning. What am I doing? I was like, guys, I'll be ending at 3 at the 11-hour mark. 20 minutes later. Shit. I'm honestly possibly pulling an all-nighter because I had caffeine at like 5, 6, 7, 8 p.m. Reaction channels can be funny and trolling at the same time, but some are just literally there to berate creators. Exactly. And I honestly didn't feel like he was berating me. There were parts where I was like, ugh, this is gross. And like his chat was kind of shitty. But the good news is I couldn't read most of it because it's so small on his screen. So it made me able to watch that clip a bit longer, but I noped out at some point. I get my content's long, so I can get why creators do this, but like when you're skipping around and then you're asking questions and I'm like, I answered that, but you skipped past that. You know? Or like you skipped through this like right before I got into a chunk I would have known he would have found interesting because it was me talking about London Boy. He skipped right past it. Because it was like too long of content or whatever, right? Congrats on 1 year. I'm tapping out soon. Me too. That was 7 hours ago. What was 7 hours ago? It is time for. I should sleep at some point. Oh, and their followers make a difference too. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm of the opinion that how you interact and how you behave and who you are fully and truly forms the audience that you attract. I've always felt a sense of pride in the kind of people that I attract to, who support me, who watch my content, who engage with me online. Some of y'all are dope as fuck. The caffeine was 7 hours ago. But see, it triggers my anxiety and it keeps me awake forever. Like forever. Night, Scrange. Yeah, guys, honestly, I will be getting off here in a second because I also need to use the restroom and I'm not going to pause and come back. We're going to end the stream. And if people weren't online today, they'll come on tomorrow and be like, how long is this stream again? What the fuck is this? So, anyway, I actually do need to use the restroom because I've quite literally drank at least 5 of these today, if not 6. Are you sure? Am I going to get off? Listen, go get in the pool. You'll be tired after. Oh my God, yeah. Oh my gosh, hi. Thank you so much for joining as a member. It looks as your name is S. Thank you. I really appreciate that you joined as a member. That's a big deal to me. I don't think I've seen you chat before, but thank you for being a part of my community. Good night, Lee. Good night to all of you. And listen, I appreciate all of you who are part of my community. Whether or not you can afford a membership is not what's important to me. Obviously, anybody who's able to contribute in that way and help me in that way is deeply appreciated. But the people who engage with me, the silent supporters who watch my content and are rooting for my success, you guys have no idea how much you help me on a day-to-day basis in terms of my accountability and in terms of my journey. Because as much as I don't want to disappoint myself, I don't want to disappoint you guys either. Yeah, I'll get some good sleep after the pool. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. I'll leave on that note. I really do parasocially love you all. Bye.